but still can be utilized to a similar effect by just pressing R onto someone that overextends 4 items. So I think feel like the pick is there.
One thing that's really nice as well is the frozen thralls, like the passive. So if you're in those skirmishes, getting those, because I do remember one thing they updated was the sort of usability of
Selamat datang
those.
semuanya, hari ini kita akan menonton KT versus T1 Telecom Wars LCK Classic.
And they also made it
Kenapa
so that
tiba-tiba
they now
RRQ
follow
kayak
targets
biar
either
keren?
He's getting in there. He's
BDD
ghosting for this kill, and BDD's going to have to flash away just like that in the solo 1v1. There's an interruption on the dash, by the way. We already got to see it. Palu is going to go back in. And
solo kill dari Lord Faker. Oh my god.
Faker, and now they're rooting the bottom lane. Palu's just dead too.
Holy shit, Lord Faker is locked in, bro.
Just huge for T1 already. Solo kill from Faker in the mid lane. He's on fire so far in the LCK Cup, taking down BDD in the 1v1. And in the bot lane, just a bit of disrespect from Palu stepping up to Pace and carry and paying for it. This Sander pick working out very well already.
Lord Faker is back.
Buzz is looking for a play in the top lane. Doran is about to hit Mega though. If you can get this Mega proc before he gets CC'd,
belum 5 menit loh. Belum 5 menit first blood loh.
And with the small wave, KT don't
Ngeri,
end up going for
Faker,
the dive. So KT's counterplay doesn't end up coming to fruition, and this is just huge. We'll see how this panned out. So obviously he ghosted. This was the initial play to get him low. Ghosted on him, and BDD only has TP, so doesn't have a response combat summoner. And then BDD's trying to walk up, and I assume he flashes on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, the flash.
I think BDD assumes he doesn't have mana.
Yeah, you actually looked. Faker's mana just ticked up to have enough for his E there. So he used the W for the slow initially, and that was perfectly calculated from Faker. Textbook there. Super well played.
Yeah, you could see even BDD was like, no, there's no way he can do this. Like, he was in range to get flashed on. BDD knows the range of that, right? So you could tell that BDD just did not think that was possible, but Faker knew it was.
Keria main Lisandra.
Now we've got Keria roaming already.
Bentar.
They want to get a fight as we have a TP flank coming in from Perfect.
Keria Lisandra.
Really trying to get in there and force a fight here. Palu getting pretty low, and they're going to dodge the seismic shove, and now this is going to give time for Doran to move on over. And it just feels like KT will have to give up the chase.
What the hell is that? Lisandra's
Lysandra can kind of just do her own thing, and Ezreal is totally fine in the solo lane.
Yep, and I feel like KT were really hoping to get something from that. That was the opportunity to get back in the game, to punish, to find an angle. And in the end, all they can do is chase T1 out of their jungle. So,
kenapa RRQ gak
in
Genji
fairness,
aja?
you know, T1 don't get a favorable play out of it necessarily, but
kamu meremehkan
they don't
Lemon.
get punished for it either.
Faker is pretty far behind on CS. I do wonder if he dropped a wave to make that play happen.
Yeah, despite the solo kill, actually giving up a lot of farm in order to make these plays happen. Definitely doing a lot of the roaming.
Yeah.
And
Doran was also behind earlier, has caught up a little bit.
I do wonder how that's impacted his quest progress, because one of the things with the role quests is so much of the progress is gained just from being in lane. Your passive progress goes like 5 times quicker from just being in lane, and it's such a massive factor in how quickly you can complete it. So if you're out of lane, you will be way behind tempo when it comes to quests. I'm wondering what sort of disadvantage Faker might be at in terms of that. We'll have to see later on when it comes
emang Jovi pernah
right
juara
now, he's
M1.
at 496, 500. We'll see how much further ahead BDD is.
Yeah.
Emang Jovi pernah juara M1.
Still doesn't look like he's going to be able to do too much, but does want to roam on over as the Chains of Corruption going to catch Keria, and he's on level 6, so he's just dead. Gets flashed on by the Varus, aiming here with a nice look. They catch him in transition towards that Drake. That does mean that owner's going to pull off that one. Perfect trying to go ahead and
Perfect sedikit gegabah melawan Nar.
Right as the Nar comes out.
I don't see proxying has kind of been buffed.
Dari Perfect.
I was actually trying to contest here. But I think he's going to be scared away with all the members here. Yeah, proxying has been kind of buffed because the area which counts as in lane. So where Perfect is, proxying away is in lane. But when Doran walks back to defend against it, it
Aku
actually
tidak
doesn't count
nonton
as him
Mobile
being in
Legends
lane
lah,
really enough. So
hanya.
he's not getting much progress to his quest, and Perfect still is. There's a lot of weird interactions with what counts as like in lane.
Yeah.
There was a recent one that was
RRQ
talked
katanya sih
about
tanggal
Alco
30
stop being in
Februari ya
lane.
mainnya.
Yeah, Carry just gets just dies.
Keria
There were
ini trolling
situations
apa
where,
gimana
you know,
ya? Aku
even if
juga
you're like a
bingung.
little deep in the lane brush, you actually
I don't
wouldn't
know
hit
why
level
he
2 on
play
time to get
Lissandra,
reduced XP.
but I guess that's
on the first wave
Keria
in
is
bot lane.
the meta himself.
There's a lot of stuff like that. With the new, like, what classifies as in lane? Because I would have thought, like, being in the alcove is, like, in lane.
Limit
but
push, maybe?
yeah.
Limit testing?
But apparently not.
We'll see, because we obviously can't see everyone's current quest progress, but we'll kind of see where everyone starts completing them when they start coming in.
So the last time we had
Atau mungkin lagi ngetes pace ya, ini lagi ospek pace kayaknya. Pace sekedar mengingatkan bahwa Keria suka main support Yasuo kadang-kadang ketika hari sedang baik.
Bard existed in 2016.
Yeah, some of these champs, it feels
Holy
like
shit.
they're not that old, but actually they've been around basically forever.
Yeah, Bard's 10 years old. Isn't that crazy? Bard does not feel like a 10 years old champion.
Yeah, he really does.
In my mind. But I feel like it's that thing that champions who are out before you started playing versus after you started playing feel so much different in age.
Ultimate.
Even if they're actually tangibly not that much different.
Yeah, it is true. So Pain seems like he's doing just fine down here on the bottom lane.
Mungkin Keria bete kali ya, batnya di ban kali ya. Tadi aku nggak lihat grafiknya sih. Apa yang terjadi di grafik sehingga membuat Keria ngepick Lissandra? What the hell?
Doing a decent job of keeping up in farm.
What is happening?
Nice little knockback here, but Faker already with the catalyst finish doesn't really care because Talia at this point in the game doesn't really do a whole lot of damage.
You know, honestly, I thought the early plays would really just blow this game open. But, I mean, one thing is getting kills in lane, less meaningful with how quickly you get back to lane with home guards. But also, Faker fell kind of far behind in terms of farm, and aiming on Polu got that counter kill onto Carrier. So, you know, you look at the difference in gold between the
Doran bentar lagi jadi mega nar nih.
it's pretty non-existent.
Dia berusaha mancing perfect ke dekat tembok sepertinya, tapi solo kill kan?
Solo kill.
It was, but it hasn't actually tangibly meant that much in the game yet. You do now have level 6 coming in for Carrier, so a lot more playmaking potential here. And remember, aiming doesn't have cleanse available, so you know, his flash being down as well means he is a very vulnerable target. And honestly, Lissandra, one of the better champions at making dives happen, so if they see an angle for that, I'm certain they will go for it. In fact, Keria has triple tonic, and I think he popped the, I'm not sure what the specific tonic is called, but the one that gives the adaptive force. So he might be looking to make use of that.
Raps diamankan oleh Kas.
Yeah, you can see the little red glow around him.
Chain of Corruption-nya miss dari Aiming.
And now Aiming's like, here, have a Chains of Corruption too. I don't have that anymore. If you want to fight, now's a really good time. But, you know, Vi, we saw Owner was down there. Now he's not, has gone back to farming his jungle. And it's kind of hard to just straight up dive them. Aiming still doesn't have flash, but
it's coming up soon.
Yeah,
so he's probably
like
be okay.
Kind of missed their opportunity there. So the grub's taken by KT. First Dragon to go to T1. The Cloud Drake on the way. Doran gonna try to interrupt this. Doesn't quite get the angle right.
I like the tech though. You know, nearly had the angle. And actually, I was looking at the quest progress. Faker pretty close to being
BTW semenjak lane swap udah di nerf, sekarang nar meta lagi ya. Udah gak ada lagi nar ketemu Lucian sama Miss Fortune. Meta lagi setelah lane swap nar, finally.
I feel like that's kind of the thing we haven't really seen, other than when people are getting completely crushed into the dirt. We kind of just hit that point. It's around like 13-40 minutes. Everyone's quests just come in. Very quickly.
Yeah. It just happens, and it doesn't feel like it has a huge impact on the game. It's hard to get, like, quest spikes, you know? It's like, I have my quest and he doesn't have his. Now I'm going to outplay him in some way or get ahead of him significantly because of that. I haven't seen a lot of that. It's more so just been funny when some players are very far behind, like Faker in that one game. Didn't end up mattering.
or when people don't. I think the best one is mid laners who just don't buy the boots.
Yeah.
And it's like
that's a problem.
It's like, dude, you're not actually benefiting.
It's 2026. Even Cassiopeia can buy boots.
Yeah.
You better buy
Oh iya,
boots.
Cassiopeia katanya sekarang beli boot ya?
Not
Di
the
rework
highest
kah?
action game we've had, to say the least here.
Bandle pipes Lissandra.
Cassiopeia is
I kinda
wearing
like the
boots
tech.
now?
Very cheap
That's
item,
new.
with Celestial opposition as well, so you're pretty tanky and so easy to proc it, right? Because you have slows on a lot of your abilities.
Yeah.
Okay. Looks like KT trying to contest this.
There's a lot of shouting I can hear on the stage, so they're certainly trying to make some kind of play. As there is the engage from Keria, presses his arm on
ultinya kena semua.
getting pretty low, but already Cuz goes down. As aiming full health, but he doesn't have a frontline anymore. BDD just has to flash out of there, but the chase is on. Looks like he's just going to wall himself out as Pace ends up finishing up the dragon. And that's 2 dragons now for T1 with the Mountain Soul on the way.
Yeah, T1 just able to pump damage into the front line of KT, and even though Ona
Gak
goes
di work,
down,
tapi dual lane questnya kasih slot item ke-7 buat boot.
Without that panned out, look like they were potentially going to go for aiming there, but don't really fancy the dive, especially with Pays pretty low in terms of HP. We'll see the replay here, so they're looking to try and get onto Ona here, but the Cherubs
kena semua gak tuh
here,
damage.
and then Win gets the AoE and just kind of melts. Yeah.
What are you by this now?
Rough, because I feel like if you get behind with this comp, like, yes, you do have the bars, but you don't have a huge amount of damage and you're very pick focused. So if you get the right target, yes, sure, you can blow them up, but you're not gonna have a lot of vision set up. It's not gonna be easy to find picks with this, even with their comp, which is kind of insane with Wukong and Rakan. But it just feels like if they don't have a little bit of setup, it becomes a little bit more difficult to actually set up the picks. Especially when finding the picks on a T1's members, as you mentioned, can be very difficult.
Yeah, I also feel like the frontline can. It's not like you have some super tank who can just walk up and take space. You know, if Wukong and Rakan are moving forwards, they kind of need to be engaging. Otherwise, they are just going to have like a Rise, walk up at them and just put a full combo into them. Or, I mean, Keria is looking at Polu right now, and it's a little spooky.
Yeah. I remember, I think it was Atlas and maybe it was you or it was Wolf, but they were talking about the loudest champions that we do have here on the Korean client. The Karma's one of them, the Vi's another one, but Lissandra really takes the cake. And I'm glad that we do get it back here in whatever role it is, just for more action on the mic. Doran just doesn't really care about Perfect anymore.
Yeah, I think early levels, Doran, actually, the top lane matchup wasn't going as well as you typically expect. Got set behind a bit in terms of,
okay, getting on in there, the exhaust to utilize, trying to really 100-0 owner, and they are going to be able to do that. A bit traded back, but only on to Palu, who is the support, and even Keria is getting pretty low. So nice setup there from KT. Able to set up a pick, which their comp does very well, and it looks like they should be able to get this Rift Herald.
Yeah, I think a bit disrespectful from Ona. Didn't have the flash, didn't have a window to really ult, and just kind of gets CC locked and dies. So an overstep there from T1's jungler that gets punished. And a nice pickup that's going to lead to the Herald here from KT. So despite a bit of a deficit down in Dragons as well, still very much in this game. The point I was making before is the early top lane matchup wasn't going too well for T1. But now, this is the thing with the Gnar. You just get to the point where you can just bully out
Doran split boost dengan nyamannya.
And Perfect is not having a fun time.
Itu skinnya Gnar kayak skinnya Boy ya, kayak Ocobot.
This is the chattiest comp of the LCK 2026, LCK Cup 2026. We got Lissandra and Vi, but also Gnar and Ezreal, who just never stops talking. There are so many chatty guys here
tidak berdamage seperti.
And yeah, it feels like Rise is a little bit left out.
Yeah,
but the rest of them, you know, they're really chatting up a storm.
So could you switch Rise out for a chattier champion? Is the question.
Does it have to be a mid laner?
Well, maybe you could put Lissandra mid, and then could you find a support who's a bit chattier?
Rakan's pretty chatty.
Yeah.
Right? Isn't he talking a lot? Brahms got like a booming voice. Lulu.
Kalian tuh emang geli ya kalau misalkan kombonya nggak masuk.
And Lulu's pretty meta nowadays, so I would not be surprised to see.
Kraklot menang lane harusnya nggak aneh sih, musuhnya perfect.
Not in this comp.
Not in this comp.
Maybe with the Varus, but not really.
Sama Doran lagi bagus kutonin.
Maybe you should pitch it, but like guys, next time switch your comp up, you know, not chatty enough.
Right, they're trying to make a play here onto the Wukong, who does not seem to have his
masuk
clone,
semua
and it
dia.
looks like Cuz is just dead. Even trying to flash out of that one, it just gets hit by a giant boulder to the back of the head. Keria getting pretty low himself, but again, he is Lissandra with flash and heals. So T1, they find the pick themselves right before this dragon, and it might just be Mountain Soul point for them.
I feel like when you're playing into Wukong, the second you see him use his W, everyone just gets so tunnel visioned of taking this guy down, and you see T1 and we're like, oh.
Right, Keria is in a totally fine spot, and it's Mininar, so this engage not really panning out all too much.
Shot save-nya kena, tapi tidak berdampak karena Rise tebel, ada Roa. Ulti Lissandra ngasih stun nggak kayak? Harusnya sama kayak di Wild Trip ya, dia ngebekuin musuh, bisa ngebekuin diri sendiri, bisa. Tapi cuma satu orang sih harusnya, ultinya mah. Stun mah skillnya ya.
And it's here. He W's away. Owner and Keria like, okay, it's go time.
You're dead.
They use that cooldown. We will kill him. And then they're trying to find a little bit more here, trying to step forwards. But a lot of cooldowns are invested by KT to kind of keep them at bay. And at that point, T1 are like, well, you know, Chains of Corruption down, Jungler down. We can just go to the Dragon. Oh,
well, got a root here on a Paze. Eventually, is going to cleanse.
Ini BDD apa? KT main
looks like he should be fine.
Belatak sih ya.
The fight over the control ward.
T1 udah dapat 3 naga.
Yeah, I think getting the cleanse from Paze pretty good overall. Just being able to pick that one up for free when there's nothing really on the cards to fight for. But still, it's a big lead for T1 right now. And what I am a little bit worried about is Paze.
Wah, keciduk lagi kah Polu?
Somehow backing here where they can
see lagi supportnya saudara-saudara. Selamat.
And then just die.
Yeah.
And
not ideal.
Yeah. Well, it's not the longest cooldown in the world.
Abis ini Keria main support apa lagi ya?
Owner's flashed an update on the overlay.
Senna kah?
Sorting that out for a second.
Just hide it, just put it away.
Yeah, but a little bit unfortunate there, probably trying to get away from that situation. I mean, ultimately, there's nothing to play for on the map right now, so it's not the end of the world.
Ash Jinx.
But still, we're just seeing T1 getting more and more control of the map right now. And we see, you know, the spike for
KT
Paze right now, the Triforce and the Romana fully stacked.
ADC support ya.
Faker is approaching his
ADC supportnya ganti.
He's going towards Actualizer. It's
jadi aiming sama Polu dan Ghost. Ghost itu apa nih pemain pengganti di support.
One of those moments where it's like, okay, he's very dead. He's very. Oh, is he alive? No.
Ghost itu tadinya ADC-nya Damon kan ya?
It's worth trading the ult for the flash in terms of cooldowns.
Dia main support kan?
Definitely didn't feel too hot.
Yeah.
Ghost lumayan jago tuh Jinnya.
Just kind of dying for not all too much. And Renekton's really not having a fun time against either of these solo laners as they're trying to engage a Mininar here. Doran in a bit of a rough spot.
Ketika ragu, geng Doran. Dan mereka menggeng Doran.
In the end.
Okay, nice pick. Again, objectives are a while away, but it just gives some pressure. Going to throw down the Herald on the bot side and love to get this bot tower, so that's something. They also get Keria's flash, so, you know, trading up again. 2 flashes picked up, they'll take that, but they are losing pressure on mid. Aiming, trying to clear this wave out. Paze playing with a lot of confidence here.
Yeah, very stubbornly sticking onto that turret for quite a while. BDD, meanwhile, is in the bottom lane. Had this Rift Herald drop by
Chain Corruption-nya miss.
Yeah, there's no one actually here to defend. I think Owner's going to get here in time to smite it, so it won't get a second charge, actually. He just got there in time. I thought it was going to get another charge in on that tier 2, but he slides in and clears it up.
What happened with the hood?
Nice move from him to defend there. Not let KT pick up more. It's a 3,000 gold lead. I think the main thing I'm concerned about is that Dragon lead, especially since one of the concerns we had for KT was, you know, maybe lacking some damage. You're very burst focused. You have a poke Varus. You have like this engaged composition with the Rakan Wukong. You add the Mountain Shields to this T1 composition, that's when I'm starting to feel really worried, and they're one dragon away. So, you know, picks like this is good. This is what you want. The fact they got 2 flashes as well is a nice boon going into this next dragon
Mana
fight.
KT tidak ada
This next dragon
perlawanan,
fight,
Joco?
I think is really going to make or break the game.
Ada sih,
so,
tapi mereka terlihat seperti tidak bernyawa.
And what angles to approach.
KT terlihat
The big
soulless
worry
hari
is that
ini.
although they got flashes from Doran, from Ona, from Carrier, those summoners are available for Faker and Pays, and those are the targets they really want to get on top of. And as you can see from the scoreboard, they haven't been able to take either of them down so far this game.
Nope, they haven't. They've just been farming away very comfortably, especially Faker, who was 2-0-2, got the solo kill earlier, and he's got the biggest bounty in the game on him, and this Rise is going to be a problem, I think, for KT. He's just going to get stronger and stronger, get higher level, eventually with the Rod of Ages, be very tanky, and also do a ton of damage to this comp that really wants to go all in onto one target.
KT are actually kind of lucky because he's level 15. He's 1 stack away from his Rod of Ages level up, and he's almost completed his Actualizer, but hasn't quite. So they've actually dodged a bullet here because if he was a little bit more further along, he'd be so much stronger.
Yeah, could have been so much worse. As
Aduh,
trying to
itu
go in
mati lagi
onto
dong seperti.
Meganar, not the best, I would say. As now we have the flank coming in from Perfect, trying to take
Perfect
down
flank,
Doran. They will be able to do
nice.
that, but now Owner goes in.
Doran died.
Cuz, who just gets burst down. They do, in fact, have the damage. And Pays even looking for a bit more with that shift forward. So Palu very low, Cuz is down, and T1 can kind of just do whatever they want.
Sepertinya KT mendapatkan support issue.
It's such a weird engage, you know. Obviously they did take down the Mega Gnar, but I felt like they just threw their front line at this bulky Gnar and just took so much damage in return. And in the end, not only did you give over the Mountain Soul, but now Faker's level up comes in. His Rod of Ages is completed. The next time you fight, he's going to have Actualizer. And I think that might just be game. I think you've missed the threshold. This was the moment you need to have a big convincing fight. They got this seismic shove from BDD, and I think that made them think, okay, we have to make it happen. We have to kill Doran. I just don't think it's enough. I think you need more.
flanking ya,
You need a better
perfect
angle.
main.
You need backline
Walaupun
access here, not just to kill one of the frontliners.
Gak dapat nar
It's
doang.
not just the fact that Cuz went down, but Polu and Perfect also ended up super low. And I think it might just be a bit too far in this game. Faker is going to be so close to having that Actualizer.
Yeah.
We've all seen what he can do. Not just the Rise with his item, but Faker specifically on this champ. I mean, how many times have we seen Faker as Rise in a cinematic? But we've seen him in the LCK Cup on this pick. So, yeah, it's going to be a rough one.
Yeah, we talked about all the synergy in this composition for KT, but it just feels like, you know, you were talking about better angles. We haven't really seen them utilize a lot of their synergy, like the Wukong Rakan. We haven't seen those two come together and actually make a nice engage go off.
Beneran
It's kind of
rage
just
bait
been
anjir.
Cuz got caught one time, Palu got caught in the last fight and kind of
Keria
had
become rage
to use the
baiter
quickness
betul.
just to try to barely survive. Like, that's not the engage synergy
Perfect
we were
terciduk.
talking about. Could have been much better. As now Perfect in the side lane.
Damage-nya
He's
sih
got a big
kurang
shield,
rasanya.
but the smite
Atau
comes in.
tetap mati,
It looks like
ya.
Perfect will just go down in the 2v1. So a nice little pick in the side lane.
Yep. So nice pick up there, and it just kind of telling that KT aren't able to really
Well,
contest the Baron on the other
well.
side. Faker picked up his Actualizer there. We also see Pays going for the Endless Hunger. You know, this was talked about. Wolf was mentioned on the space yesterday. You get ability haste based on the AD you have. So as you're going to get just insane, almost earth levels of ability haste with his item. And also, it gives tenacity, which I don't think he needs, right? He has cleanse, but
Nih kok
you know, why
band kah
not?
ini? Udah tahu ya? Tadi aku gak lihat grafiknya.
Just to make things even more
Agak telat aku nih nontonnya.
than they already felt a little bit.
Yeah.
KT, I feel, kind of need a miracle.
Lisandra
They kind of
support.
even overstep for T1 at this
Serah
point.
Keria deh, bebas Keria
A
mah.
perfect engage, I think, on the right
Serah
target.
dia aja
Not
dah.
specifically perfect, sorry, but a
Okay.
flawless
But
engage.
Perfect is the top laner of KT.
Yes, they
so
need a flawless engage, I think is the better way to win it. And this game's just kind of
a
been
clean
smooth.
engage.
Yeah, clean engage. It's been smooth sailing for T1. You look at the gold graph, and this is kind of the game we'd be hoping for as a T1 fan. You know, with maybe the series against DRX instilling some doubt, right? It was one of those happy series that T1 sometimes has.
Udah dapat
This
solo
is kind
T1.
of the form where you're like, oh, they're locked in.
Well, the game they lost to
KT?
DRX was game 2. So
we're just
we'll wait
gonna
for game 2.
die slowly
At least I
like
will,
this?
before I say that T1 are not ready to have the game, because I've seen this many a time.
Are you suggesting I'm cursing them a little bit?
No, I just think T1 has some tendencies sometimes.
So-
Okay, we'll see. Well, so far things looking good, but Cuz is
So
trying to
this
make
is
his way in,
over?
potentially for a steal.
And he's trying to get that engage going as Palu, and well, it
Rise
wasn't much
telah
of anything, as now
datang.
the Cyclone
Jump
is
scare.
gonna go
Duar, Doran. Holy
Doran wants
shit.
to end this game right here, right now, and I think he just did. That's perfect on the run, but he should be the
Wah,
fourth
tamat sudah,
casualty
Katie.
on the list. BDD also on the run. Fakers just
No,
sprinting at him.
Katie.
He's trying to actualize all over
Tidak.
BDD at this point in time, who is going to flash away.
No,
and the flash comes in
ala,
from Faker.
ala,
Nice
waduh.
knockaway,
Wah,
actually,
BDD versus
from
everybody,
BDD
cu.
onto Keria. He's not really extending into the base beyond 2 turrets.
Come on,
Nice
okay, Kerry,
game.
you've got it. He's a little
Got
bit
the
tanky,
shield.
right?
Nice
Got the shield.
again.
There's still the mid-tier 2
Nice
is up, right?
again.
So definitely a little bit of an overstep there to try and chase down BDD, but they really wanted those kills. And this engage, so Carrier comes in with the flash for the root here. Gets the core going in, flashes, gets the root, and then coming in with Doran with a follow-up slam into the wall, into the stun.
Itu fake. Doran masuk dari TP-nya
So
Faker ya?
well played, and just a brutal crushing here from T1.
Holy shit, bro.
You know, we were saying this game felt like it was a little bit over. This fight really demonstrated it.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Palu's
yeah,
like
well.
desperation engaging on the Ezreal with
Yeah,
plans
well, yeah,
without the Wukong. This again kind of shows you how desperate they are to try to make something happen. And yes, eventually T1 have their fun base and get that going on. We do
Sudah
have the
boleh
Elder Dragons
pesan
spawning in a minute
GrabFood dulu kali ya
because
ini
the,
mah, game yang ini mah.
Elemental Soul did come out very
Sepertinya
early in this
sudah
game.
boleh pesan
So
GrabFood
T1
dulu.
with total control on the map should just be able to take that down if they would like to play this very safely.
I think probably won't. I think they'll probably bait it and just kill them. Probably won't let the Elder get low.
Still have 2 minutes of Baron. I guess they did just get it, so.
Yeah, I think if KT can't let them get Elder, but if KT come to contest, they'll just kill them. They won't let it be a flip. That's like the only way you lose the game, is Cuz steals the Elder, and then they win a fight off that. T1 have seemed quite serious this game. No shenanigans yet. And KT trying to make the base defense happen, but the tower's getting shredded by these cannon minions right now. Page trying to land the poke here.
Yep. Still a minute 30 on the Baron buff, so really just trying their best to
TP
put
flank
in.
coming
Here's
in.
the TP, and this will be from Perfect with the dominance procced already, but the rest of the team is so far away, and now aiming is all by his lonesome. Is going to flash away, but the Realm Warp is coming in. And Faker wants to continue to actualize on this team. The exhaust is there, aiming is down, and the denial on the wall getaway from BDD is really going to put the nail in the coffin on this game number 1. 15-5 the kills.
You know, that recall was a great call, Perfect. You just stay in the fountain. No, I think there's a better place for you to be.
Yeah.
And that is in the fountain. Not much you can do here.
He's gonna get rooted up by Keria.
GG T1, ini mah spawn ya. Enggak, it's not even close. Ini mah pembantaian aja.
I mean, he was good, but I think it was really just T1's ability as a team to shut down
It's a massacre. It's just, wow.
That took the prize in this game 1.
But then we had some great moments, right? You know, Faker getting that solo kill early on.
Okay.
I think the team fighting was excellent. Carrier bringing out the Lysandra support and then the
Guys,
Rakan.
rekomen cemilan yang enak apa? Ciki.
From T1 as a whole, but a very serious game. We'll see if they confirm it.
Poki mahal aja deh.
Game 2 and can keep this sort of focused gameplay. Don't go back to some of their
Doritos.
series that we've seen.
Kuaci
But
aja
if this
gitu.
is a level of player that T1 show when they are serious, then they're understandably going to be very feared in the LCK Cup.
Yeah, I mean, T1
Snack
looking very
asin
strong
lah.
when they do play to this level. Doran had the
Makaroni
most damage
pedas.
in the game, did a lot of
Ooh.
hitting the Crocodile
Popcorn
in the
aja deh.
top lane, but also did have a very nice game on the Gnar. Bunch of big ults in that one.
Kita beli
Faker not
popcorn
really given
misalnya.
enough time to really scale out of control to put up the big numbers, but obviously did have a fantastic game number 1. And guys, that is T1 1-0 over KT here in the Telecom War. Kind of looking like a lot of the Telecom Wars we have seen in the past, where T1 just roll over them. We'll see if they can do it once again in game number 2, as we are going to take a quick break and have the space to break down that game 1. We'll be right back.
Poptron. Mahal kali popcorn ya. The Hill. Kinda broke right now. Dengan roster ini apa mungkin T1 bisa juara LCK deh? Mungkin banget sih. Bahkan bisa jadi bener ya. Ya kemudian kurang greget mana Katie yang di final kemarin. Ya beda roster sih, wajar kali ya.
아래로 갈래 아래로?
위 내가 막할게. 위에 내가 막할 수 있어.
나르는 나랑 위에 볼래?
야, 위에 봐도 돼.
오케이 오케이 위에 파르스
위에 확인해보자. 위에 좋긴 하다 이거. 나도 봤어.
파르스 도플
뽕은 봤어. 뽕은 높이야.
나 위에 왔고 받을 사람?
틀려 높을. 낙한도 높을.
끊었어
나 딜을 못했는데. 나이스.
네?
내 노공이야. 할 수 있어.
나 원딜 노플이라 하지 않았냐?
잘못됐어. 빠진 줄 알고. 아까 발론도 안 썼나? 안쓴거 같아. 방금. 생겨주실 분. 괜찮네.
Gam time gak cash? Gam, oh iya kita nonton Gam. Gam time lawan MVK sih harusnya menang ya. Kelihatannya tidak terlalu yang LPL apa ya sekarang? LGD OMG. Ya kita nonton Gam dulu.
Clip, it was phenomenal. I'm a big fan of Leona. She's definitely one of my mains when I play on the Rift. But that engage and stun that she'll be able to bring onto the Ziggs. Obviously, Alistair would be able to, you know, headbutt, pulverize, and clear that space away. But it's just another way for Garm to be able to jump on top and engage. These dive comps are proving very strong.
Bukan mana Katie di World kemarin bang, tapi mana BDD mode World yang kemarin.
Varus just sits at long range while this entire front line protects him.
Nggak tahu ya. Lawan DK mah, bukan lawan DK. Pas lawan DN Frix mah, Katie bantai-bantai ya kemarin. BDD-nya pakai Zoe. Kebetulan lawannya T1 ini mah.
Absolutely, and if Kiana can get on top of the Varus, like, that's lights out for that AD, you know? So MVK also have their own angles, and I'm looking forward to how they prepare them and get on top of Garm and really compete here in this game one of the VCS derby of MVK Esports versus Garm Esports.
And that's exactly it. And the Garm fans, the VCS fans, rocking in. The question has to be asked, Logan. Do MVK know what time it is? Because I've got a pretty darn good feeling that it might be Garm time.
I think they hope it's
kalau
not
lawan
Garm
Genji
time.
kemana tuh kayak? Kalau lawan Genji kayaknya Genji masih lebih kuat sih. Harusnya sih menang Genji ya lawan T1.
Is seen it, has spotted it out. I think they just want to place their ward and walk away as this little cheeky poke.
Oh, and we've seen the problem with these early invades now with the timing of the game. Everything's so much more accelerated. So you can see both teams looking in a position to try and contest, but those deep wards do go down, so they will get themselves vision. Shogun having copped a little bit here of punishment from the poke Varus that is going to be played here. Understandably so. This is not a comp you want to get all too close to.
No, absolutely not. And yeah, those invades are so much more punishing now with the game starting a full 35 seconds
video
early.
barusan mana deh?
Now it's down to 30, so you don't even have time to poke,
Ribet
base,
gantinya.
heal up, and get back. As we've seen in
Udah ganti overlay.
Zenith blade into a headbutt. Level 1.
Aku sudah kembali ke overlay. Mesti pindah ke overlay LCP dulu. Bisa sih, coba. Coba ya, mereka. Mic-nya ke mute. Oke, di sini posisinya MVK memiliki tim susunan tim yang amat unik ya. Tiga APC ini. Mereka tidakkah kebanyakan AP-nya tim MVK? That was weird. Aku tidak tahu apa yang direncanakan oleh MPK, tapi mereka memutuskan untuk menggunakan 3 AP di tim mereka melawan Poking Varus. Yang mana Ziggs ya bagus lawan Poking Varus mah ya. Soalnya ini udah jelas bakal main Lethal Varus, soalnya dia punya rune Meteor dan juga dia sudah membeli Tear of Goddesses. Ziggs ADC meta sih kalau di PC ya. Normal ini mah. Cuma masalahnya mid lane-nya Orianna ini. Nggak kebanyakan AP-nya. Tidakkah AP-nya terlalu banyak, Bung? Azir tertekan di sini oleh Orianna karena ya matchupnya cukup sulit untuk Azir ya, karena Azir belum ada Nashor Tooth untuk adu trade damage lawan Orianna, yang mana sakit sih Orianna sih. Sepertinya kedua tim memiliki posisi siap untuk melakukan engage, tapi ternyata Taki juga pergi ke mid untuk mengcover Azir di sana. Awalnya mungkin Kiana dan Alistar ingin berusaha untuk membuat play di sana, tapi ternyata Taki juga udah di lokasi. Taki ini salah satu S-tier support di LCP ya. Dia support yang bagus. Dan sepertinya Kiaya akan mati karena bentar. Somehow Alistar sudah sekarat begitu saja. Azir tidak mampu mencapainya. Alistar akan selamat di sana. Ultimate sudah digunakan ternyata oleh Xante, namun Kiaya nggak mati ya somehow. Sementara itu Ziggs dan Varus saling lempar artileri mereka. Nothing new. Dan ada ward di mid lane.
I don't know why, but buat Kiana mungkin ya. Wih, Chain of Corruption digunakan, namun sayangnya Zik selamat menggunakan flash. Nice terai. Lebih baik kelebihan AP daripada kekurangan gak sih? Ada istilah kebanyakan. Butuh nanti Leonanya siapa yang bunuh? Leonanya ntar bikin full AP, gak ada yang damage. Kucet. Bom digunakan untuk meng-clear wave karena Dragon sudah spawn. Sepertinya Ziggs siap untuk team fight walaupun kehilangan ultimate-nya untuk clear wave di sana. Kiana sepertinya di sini akan bersenang-senang karena matchup Rumble tuh enak ya lawan Kesante ini. This is literally on his favor right now. Kecuali nanti Kesante udah jadi Panic Rookern. Mana nih kamera naga, weh. Nah, Dragon sepertinya akan diamankan oleh Gam Esport. Sementara MVK akan mendapatkan ketiga grabs karena pertukaran objektif. Seperti Wild Rift. Tumben. Engage dilakukan oleh Taki, tapi Shotgun berhasil menyelamatkan diri menggunakan bom. Duar, lupa gua namanya skillnya Ziggs. BTW, apakah LCK sudah kembali? Sejujurnya LCK belum kembali ya guys ya. Jadi sementara itu kita akan menikmati LCP. Pertandingan yang kali ini chill banget ya. Kedua tim tidak ada blunder yang dilakukan. Mereka hanya melakukan pekerjaannya sebagai laner sejauh ini. Supportnya juga dari tadi bagus. Ketika Alistar mencoba untuk membuat sebuah play di mid, Taki langsung datang di sana. Oh, Taki sepertinya ada di lokasi berusaha untuk membuat play, tapi Alistar selalu mengcover Orianne yang GG nih. Dua supportnya GG aja. Mereka sama sekali tidak no celah no celah untuk kedua support. GG banget pokoknya. Ya kayak aku berusaha latihan casting bahasa gaul sih biar keren. Kenapa nggak Ghost aja yang jadi ADC aiming di bench aja? Aku juga setuju. Kenapa gak gitu aja? Ghost jago Jhin anjir. Just let Ghost play Jhin, bro. Kenapa aiming? Oke. Di sana Azir terkena damage yang cukup signifikan. Jadi dia terpaksa untuk recall, kurasa. Tapi dia memiliki TP, jadi harusnya aman sih. Dia bakal balik lagi dalam enggak, dia gak jadi recall ternyata. Oh, Jarvan sepertinya tidak jadi terciduk. Dan tiba-tiba terjadi sesuatu anomali yang aneh. Tiba-tiba kita pindah ke LC, luar biasa. Mungkin itu ada ultimate dari ini ya. Ada ultimate dari champion baru Riot yang membuat kita pindah ke LCK. Marvelous, marvelous. Keren sekali. Kok malah chatnya ya? Nah.
Here by T1, obviously something they very successfully play.
Maybe they want some kind of top-tier immobile AD carry, such as in Aphelios, or even a.
Sepertinya kita terkena ultras dan kita berpindah ke LCK tiba-tiba, luar biasa.
And they are happy to give BDD Orianna, but not if it's paired with a Nocturne.
Yeah.
It could be a theory.
Looks
They're
like
banning
it.
Rumble, so I think they
Faker
might plan
Yone,
to just
let's
grab
go.
that first pick Azir. And the
Faker
thing is,
Yone.
if KT right now
Bring it
ban
on.
Orianna, sorry, ban Azir, they're giving over Orianna. So it's a
Give me
difficult decision
Faker
to
Yone.
make. Notice always,
Please,
sorry, also that
please.
Nico is available as well. So that might just be the ban here, and then we get the trade
It's
mids.
time to us to see Faker Yone in ages.
That would be what we expect, although.
Actually, yeah, I mean, this is also, you ban Ambessa here.
Main
and
Azir
then
pasti.
T1 might end up
Pasti
going
main
to Azir,
Azir.
which we theorize, and then we get
Nah,
the trade.
pasti
here.
main
It could be
Azir. Udah pasti main
Orianna
Azir
Nico,
dah. Bosan
or it
anjir.
could be like Orianna Gwen, maybe. Or you don't even take the Orianna here. You take
Orianna
like Nico Gwen or
free.
something. There's a lot of options for KT.
Yeah, Orianna
but
free.
T1 are going for
BDD
that,
will play Orianna here, I
Azir,
guess.
The intent to trade it for the Orianna, as was kind of suggested by the Nocturne ban.
Yeah. Don't think they'll be able to take
Yunara
both.
instead
But
was
as I
being
was talking
taken.
about, a lot of top-tier engage picks taken off the board. Even the Rumble that can do well with some CC to make an AD carry's life hell are taken away. So the Yunara does get picked up here. And we saw the Varus first pick for the side of aiming in game number 1. Not a big surprise that they go ahead and prioritize aiming's pick here again.
Yeah, so in this situation, with the Yunara being secured, I think things for T1 that go higher in priority, like the Nautilus, especially with like Vigon. But they are going to look to secure the Nico as well.
Nico Yunara nih. Harusnya bisa menang KT ya, dapat Yunara Nico.
And obviously Nico does well in lane into melee supports, but there are a lot of range supports that can potentially bully her out.
Keria main trash. Kalau Keria main trash, maka pertahanan Lulu.
Yeah.
Okay.
So a pretty strong pairing, and even though the 5v5 is strong from Yunara and Nico, you can get bullied out in lane by this 2v2. As long as you're dodging away from the skill shots from the Nico, you can kind of just walk at them with the shielding and bully them out a bit, and also you become very strong in the team fights yourselves. Now the question is, what KT gonna pick here?
In
They
2026?
are looking at the Akali, not the Orianna. So the Orianna might just get banned away here, and the Akali is a flex. Yeah. We've seen it top lane a lot.
And also,
Akali top lane
just solo killed Jovi
ya, itu Akali top lane.
Yeah, in this matchup.
It's Akali top lane.
Akali versus Azir. So, it's been a counter for a while. I feel like Azir kind of doesn't really care about what he's playing against generally, but Akali can be one of those picks that can be very annoying, and you can sometimes be in danger. So Orianna just not picked up, ignored for now.
Yeah, I feel like you need, there's a certain level of hyper mobility to keep up with Azir. The old school counter was Zed, but you just need not just a level of mobility, but you need even more than that to get on top of an Azir, and Akali does have that. So it looks like T1 are going to start banning away Jarvan here. It's Poppy in the jungle banned away by KT. But it looks like the Orianna not getting banned away yet, so expecting this Akali to be
Orianna kayak bakal dilepas sih. Kalau Orianna dilepas mungkin nanti BDD main Orianna, Akali top, berarti jungle-nya mungkin kayak Malpet di ban ya? Karena mungkin Akali bisa jadi top lane sih, belum tentu di mid lane ya.
When we think about it, 3 jungle bans from T1 ban, 4 so far banned on KT side, so really heavily pinching the pool here.
I do wonder how deep it is going to go. You know, what level of jungle pick are we going to see as Pantheon also taken away? So they don't want to give
Ya,
that
Orianna
Pantheon
dilepas.
here on R4.
I mean, if we
Orianna sengaja dilepas karena on Nocturne di ban tapi.
We're not counting Rumble in the jungle because that's not been a thing for a while.
Oh iya, Zahen free loh.
So full expectation here for KT.
Kayaknya mereka bakal lepas Orianna buat ngambil Zahen deh. Kecuali Zahennya diambil sama Perfect mungkin. Perfect bisa ngambil Zahen di sini kalau dia mau. Atau Orianna. Ah benar. Berarti kayaknya sih Orianna mid ya. Orianna mid terus Juani jungle. Akali top lane.
In the LCK Cup, which is crazy for anything with LCK in the name.
Yeah.
To not have a Sejuani game.
Not the most meta nowadays.
Yeah, and they
Doran,
are go for the Gwen.
Doran
so this
Gwen.
is interesting because I feel like, yeah, well, it was just a hover. I was feeling like the Akali being in the game would kind
Let's
of
go!
discourage you from taking the
Zahin.
Gwen because if the Akali gets
Doran
flexed into it, it's going to be a
Zahin.
bad time.
Owner main Mundo.
We get the Zahen coming in,
Mundo? Mundo.
and then Mundo comes
Kayaknya sih.
through.
Oh,
I
Rek'Sai.
imagine
Oh, Akali mid. Akali mid.
We at least know
Let's go.
this isn't his first game. He got that out
Cannon,
of the way
cannon.
in World's
Cannon?
knockout stages.
What is this draft though? Rek'Sai.
And it looks like we might just get Rek'Sai coming through. Obviously great at stacking the passive for the Sejuani and pretty durable in the top side. And Perfect also did have a good game earlier in the LCK Cup where he's kind of just impossible to
Rek'Sai.
shove out.
Akali mid
Even
berarti.
in the
Let's go
series
Cinema
against
anjir.
DNS, well, later in the series, later in the game, sorry, he was just impossible
Bidi
to
dia
trade
kali
through.
loh.
Now, they do have a good amount of sustained damage in this game, but he can be so hard to pin down. So, a lot of dive potential from KT, a lot of melees to stack up that Sejuani passive, but I think they might just struggle.
This is older.
They kind of
Second time on Mundo overall on his career. 100% win rate.
Because you think about the fact that like Sejuani and Rek'Sai are bulkier champions.
100% win rate on Mundo, by the
I
way.
don't think they're ever going to have DPS struggles.
No.
And also, Mundo...
Supportnya KT siapa? Ghost sekarang yang main. Diganti ya. Tadi Polu sedikit apa ya? Dia banyak throw tadi. Jadi sekarang diganti Ghost.
Yeah, I think KT, there's definitely potential for them to find momentum in this game, but I think burden
Ya, Owner Mundo memiliki win rate 100%. Jadi harusnya kita baik-baik saja ya.
And also Ghost has been
Untuk
subbed
T1
on
fans.
He needs to be finding big engages because otherwise you're
Skin
playing
yang
into
itu
Lulu
lagi.
who's just going to outvalue you by pressing ultimate.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on this new support player in Ghost. As we are getting ready, let's hop into the rift for game number 2 of the Telecom War.
Doran main Jahanam. Jahin. Gue bingung ngapain Ghost yang base-nya ADC malah jadi support. Mungkin kayak Reckless kali ya. Mereka mau main chill aja kali. Reckless juga kan jadi support.
Very straightforward. It just felt like a slow and steady collapse of KT by the hands of T1. And I'm hoping that this one has a little bit of a back and forth, so it can be a little bit more interesting. Trying to clear out that forward ward, not quite able to, as Keria very scary.
Tenang, kita harus percaya pada Ghost. Aku yakin Ghost bisa menyelamatkan KT dengan Nikonya. Apalagi BDD main Akali nih, bos. BDD nggak tahu kenapa BDD main Akali ya. Padahal dia bisa main Yone tadi, mungkin.
And Ghost is playing.
Yone lawan Azir cukup kuat.
Maybe a tribute to him, actually, in the summoner spells.
It has to be. There's no other explanation. Well, it's pretty good on both of them, actually, because especially Yunari, you pop your ult, you want to get in there.
Yeah.
Got those first 3 crits.
I think this is one of the things with playing Nico into a range
ADC
champion,
kecil tinggal farming
especially
positioning aja,
these
support
champions
harus com terus sama
Lulu,
roaming.
or, I mean, Calm is
Ya
even
tapi
worse. But these champions with shields and a decent
harusnya
amount of harass,
bebannya
where
nggak
if you
seberat
miss your
ADC
skill
sih.
jumps, or, you know, they
Soalnya
shield the
ADC itu
harass
kalau
and then just poke
kena
you back,
gap
it feels so bad because
ngaruhnya
you don't have
banget
any
kan ya.
sustain as the Nico, you don't have shields to mitigate the
Kalau di
damage.
support
you don't
ya
have,
tetap
like, actual healing
penting,
sustain
but
like a Nami,
I think
so
you can chill in support.
you have to land the poke, but then also avoid taking damage in return, or you're just gonna have a bad time. Which is why Nico always worked so well when she's playing into a melee champion, because you get that combination of harass, and you have the engage that every LCK support, I mean, honestly, every competitive support loves.
Yeah.
But you see here in this trade, that was a good trade on the carrier, but it's still aiming goes to a down in terms of health.
Yeah. Always just feel like they're not going to be taking good trades with the Lulu that came in. The priority on the Nico that we knew was going to come out because it was not banned immediately just gets countered by Carrier. We saw him play Lissandra in game 1, which is a very out of left field pick.
Katanya T1 udah disupport sama di mid.
Most basic enchanter in the Lulu, and he's going to make your life hell in both games. It's not going to be easy.
Cause T1 udah disupport
down
sama
here, but so is Cuz. So I don't think
bentar guys, aku
we're
AFK dulu
diving
deh.
anytime soon.
Yeah, but it's always good when you see, you know, Ona pathing down and making sure he's just there. He's just present, so Cuz can't do anything to disrupt the 2v2. And getting damage on the tower already for Pays and Carrier is great. Obviously, getting that at first plate, the extra gold, but also the extra progression towards the quest from that first plate is really valuable. And Faker again, I mean, it is Azir into Akali. They're getting some good early progress in the lane. And we did see last time when this matchup happened between Chovy and Vikla.
Yeah.
You know, Vikla got that really good early trade level 1, which I assume didn't happen between BDD and Faker based on how the lane is now.
Doesn't seem that way, as now we do have the Sejuani and the Rek'Sai trying to get to work on the door, and the flash comes in, and he is so dead. First blood will go over to Cuz on the Sejuani. Feeling very comfortable on this pick.
Yeah, you saw actually the passive, it wasn't fully stacked for Doran, and then it started to drop because he was focused on running and not maintaining it. I'm not sure 100%, but if he'd been able to have it stacked, I think he might have been able to just get away from that one. But it's pretty low, like he zoned off the wave. I don't think he would have been able to stack it in time regardless. But here, he's trying to run away, it times out, and then he's just running. And without that res being able to come in, he's kind of just doomed, so. Pretty unfortunate.
Yeah.
BDD getting a good trade there, back in return. I think this is the most annoying thing about Akali. Even though they nerfed Doran Shield and Second Wind, it still just feels like you put so much damage into her, and she still just doesn't run out of health.
It's Akali and Yone, I feel like, that are the worst with this, where it's like, they just don't die. They have insane amounts of mobility. You can harass them forever. Eventually, it feels like you just run out of mana.
That is one nice thing, though, is that they made it so the mid-quest, you get contribution towards it based on damage dealt to your lane opponent.
Yeah.
So you're rewarded for harassing them. Even if it feels like you're not doing damage, you see it ticking up.
And Deliverance does come in. Perfect's only level 5. It's not kill pressure just yet, but there's a massive wave coming in here. And that's going to be a plate already going the way of Doran. So he's going to be happy with the trade regardless.
Yeah, and he's ahead in terms of farm. You know, Pivek's going to be able to pick up a little bit of CS on this wave, but down the plate already. So Doran, despite that gank, able to do pretty good in the 1v1 matchup.
All right, BD does not have flash, and he's trying to go for a trade here up against Faker. Does utilize that perfect execution and does get away. As now Pays getting engaged on down in the bottom lane. Is going to try to flash over this wall, and that he will. The stun does come in at range. Big rotation down from Owner and Faker, but the disengage does come through from KT.
Yeah, good gank here from Cuz to get that summoner spell. And obviously Ona able to find something on a BDD in the mid lane with the setup from Faker. Not the best mid-jungle combo in terms of gank pressure onto Akali. You know, Azir, Mundo.
Yeah.
But they'll make it work. And Faker will get that crystalline overgrowth. So doesn't quite get the plate, but very close to it.
Perfect once again, just going for a little proxy in the wave again.
I mean, of all champions, you know, other than like Singed, I think Rek'Sai one of the better ones to just do this because it's almost,
Faker might just die here. He has to flash very close. As the 5-point strike almost caught him on the backside of that right before he flashed away.
Yeah, I think if BDD had flash, I think he's just dead. I think he just flashed Jews and he's just down. So that was close for Faker to going down. And showing that despite Faker definitely having the edge in game 1, it's still a very close fight between these two mid laners.
Yeah, BDD's after blood, after the way that game 1 went. Getting solo killed, BDD does not like to lose the lane. But that he did to Faker's Rise in game 1. So trying to get revenge. Of course, BDD was the first one who had to flash away earlier on. But able to even it up without his own flash is always a really good feeling. Especially as he gets closer to that first item.
Was because going the Zeke's first item on Sejuani, obviously the Zeke's did get changed this season to now have ultimate haste on it. So we'll have that Glacial Prison available more frequently.
Does seem like a very good item for a champ like Sejuani.
Wait, is Sejuani's Glacial Prison or is that Lissandra's?
It's Sejuani.
And what's Lissandra's called again?
I don't know.
You're the play-by-play. You're supposed to know
Ask
this.
Atlas. I don't know. He knows all the names. You gotta put in some studying. But I do know that
here's his Frozen Tomb.
Is
here's his
Sejuani.
Frozen Tomb, and here's his Glacial Prison. Okay, that makes sense.
It does. KT are getting to work here on this first Drake, and owner says you can have it. We don't have Canyon in this game to throw down a flag and steal it twice.
Yeah, fortunately, that's still just insane that happened twice. And on the Baron as well. But Cuz looking for Fake here, no flash.
Oh, and it's gonna land. There you go. The Glacial Prison comes through, and Faker just trying to sweep him away. He's taking damage from the ranged minions even, and he is without a dash. Eventually just gets hit by the flail of Cuz and gives the assist over to BDD.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a serious question. Did Zeke's always look that cool?
I think so, yeah.
I feel like
Pretty sure.
Maybe it's just because I often see it in the middle of a fight, and you can't see the full animation. But
also, we kind of used to make fun of it.
Yeah.
The engage comes in. Pays, though, is just standing and firing. And yes, he gets a kill, but aiming is eating good tonight as he picks up the 80 carry. Not going to get carry as the glitter lance. Slow is too much, but still able to farm up and push the wave.
Yeah, I think KT happy with that generally in the fact that aiming gets to stay in the lane. Even though it's a 1-for-1, both AD carries get the kills. Aiming gets to stay in the lane and push it in. But Ghost does burn his flash there. So in terms of summoners, T1 trade up, but in terms of aiming, get into, push in, get a plate, I think, here. Yeah, and some extra farm. Definitely a trade up for KT. So good engage there from the KT bot lane, showing what the Nico can do. Yeah, I think it's just because you see it so often in the middle of the fight, but this cool glow, how it's got like the red half and the... Actually, do you not think it looks cool? I
think it does. Cool I think it looks a little updated.
Yeah.
It's got like the fire
on the
glow.
ice. I swear it didn't look that cool before.
On the edge. Like, I think it has some extra special effects.
Yeah. Does it do more damage? No. It just looks a bit cooler.
It feels like it does more damage now.
And that's the
because it looks cooler.
Yeah, that's... it's got better vibes. And that's really what we're about here at the LCK.
Yeah. Tempo vibes. Regular vibes.
Damage vibes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's important. And now comes with that ultimate haste. So, can't complain about that. Perfect is really just... he knows what his goal is this game.
Yeah.
Doran is like, guys, I don't know where my laner put... Oh, there he is. He's doing something. Very interactive lane, top lane, when you're playing against a Rek'Sai.
And eventually, they'll finish their quests, and maybe then Perfect won't proxy as much.
Is he too deep, by the way?
No, I think it's fine.
For the lane quest, like I'm not sure if it stretches that far, all the way past the tier 2.
I would assume it does, just because he is proxying there and not in front of the tier 2.
That is a bold assumption to make. I'm not 100% sure. I know it stretches between the tier, like where the jungle cuts in between the tier 1 and the tier 2.
Yeah.
I know it stretches there, but I don't know if it stretches between the tier 2 and the inhibitor turret. I don't know. But he was very deep there. I guess we'll see if his quest finishes much later. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't have it mapped in my head exactly where all the limits are for the lanes.
Yeah, weird. We do have the flash coming in, but Pays in a bunch of trouble, slowed for basically forever. Even the wild growth, not enough, and the root comes through, and Ghost will rightfully take the kill just as 4 supports as Ghost is picking up, and once again, Paze goes down second time. Now the engage coming in on a Keria, but not quite going to land that time around.
But, you know, you're still happy with that, getting flashes from both the bot laners, kill onto Paze as well. KT making this work. You know, we talked about the bot lane, expecting the pressure from Paze and Keria in the 2v2, and, you know, they have had that in the early levels, but punishing them, burning the summoners, getting the kills, this is what we want to see the KT bot lane duo do. And especially when we get to team fights and you have things like BDD and the Sakali being a real threat, it's definitely going to be a bit worrisome. This is just Puz making a straight beeline. The ult doesn't connect, but the slow is still there. And even though Paze flashes, Puz flashes to follow with the W, and then that root just clipping him right at the end. You know, it's also the fact that Paze didn't opt to go cleanse in this game.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of cleansable stuff.
I mean, against the Sejuani, I think in general, we always used to see cleanse. Just to respect the Sejuani, and it has been a little while since we have seen Sejuani here, but it's the LCK.
And no Mikhail's rush either.
That's what I thought he would build Mikhail's. Like, I thought, okay, you're going Ghost, and your support's going to get Mikhail's to shore that up.
He's also going into Ghost on the other team.
He is, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point. So Cuz coming in here, giving the Heartsteel stack over to Owner. But will Owner go down is the question as the flash comes in, and he's just supremely dead. And even a root here onto Keria. Dash over the wall. Keria, no flash once again, has that Cerelia's. And he's going to be okay for now.
Oh, are they... Okay, I thought they were going to just push the wave and try and trap them, but no, they have better things to do with their time. They're not going to spend a
second Drake
30-40 second timer just to make sure they get the kills. BDD's looking here but doesn't have ult, so I think he's just trying to scare Faker away.
He has double buff, but yeah, no ult, no gunblade even, so kind of just
I thought he was
trying to get a good trade on the Faker.
But Fake has ult, so probably better not to. A wise decision from BDD, not just to send it. Yeah, this has been a good start for KT. 2 dragons in pocket as well. Unfortunately for them, it's an Ocean Soul. But Ocean Soul with Rek'Sai Sejuani can be a little bit annoying, but still, it's definitely not the soul you were hoping for in this game.
Still, it's going to be a nice amount of value.
It's a bit of a reprieve for T1. I think there are other souls where you're like, oh man, we really are in trouble. But
ooh, the ult and the flash to come out here from Faker in live.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in the replay, Owner just died.
Yeah, because stuns to get the passive, ults to follow up, and then BDD like kills him before the R2 even comes in. So yeah, they are getting a red-white access on this turret.
How did this happen?
Just a awkward reset time, I think, after they took the dragon.
It's just a first turret for T1, just based on that. And I mean, KT had a really nice lead, and now the ult is gonna miss, and Paze just goes out of there. Ult's also not going to land from Cuz as BDD is here, though, and I think they should be able to get him down as the Shuriken does miss, but the job is done regardless. 2 kills for KT at least to get some revenge.
Yeah, that was a little... Ona is very healthy, and they are not, but I think there's just too many KT members around. And
I think he just wanted to stop the back.
Yeah, we'll achieve that. Perfect's going to have to move in to defend mid, but that does leave top vulnerable, so Doran going to get some plate damage here. It was a little messy, that fight. Did look like it could have been a bit scary for KT with some misexecution, some skills not connecting, but just brute force is enough to make it work. And the bot lane for T1 getting punished again. Paze in particular being targeted heavily and paying for it, but it's still...
turrets.
Yeah, T1 getting another tower. BDD has no ult here, so I don't think he can get the kill. And this kind of feels like one of those games where you look at the top of the screen and you see 7 kills to 1. You see 2 dragons in advantage to KT. But the goal difference isn't massive. It really isn't. And it's a little worrying for KT. Because if you do something like this, where you're missing both your big ults, in a 5v5 team fight, you could lose the game off it, right?
Yeah.
This still worked, right? You had enough members, BDD comes in, one-shots them. This play is still fine. But you do something like that in a big team fight when you're only 1,000 gold ahead, it could really cost you. Especially because it's an Ocean Soul, so you can't just rely on stacking dragons to win you the game here. It gives T1 a lot more space. KT definitely ahead in this game, but not by as much as maybe you'd hope based on how many winning plays they've made so far.
Yeah, it just feels like when you look at all the fights, it's like, oh yeah, obviously KT are dominating them. And then you look at the 0.8k gold lead, it's like, wait, how did that happen? Well, 2 turrets down, all the plates, obviously. And, I mean, you look at the farm, like a little bit more for the Mundo, a little bit more.
I mean, you look
at the Azir.
You look at where the gold is, the only person with an actual sizable gold lead is Cuz. And it's Sejuani. It's like, he really cares
I'm
that much.
back. Bentar.
She is going to
Kok
be
kalah,
pretty
T1?
much unkillable.
What is happening?
You know, you say that, but
What?
into T1's team specifically, they have a lot of damage. I don't think
What
anyone on
happened?
KT's gonna be
Why T1 lost na?
unkillable.
Well, at a certain point in the game, sure.
Kok kali?
I think
Kali jadi?
Only Kanik Rookern and Zeke's, you're not doing all that great against the Aphelios.
Yeah, into the Zahen as well, into the Azir. I think, you know, you'd be surprised. Even if Fed said you want.
Oh iya, gold gap-nya nggak terlalu jauh ya?
Durable. There's a lot of
Gara-gara
DPS
kamu
T1,
nonton deh,
so
Faker jadi malu. Oh gitu.
a little worrisome, you know.
Aduh,
But it's still KT
gimana ya?
ahead. And I think the big points in this game
Apa karena aku
we have
co-streamer
Dragon up in a minute.
resmi
We'll
LCP
see
ya?
what T1 have to do around this. Do they just forego it? Do they just go, hey, we don't actually need to fight
When
this?
dia request
Or do they look for an
tanggal
angle?
30
Because I
real
think
ini
if
mah.
KT get a big blowout fight
Tanggal
win on the
30
back of
kita
this,
wing rip ya.
that could be huge. That could be something
Open
that leads
mabar
them to
deh,
get a
open
Baron.
mabar.
That could be something that leads them really snowball in the game.
Tapi lu streak ditanggung
One
sendiri.
thing to note is when we look at the summoner stock check, we have flashes up on everyone right now apart from Faker and PDD. Ghosts coming up, I think it should be
Real
up in
kak,
time.
nggak langsung ya.
But the ones that aren't up are
Masih
Faker
sisa
and PDD.
50%.
I think
Sisa berapa
Faker's
sih?
won't be up in time. Faker's not as much even as Azir, you know, I don't think it's that big of a deal not having flash. But the main thing is Pays has his up.
Masih sisa 50
that would
anjir.
be a big safety concern.
Mana bisa sehari.
Yeah, definitely would. I mean, we saw what happened in the bottom lane without his flash, where he had the wild growth and he still got run down.
Even with his
when
flash.
even when he did flash away, it was like, yeah, you're still dead, buddy.
Yeah,
The chase potential of
50
Sejuani
menit seharian
and
bisa kagak bisa coachnya.
Yunara can be pretty rough to deal with. So it does look like T1 absolutely wants to fight over this one. Trying to get some wards down and trying to push out mid and bot. Perfect, just looking to TP into this play eventually. As BD looking to isolate Faker, he's going to get that barrier away from the Verdant barrier. Getting pretty low is this Drake now as the TP is coming in from Faker up to the top side of the fight. And now the engage from Doran going to get onto that back line.
KT masuk. Nico, pop-up blossom-nya, Empress Divine-nya tidak berefek apa-apa untuk sejauh ini. Aiming is online. KT win is real.
As T1, they get the Drake.
KT win is real. Aiming is actually good.
And the super sub pays off. Ghost comes in and gets a massive ult
Hello?
there onto T1's backline. This is exactly the fight KT needed to continue the momentum. Getting a huge win there. They don't get the dragon, unfortunately, but honestly, I don't think it's that big of a deal. They get the mid lane tier 1. They get a bunch of gold.
Faker
and now they're starting to
Azir,
build a
by the way.
very sizable lead. We see here, Faker
interesting.
TPs to join the team and Ghost. Look at this angle. Perfect gets the initial knockup. And the
Wow.
sliding flash catches basically everyone you want there. And it gives
So,
this
that
window
was just
for
happened?
perfect ability to fly in. Carry even polymorphs BDD and it just can't do anything.
GG
Aiming
loh,
sliding over the wall
perfect Rek'Sai is
to meet them as
GG,
they
man.
kite away. So now that 800 gold lead we saw, 4,500, that is a sizable gold lead. You can see on the graph.
Ngeri-ngeri
it's
Bang
reflected.
Aiming.
This is what you needed to really snowball
Tolong
the game.
konsisten Bang Aiming.
And you were talking about the soul. I mean, it's one ocean Drake that T1 got. Like, that's not worth.
Yeah.
Actually, any individual Drake, I think, after that would not be worth, given the size of this lead. As T1 say, cool story, Valdez. We're going to just start
T1
the Baron now.
Baron.
It's T1
Classic.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
And no TP on
okay.
perfect. But this takes a very long time.
Let's
this day and
go.
age. This is not the T1 Barons of old. So they're just
Kas
going to
is
kind of
here.
send it and look to turn. Ghost getting a little bit low,
BDD
but Karya
is
as
killing
well.
everyone. Pop Blossom
And,
digunakan,
that's gonna
gak
be the end
kena
of one of the
siapa-siapa.
supports as in
Nice
Ghost
try,
Toria
nice try.
backline just immediately dies.
Zahen lenyap
Whereas
begitu
for
saja.
him and the T1 Baron,
Agak
looking more
low
like
ya,
a
Faker
KT
masih punya
Baron at
ulti
this
loh.
point, as the
Ayak
knock comes
ulti
in
digunakan.
right before
Faker akan
can
dibunuh oleh
sweep them
BDD.
away. As,
Masuk lagi.
we do see the
Oh my
Aphelios
god,
doing a lot
itu
of
dia
work, but
BDD
not
yang ku
quite
kenal,
enough. BDD
Bung.
cleans it up.
Senggol
And that is a
dong.
5-for-0 ace in favor of KT.
Back to back,
Ini
just
baru
perfect
BDD
fights for
aing.
KT. You know, it just didn't look like they had the game under their control, and I felt like it came down in these critical moments, and they do
Ini
not
baru.
miss a beat. And
My.
now 15-1. Baron in hand. This is exactly what they needed. BDD with a great angle here. Keria has to self-wild growth to peel. And even with that, he's getting annihilated. Doran goes in, but the rest of the team is retreating, so he just
Bawah
gets taken
diserbu
out
mulu deh,
immediately.
sedangkan
Two members
owner
down.
sibuk latihan
The rest
Q
of the
di
team is
jungle. Si
hesitating, not sure what
anjing.
to do. Do we back
Malah
away? Do we
latihan
contest?
mundo.
Perfect flies in and finds Faker. And BDD look, connects the shuriken onto FaZe. And then immediately FaZe follows, follows the fate of the rest of his team.
Game 3, game
And
3.
KT, you know, from a game that felt like it was
Real
still
kah?
a bit up in the air.
T1 bakal
they
loss
are
pertama kali kah?
doing
Listriknya
well
putus kan?
Yeah, a couple of team fights where you absolutely crush your opponents. Feels
Jadi
pretty
aku
good. I
bisa
think
beli
Ghost died to Baron.
9.
That's fine. He's an eco.
We brought some food, bro.
To have Baron buff. KT already got everything that they would like. And on the side of T1, this has unfortunately become a little bit of a pattern where they are coming into series as the big favorites, but dropping up against DRX, and now looking like it's going to happen against KT.
Kalau kalah game 3 baru serius mereka masuk akal. Tapi aku masih berharap Faker Rio nih. I can see Faker Rio nih.
As someone who talked about them being, you know, locked in, serious in game 1.
Yeah.
You did warn me.
I did warn you.
I did ignore you.
Not the first time.
Not the last time either.
Honor ikut kayak AFK jajan kayaknya anjir.
One person
Ya
I really
kali.
want to give a lot of praise to is Ghost. I feel like on this Nico pick, I was like, right,
Dari
you're taking
Korea
this
ini
Nico,
ikut dia.
into Felius Lulu. You're not going to have complete pressure in lane. You need to make this pick work, find the big engages. And
Iya,
he
Faker
really
kena gap
has.
parah loh ini.
Ghost showing up in a big way.
Bukan cuma buat lane yang kena ini ya.
Yes, they can absolutely do that.
Oh, we got the Grim Deliverance coming in here. Doran wants to punish. Perfect. He was just going to tunnel away.
Champion is just... It's so uninteresting. He spent 80% of the laning phase just proxying, and he just tunnels away like 3 times when you try and kill him.
Biasanya latihan di ASK beneran mainnya di World.
And it's not that easy to
Oh kak, T1 circus
Okay, at
kayaknya.
least it's not the farm alarm when he just used to ult and just come back from
Is
miles
this just
away.
the classic T1
Can you
circus?
imagine if top Rek'Sai was a thing and that ult was still a thing? How obnoxious it would be?
You get him to like 5%, he just barely gets away. Backs. TPs with his ult.
Yeah.
You do it again, he TPs back with his TP.
Oh man.
It's not fun.
No. Well, we don't have that to deal with, but it's still pretty frustrating. And right now, KT just trying to keep up the pressure with his Baron. I think T1 doing a good job of clearing out the waves for now.
Yeah, they're doing what they can. But at the end of the day, it's looking like a third Drake for KT. And, you know, 9,000 gold the lead. I don't see T1 and their immense amount of damage doing all too much from this far behind. I think they just die before they're given any amount of time to deal
Ini sih
damage.
susah ya.
And those targets that they're trying to deal damage to are even more tanky.
Aku sering
more
nonton
levels.
gameplaynya Zahen ya di e-sport ya. Kalau misalkan udah behind gini susah sih Zahen. Dia tuh champion yang salah satu champion yang harus disuapin early-nya. Late game kalau kagak makan useless sih.
Like you can shred them given time, but they're not going to give you time.
Yeah. I mean, FaZe is on 2.5 items.
Beda sama Apelio sama Azir.
With the Banshee now. Like those are not champs at this point in time that are farmed enough to cut through the lead that KT has.
I mean,
Doran
KT has a
bet.
2-level lead, so does aiming. I mean, that's a big thing, is the XP advantages that KT has as well over their counterparts, pretty sizable. You know, we talk about how the gold from Baron, the global gold, was reduced, but the XP wasn't. So KT getting a lot of value from that.
Faker sampai bikin Banshee fail.
Sizable gold and XP advantages. Sometimes we have games where you do have a gold lead, but the XP lead isn't that significant, but this one, it's feeling pretty painful
Gak kurang damage
right
tuh.
now.
Yeah, a couple items we see on the side of KT, like aiming finished, a mortal reminder. So even Mundo isn't that tanky. And
I think Mundo's one of these champions as well, where like you hit a point where if you're just ahead of the curve, you're just too tanky
Kenapa
to
HP ku
cut through,
tiba-tiba
and your
mode
healing
getar?
kicks in, and he just feels immortal. But then if you're behind, you just die before the healing can really find its footing, right?
Perasaan aku
You want
matiin
ult when
deh.
you're low, but you'll just die, right? Especially when you have things like Rek'Sai ult and Akali ult that are actual executes. So I think because he's behind the curve in this one, and
Ya,
doesn't
Honor
have
main
much
Mundo
armor,
somehow.
he will just die.
Dan Starcard steal-nya masih 2 digit. BTW udah 26 menit.
I anticipate that.
We are looking at some of the levels here.
Kalian lihat stack hardstyle-nya Honor.
At 2 full levels, aiming basically the same.
Yeah.
Most damage dealt is Doran into a Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I think whenever you see top laners having the most damage when they're into a Rek'Sai, it's just fake. It's fake. It's just, it's even more.
Are top laners even real?
It's even more than like when you see damage into tank. It's just damage into Rek'Sai because he just soaks up the damage, heals up, and it's like, okay. That's how it goes.
Oh ya,
from 0 to 100.
Naga masih lama sih 2 menit lagi.
Yeah. Aiming picked up Infinity Edge, so I mean, look at his items and look at Pei's items. Doesn't seem that fair. In all honesty.
Sudah ku bilang, Honor harusnya main Zahen, Cuk.
So he's not too far away.
Zahen jungle lah, pelopor.
LDR, but still, this is a very strong Yunara right now.
I'm still demanding Honor Zahen.
In about 15 seconds.
Aku tidak akan bosan-bosan.
You know, we had the last Baron buff time off, and it's just KT hasn't been able to really push the pace forward. So at least T1 have had a bit of a reprieve to stall things out.
Yeah. Just feels like they're desperately clawing at some items that are barely out of reach, namely that LDR. As we're gonna keep zooming in on these fights, these little skirmishes, even though they don't really matter.
Tapi emang rata-rata kalau misalkan Mundo jungle pada bikin hasil sih, walaupun ngestaknya susah ya harusnya ya kalau main jungle ya. Tapi ya rata-rata Mundo jungle emang bikin hasil sih.
She just waits for the buff to get off as ult comes in onto Owner and he flashes away.
That's my kills down from Carrier.
Skarner juga, Skarner hasil.
Won't have the option to get whoever out of CC and also flash from Owner, which does make it a lot easier to set up for the Baron if you want to go for that, or Dragon for the Soul.
Incar HP-nya kali ya, benar-benar.
You just need to walk over there yourselves. So I think KT could honestly look to really bait this one, force them over. There is a blue trinket that just got used there. I think it was Faker's.
Yeah, somebody did throw it in there.
Jadi kasih kill lah T1.
So I think they're gonna move over.
Pei, selamat datang di T1. Ketika timmu yang OP banget ini kadang-kadang suka menjadi tim terburuk di LCK. Somehow, welcome to T1, Pei.
Now is the point you don't have those to check them. I imagine they'll either really start to beta or start it. Okay, they are starting it, and as you can see.
Aiming sudah nge-start Baron, sepertinya dia sudah tidak kuat lagi.
Well, that's Baron.
Yeah, you could face check.
Dia mau ditukar sama Naga kayaknya. Baron trade sama Dragon. Atau mungkin tidak. Tidak, ternyata cepet banget Baronnya.
Unless he's going to walk in a straight line towards the Baron and just steal it away somehow, which is not going to happen. There's just no point in actually contesting it. So the Baron goes over to KT. BDD is level 18.
Yeah. Perfect's level 19. Aiming's almost level 17, so he is really far ahead of Pei's right now. Dragon is up at, you know, yes, it's not great giving Soul over, but it's an Ocean Soul. There's a lot of other Souls where it feels so much worse.
Dan Dragon Soul akan diamankan oleh KT Roster.
It sucks, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. You need more items. You know, BDD can't gain any more levels at least.
When you're 10,000 gold down, they have Soul on Baron. That is just what you gotta say. It is what it is. That's the only thing you can't say in that moment.
Yeah, it's that or, you know, FF go next, which of course in pro doesn't happen. But they will say, you know, go next in their minds.
Tapi ya sejujurnya ya, Kas sejuaninya lebih bagus loh dari Honor. Nggak bohong gua. Dibanding sejuaninya Honor sih Kas. Mantap sih.
That's the thing. Defending the base and stalling out isn't impossible for T1 because KT's siege is not great. They're pretty short range. Like the only champion that actually walk up and hit the towers is basically aiming a ghost. And neither of them want to really be that close to the tower against T1.
Bisa jadi ngincer Elder sih, sengaja dikasih soul. Sepede itu mereka. Owner sih harusnya gampang nyampah ya. Dia kan nggak bisa kena CC nanti. Password.
To get through the Baron buff.
Yeah.
And then you just play for the Elder flip, I guess.
Yeah, this Baron buff is really just doing nothing.
Okay.
TP's away from BDD.
Yeah.
Kalau nggak salah di e-sport tuh nggak boleh suren sih. Kalau suren kena denda.
That tower, you know, it's so hard to defend.
You cannot surrender, you'll get fined.
Also, at the end of the
Bahkan
day,
AFK
like,
aja
there was so much passivity in the last,
penalty
like, 5
ya.
to 7 minutes. They haven't burned
Jelas
any
sih,
summoners.
maksudnya.
Like, Pace
But
is
still.
here with Ghost, Flash, and Mikhail's available.
They did get Ona's flash, so that's still down.
Well, yeah,
No,
but
it's
like,
not the worst.
that's literally it.
Like, look, Faker just cleared 2 cannons out. Pace is clearing.
You're pushing into a Zero Felios, and if you're not
Soalnya
gonna
pernah
hard engage
kejadian
the
waktu itu
turret,
di
they're just going to clear
di
against
LEC ya. Casey ADC-nya AFK gara-gara dia di lock target sama musuh. Akhirnya LEC Casey milih buat AFK.
Finally press their buttons and engage and get some space on this mid turret.
Okay, that was good.
Ketik GG langsung nggak bisa lah. Nggak bisa lah. Didenda.
And inhib tower. Oh, well, it's been rebuilt.
Kayak Casey kemarin ADC-nya bukan kemarin sih, tahun kemarin. Tahun kemarin ADC-nya AFK gara-gara di lock terus disebel. AFK aja.
Down and it's only one inhib tower broken, one inhib broken. So I think honestly still pretty defendable for T1. They're really stalling this game out and making KT work for it. But now Perfect's got an inroad here.
All right, they're gonna actually try to engage on a perfect.
Wah, miss. Alah.
That feels bad.
Well, you know, it is what it is.
Aura Faker berkurang 200 juta.
Who do you think would say it at that moment? Would it be Ona?
On T1?
Yeah. Would you
probably Owner?
Coach
Jeki lo kemarin di lock terus kagak AFK, respect Bang Jeki. Iya, Bang Jeki aja kuat.
I think if there's one guy on the team that's saying it is what it is, it's Owner.
Yeah, that's fair.
Especially like playing Mundo and falling behind early and
Faker downfall kah?
Just walking around, farming, and doing nothing else.
Just says it is what it is.
It is what it is. Hopefully I'm not playing Mundo in game 3.
The one with the biggest goal deficit in this game.
Yeah.
Classic. We just saw Perfect and Cuz pick up Randuins at the same time, so I hope Pays enjoyed not doing damage, because he's now not doing damage even more.
He's reaching the negatives soon.
Also, I mean, Doran has Sundered Sky as well, so reduces that crit damage, I guess. But mostly stopping Pays' damage. It's 2 minutes until Elder Dragon. And when was the last time we saw T1 leave their base?
Yeah, I don't know.
Kayaknya emang tinggal N aja sih. Emang nggak bisa deh.
So, you know, to
I
be
think
honest,
just end the game, I guess.
You know,
Yeah.
that new thing you picked up since you became a father.
Miss juga ultinya, anjir.
And, I mean, Cuz gonna get the flash at a pace. That's what you gotta do. You know, I was saying
Micro
before.
advantages. Oh, Ona?
Owner gak punya pasif, Owner gak punya pasif. Kill, duar, duar.
Doesn't want to die. He's just gonna throw his ult up and say this is good enough.
Okay, he tanked it.
Walks it
Nice.
off.
Okay.
Yeah.
He just shook it off. He just said it is what it is, and he just powered through it. I like that energy.
Dora level
He's full
20
health
tuh.
again.
They're just waiting. They're just waiting for KT to
Dora level
actually
20 juga.
try to break the base. And this time, 2v1 on a Doran.
Doran 1 versus 2, ini kah champion Mobile
He's
Legends?
G and passive, so he's really hard to kill. But, you know, unfortunately the tower isn't.
It's a lot of PvE in this game.
2 inhibs down. That last inhib, they really need to defend that. Because if they lose that and KT just get the Baron, the Elders doesn't even matter. They can just...
They do
wait,
2 inhibs.
they have bot inhib up.
Yeah.
Okay, they still have up. Sorry.
They got the turret.
My mistake.
And I feel like KT is just sitting here without Baron buff.
Ini kayaknya sampai ciki gua habis kagak kelar dah,
Well,
guys.
they end up leaving because the Baron is spawning, and they kind of have to, but they only got 1 inhibitor. I mean, this is one of the slowest,
Kayaknya bakal
most methodical pushes I've ever
tukar
seen.
Elder dah.
Back to the World Finals and just thinking
Enggak juga. Dia rebutan buff merah. Well, okay.
We gotta lock in,
we
guys.
gotta lock in. It's super serious.
Yeah. It's game 2 of the best of 5. No mistakes.
They got the Baron.
Dapat
BDD
Baron.
is
TPing home.
Akali TP ke base.
I guess he felt he did.
TP ke base.
But they've left their base. You know, they're going on a nice.
Akali TP ke base. T1 sepertinya akan mulai kontes Elder lawan KT yang punya Baron. Sebenarnya KT tinggal nge-push aja sih.
But Dorn's there with TP as well.
Yeah, the Elder spawned.
Do you think 13,000 gold is enough? for KT?
I would
Do you think they have a lead enough?
Jadi mereka akan lawan KT dengan Baron.
I have no idea.
Mereka akan melawan KT dengan Baron buff. BDD mencoba untuk flanking ini dari belakang.
Very nice angle, but they are going to spot him. The engage comes in from Doran, aiming.
Gak ada ketahuan, Pop blast yang digunakan. Oh, Faker! Mati begitu saja. Elder didapatkan oleh T1. Mundo mengamuk dengan buff Eldernya. Sepertinya Mundo akan membantai seluruh tim KT dengan oh my god, Owner. Oh my god, Owner. Owner! Gak jadi sepertinya.
How is this happening? What does this
mean? Tapi setidaknya T1 berhasil menyelamatkan gamenya. Well,
this game needs to be studied.
Longest game here at the LCK Cup.
Yes, it is.
40 menit anjing.
You know, I didn't need that. Yeah,
I already knew.
It's been so long since Ona just. You know what? I am certain that he said after he smited this.
Berarti T1 punya 4 Elder dong. Holy shit. Owner dapat Elder, terus dia nge-kill Aiming.
That's the vibe you gotta have.
That's the vibe you gotta have.
Don't put too much thought into it. Don't think about the numbers.
Lihat ada streamer ilegal, tolong di-strike. Aku udah restream LCP tadi ya. Aku sudah bekerja. Tadi udah nonton LCP.
Singing payphone. Leaning back in his chair. I mean, we got objective bounties now. We have Elder Drake for another minute.
Our objective bounties at the thing
right now. Welcome, Lord Kuro.
So they take down mid turret. That's
Raja TFT, guys.
Going over to
Ada Raja TFT, anjir.
Look at the scores. No one even has 2 kills in that team, right? How is it that 3 and 7? That team is 3 kills to 17. What Perfect's backdooring? Someone needs to answer what is going on.
And Faker got interrupted there. This inhibitor is definitely going down.
Kalau T1 menang, sumpah lucu sih.
Props to Perfect for making it interesting here. You know,
kalau T1 menang lucu sih.
So need to resort to some.
Kalau T1 menang sih Peri Pani ya.
Second inhibitor here. Faker still trying to clear the wave.
What is going on?
It's just what the fuck.
I'm not sure you can. It is what it is.
T1 menang kayak botak kagak aja. Perjanjian KD botak tuh janji menang world ya.
Well, Elder's about a timeout. We have inhib timers, so it's a while before top inhibs back up.
Yeah. But it was 13,000 gold plus the lead. Now it's only 6.
That's a lot less.
At 40 minutes into the game, I mean, that's not a big deal.
True.
Like, KT are still ahead. But
also, I mean, you start to think, right, because his full build now, right, and other members of KT are starting to approach full build, it's kind of, you know, gold's starting to get a little fake, a little less real.
I mean, Pace is
Elder udah kelar ya?
Right,
Guys,
he's doing damage.
Inflation has hit, right? I'm starting to question some of these numbers.
Kok KT gak bisa N sih? Punya Sol, punya Baron.
Yeah.
You can't just give out 2,300 gold.
Ini T1 yang jago defense atau KT kagak tahu cara nge-end aja?
Of items. That's what we're trying to establish here.
Ya karena Elder sih, tapi but still though. Just end the game. Do you want to lose?
Level 18 basically. That needs to be level 18.
It is a 40-minute game and Faker still doesn't have his Rabadons. So that's.
Respect streamer ya. Keburu mulai nih JDG jam 5. Jam 5 kita nonton JDG kocak.
Yeah, I'd actually like to see his gold number right now.
Thing is, he's not even that far behind in terms of gold compared to BDD.
Yeah.
He just doesn't, like, he's got a lot of farm, right, objectively. But it looks like his items are so much, it's just that I feel like the lack of hat just makes his items look so much less significant than BDD's.
Yeah.
There's something about it. It's like when an 80 carry doesn't
too.
Whoa, he just
bukannya jam 6.
There you go.
Now his items look great.
Now we don't need to see the
jam
gold
5 deh
yeah,
pesan.
now his items look good. This makes a lot of sense. He was just storing up all that gold. He was sitting on the Seekers and he wasn't finishing the Zonyas because he still had the active. And realistically, you're probably only going to use that active once more per game, right? So, okay, well anyway, it's 40 seconds till Baron. It's a minute and a half till Elder.
And
what is going to happen?
Fight it. I think they're going to...
I mean, I assume...
Maybe, do they give the Baron away and just try to fight Elder again?
I don't know, right? We're really... This is delving into the unknown at this point.
Uncharted territory.
Definitely uncharted territory at this point.
41 and a half minutes.
We've also established
40 menit gak ngapa-ngapain, woy.
pretty darn tanky.
Hello?
FaZe is starting to do a good amount of damage. Yeah, I think we talked about the scaling on T1.
40 menit gak ngapa-ngapain, asu.
They were just so far behind that it didn't matter for so long.
Backdoors, Doran, watch out!
Oke, Doran got caught, but if Zahen gak punya stack harusnya mati sih. Gak ada ultimate, gak ada flash, mati. Nggak selamat. Tiba-tiba mereka war di Baron. Mundo is very thick. Doran is safe. Faker is trying to save Doran, but double Zonias. BDD, what are you doing?
Zonia's 8 seconds, so they're able to time the damage and take him down. And now the T1 Baron is looking pretty good. We got TP coming out here from Doran because Faker's gonna die. Oh, please, owner. It is what it is, he says. And now they're just going to run towards the Elder, spawning in 5. But we have a flank coming out here.
Sumpah kalau T1 menang, Cok.
This flank and maybe try to get on top of these, but I don't know if they can. Doran trying to get away. And I think he's just going to go down.
Sumpah kalau T1 menang, aku ngamuk sih. Kalau T1 menang, nah, bisa. Kill Mundo.
And now KT have to back away. This Aphelios too scary.
Kalau T1 menang sih aku murka.
Oh my god, what is happening in this game?
What the heck is this?
I nearly interrupted Doran's TP. I was watching the minimap. He was like millimeters away. I also
Elder, aman. Harusnya sih free Elder ya.
But it looks like KT getting the Elder.
Harusnya sih free Elder.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, Elder's a very good buff, but it, you know, T1 got an Elder and couldn't end the game.
T1 with the circus play again.
I don't know. They just missed a... I mean, okay, I didn't think... Yeah, he did smite. He just missed a smite again.
Yeah. Well, it was the other guy this time.
Well, the other guy, but yeah. Junglers... Smite does 1400 damage, guys. Come on.
Feeling a little nervous, perhaps.
Step it up. Okay, so he shovels them away.
Ultinya dipakai buat kabur, tapi Shuriken kena. Nah, di sini kayak BDD mau ngehindarin apa? Ngehindarin apa?
Yeah, slightly later, gets
Faker
around. Okay, they have Elder, so it's very scary.
Ngehindarin hooknya Zahen ke?
They have no turrets.
Faker ke Zonia juga.
They can just walk up.
You were saying. I mean, the damage Faker is there. They gotta be careful. They can't just walk head first into this. Because yeah, you have Elder, but you don't have everybody here. And it's like we're playing hot potato right now. KT can't hold on to this thing. This win that they had deep buried in their pockets is now in their hands and bouncing around, and T1 are desperately trying to grab it away. All right, well, Aiming's able to push down that Azir turret in the bottom side. We still have 2 inhibitors up. 3 minutes on the top one. FaZe has so much protection with Mikhails, with Lulu, level 18,
apakah potensi M7 kalahin World View-nya kalau misalkan RRQ atau kalau misalkan RRQ masuk final kali ya RRQ apa nih? Onyx kok RRQ sih? Kalau Onyx masuk final ya kali? Atau AE? Aku juga ngintip sih Mobile Legends dikit sekarang. Kayaknya seru deh.
I don't think they can end the game.
I don't think the super minions get here before. I mean, they're pretty fast.
Oh, sisa A ya?
Touch just before the Elder times out.
Oh, Nick udah pulang.
Oh, it's tight timing.
All right, they're trying to make it a game here because it's just gonna go down. Just gets burned.
Kas just died. Mereka punya Elder by the way. KT have Elder by the way. Populasan digunakan, tidak ada damage, KT kalah guys. KT kalah, punya Baron, punya Soul.
They just won this Elder. They just
I can.
They just equalized. The kill score is 9-18. What is this game?
I cannot believe what we're seeing here.
Why?
He's got his hand on his head. I think he knows they have one cannon minion in there and they can just tank it.
I think
I think they just end.
Just end, nggak bisa 30 detik anjir, 40 menit.
It's a clean game. And it is what it is.
It's a clean 2-0.
Wow.
Nothing to see here.
Wow, nothing to. Wow, clean. GG T1, GG.
Down 13.
T1 Storm, nothing new here. Cool.
They were
Nothing new, it's just a T1
And KT said, you know what? Here's 20 minutes. Do whatever you'd like. Scale up. Get your Aphelios into an unlosable position.
Nothing new, it's just a T1 Storm. Let's go.
Oh my god.
Is this worse
Epic.
than the DS?
Nice.
Yeah, good luck with that. Yeah. Who was good in game 1?
Berarti kita masih punya waktu 1 jam ya buat nonton JDG. Ngapain ya? Push rank?
Fake had some good
Keria
moments.
played Lissandra, you know?
Yeah, Keria's good in game 1.
Alright.
Lulu was good, right? Oh my god, my brain is mush after that game.
Yeah, I don't think the logic really... You know, Doran was pretty good as well.
Mundonya Honor fungsinya dari tadi nerima damage doang sih, tapi
I just
GG.
look for the coach.
Take all of them, you know? It's so...
Maybe just close your eyes and kind of just like circle the page somewhere.
Yeah, just let
Oh
my
iya,
hand,
LCP.
might let my hand guide
LCP
it.
masih main Kagam.
Oh, this is tough.
Yeah, I don't...
So shall we just watch again then?
Just your stock standard tank Malphite, which we've come to see. I could be wrong. It could
Game
just
is
be that
winning.
little bit of added damage on top of the tank Malphite. Who's
Itu
to
supportnya
really
Katie
say?
kayak mau
But Sahin
nangis.
making his way
Gimana
into the
kagak
LCK as well
nangis?
at the same time.
Baron
We've
2
got Seth on top
kali.
lane, but,
Dapat
he has sort of
Elder.
gone from
Masih
landing his own top
kalah,
child. He
anjir.
was down in the bot lane as a support for Orchid. That was up in the
Lelucon
top lane.
macam apa itu,
Well, he just
Jo?
likes exploring the rift, you know. It's a new place. He hasn't been here before. He's got to make sure he checks it all out. I really feel like he's settled in at home before he makes a decision whether he stays or not. That's what I'm hearing. Did you see Yunara delivered Xin Zhao's spear tip back to the King of Damascus?
Iya, BTW yang rate-nya Honor masih 100% loh Mundo ya.
Here's the spear tip.
Yeah,
GG.
we weren't quite sure because obviously he's not wearing his crown in the cinematic. So like, is it Jarvan? It looks like Jarvan, but he's not wearing the crown. So yeah, look.
Jangan-jangan tadi Honor mondar mandir itu dia baca skillnya Mundo, kocak.
Yeah,
Sambil-
it's gonna be
sambil
two dudes
scaling.
with big two-handed weapons slap fighting in the top lane, it seems.
baca nonton tutorial Mundo dulu tadi di YouTube.
Released and the
40
passive,
menit.
like basically a free death. They were like,
Edan.
oh, it's the old Aatrox back, and so everyone's like, oh, look, it's Aatrox brothers. Like, in the
Aatrox
top lane. It's the
2.0, give it
twins.
approved. Down in the bot lane though,
Yeah.
things are getting a bit bleak for Garm. Draktar comes in support, but that mystical journey means that they get themselves away. Time. Oh my
Sumpah
lord,
lucu
the Praise
banget.
Seeker. Unfortunately, it's a
Kok
little how do you do
T1
out the door.
menang, kok
Courtesy of Shogun.
bisa-bisanya ya.
Yeah, that was, mind you, that was an absolute snipe through the minion wave in the dark. It would be interesting to get a replay on that trade because, like, when we cut to it, they were at
Kok
quite a
bisa
disadvantage there.
menang ya?
You know,
Aneh
Shogun and Ellie are
banget
really
sih kata
driving
gue
home
mah.
their advantage. Artemis has popped the barrier, still has the flash, and Shogun's barrier is nearly back up. So Artemis will soon be at the summoner disadvantage.
Yeah, great bit of vision control here from Garm. Means they know exactly where Guri is and can see that he is sitting level 4, working his way nicely towards level 6. And they get much the same on the other side. MBK do spot out Draxthar at his Raptors camp. And okay, so it looks like it is going to be the Bandle Pipe's first item here for Guri, which we did see last time it's made its way onto the Rift in week 1. Just that little bit of a steroid for Shogun, and I think he's going to be happy to take any of that he can get.
Ini kalau best of 5 match 3 T1 makin ajaib lagi kayaknya.
Were swiftly called for a nerf, and they're
Real.
actually gonna
Tadi
go in the
aja
next
udah
patch.
ngepur itu
They're
tadi.
going to go up from 2,000 gold to
Driver aku nggak
2,300
tahu
gold
ya.
because people believed it was
Di
a little
LCP nggak ada
too
driver.
efficient for what it was worth, giving that
I don't know
AoE
where is
attack
driver,
speed,
actually.
a bit of movement speed, and the stat line. It was almost a mandatory first pick item for a lot of champs who can do that sort of immobilizing as well.
Oh, inflation hits the Rune Terror as well. It seems no one is immune. 300 gold. That's a price hike and a half. But either way, I mean, look, yeah, it has been an interesting item to see come into the Rift and just how it impacts things. That little bit of a, and it feels like those CC and even Enchantress supports have just that little bit more to offer now. Being able to give that
Nonton
steroid
Alois
to
tadi,
your bot later while
Honor,
still building some
sambil main.
bulkier items.
Yeah, absolutely. And while we were here, Kratos actually got a really good push in on Kiaya, sent him back to base. He had to take a recall there. But Taki is just trading into Elio down on the bot side.
Jadi dia udah ngalahin AL di weekend pertama Gigi Tabe. Tapi Hongkyu banyak troll sih. Aku semoga Hongkyu ngurangin egonya ke depannya ya. Soalnya kelihatan masih kelemahannya di Hongkyu sih jadi kemarin pas lawan AL.
Making sure that the job is just a little bit easier, gives that little bit extra acceleration to Draxar.
That's it. Good leash. Thank you very much. And then back to lane to just swing away at Aatrox. Kratos and Kiaya here. They're probably just going to... I was about to say.
It's just knock up
trade each other.
Vampir ya? Vampir iya, tapi kalau misalkan lagi ahead tuh yang sering throwing tuh si Hongkyu. Kalau vampir normal lah, support sering ketangkep mah. Kadang dia offset terus mati. Ya udahlah. Tapi Hongkyu nih kadang pas ahead dia suka maju sendiri.
You know, if they hadn't have been spotted, Guri probably would have been looking for that gank because he goes around the backside. Elio and Shogun preparing to push this wave in.
Ultimate masih belum digunakan, tapi dia akan memukuli. Akhirnya ultimate digunakan dan first blood didapatkan oleh Kaisa. Dive amat sangat clean dari Malphite.
But he survives to fight another day and gets himself a decent chunk of change.
Yeah, look, well played by MVK there. They pushed the wave in, they collapsed together. The right person, Elio, tanked it up for as long as they could. Obviously, Shogun taking 2 ramped tower shots was not in their plan, nearly taking them out, as you say, as we get a replay here.
Yeah, I mean, holds that unstoppable force for a good long time. You see that Realm Warp coming in as well, just to provide a little bit of extra support should they have needed it. But no, I mean, yeah, that was a dicey one. Shogun, someone agreed, would have definitely been a death sentence from that.
No, absolutely. Well,
emot BDD langsung dikasih mahal. Nah itu tuh yang gitu-gitunya. Kirain aku bakal mulai improve gitu. Ternyata makin parah. Tengilnya Hongkyu. Pas scale malah makin parah tengilnya. He's still good though. Dia tetap mid lane yang mid S atau Atir lah.
Getting some health as well. And Kiaya's got a Tiamat, I believe it is there, ready to go.
I'd imagine going for the Titanic Hydra, but who's to really say at this stage? We haven't seen quite enough as a Heen to make that call, I think, one way or the other. But as it stands, I mean, it's a decent enough lane so far for both Kiaya and Kratos to say that. As they're going at it, hammer and tongs or sword and spear.
Ini kita mode caster dulu kah? Nonton LCP.
This Boy Grubs fight brewing. Kratos has been caught a little bit here, but Grub does go down. Tempered Fate connects, but it's only on to one. Do they find the angle on to Guri? Unstoppable Force. They find themselves the opening on to Kiaya.
Grab sepertinya di sini akan diamankan oleh Mundo. Mundo des. Abis lihat match Mundo jadi PTSD gua. Kita harus melihat Mundo lagi setelah pertandingan tadi. Jesus Christ. Alright. Ares telah di-kill oleh Kati. Aatrox di sini sepertinya kesulitan untuk laning melawan Zahin ya. Ya aku baru lihat sih matchup ini ya, Aatrox lawan Zahin ya. Biasanya Zahin itu ketemu Sion, Rumble, Gwen. Akhirnya dia di sini ketemu Aatrox. Biasanya Aatrox di jungle. Posisinya di sini MVK unggul gold cuma sedikit sih 2k. Tapi Dragon pertama diamankan oleh Gam Esport by Draktar. Draktar ini aku lihat gameplaynya dia sekarang kalau bisa dibilang dia jungle terbaik di LCP sih, Draktar ini. So far the best jungler. Bard pakai Electro Kit ya? Iya juga. Why? Emang iya apa? JDG BLG jam 6. Berarti masih lama sih. Selama belum mulai mungkin kita nonton Gam versus MVK dulu sekarang. Di top lane Aatrox berhasil mengepush kembali Zahin, dan keduanya memutuskan untuk recall karena keduanya memiliki TP. Tapi sepertinya Aatrox memutuskan untuk kembali memberi pressure di top lane. Tadi Katie ngebadut dikit gak ngaruh tadi kayaknya ya. Gak di NN sama mereka dimainkan, akhirnya kena azab. Azab gak mau end. Di comeback. Buset, hujan gede banget. Very heavy raining outside. Sejauh ini nothing happen, kedua tim hanya farming saja. Ulti digunakan oleh Bard, dan di sini sepertinya flash digunakan oleh Ryze untuk menyelamatkan nyawanya. Dia saranin baca banyak buku biar nambah kosakata jadi lancar kostumnya. Baca buku in 2026. Ya tar aku rajin main LOL tar. Biar makin hafal nama skill. Oke, apa namanya? Bard tuh Magical Journey telah digunakan, namun stunnya tidak kena, dan Aatrox hanya akan menge-clear minionnya dengan nikmat. Mundo mendapatkan banyak damage dari Kaisa. Aatrox sepertinya akan kesulitan di sini. Ultimate digunakan oleh Zahen, namun beliau memutuskan untuk mundur, walaupun harusnya bisa sih itu pasifnya 3 lagi. Tapi sepertinya Ryze memutuskan untuk melakukan flanking di sana. Flash digunakan oleh Kiaya. Kiaya berusaha menyelamatkan diri. Tidak ada vision terlihat. Teleport digunakan oleh Kiaya, dan Kiaya berhasil menyelamatkan dirinya. Nice. Oh ya, ultimate-nya Cosmic Bending. Teleport. Life. Aku kurang suka baca novel, sukanya visual novel. Oke, Oke, Malphite mencoba untuk mendapatkan Herald, tapi sepertinya dia sadar dua orang dari tim GAM sudah siap untuk memperebutkan Herald di sana. Dan Nidali support. Lah iya. baru ngeh aja. Bentar. Meleng dikit Nidali support lah iya. Kok Nidali support ya? Nidali oke, Malphite sepertinya akan mengamankan Herald di sini. Oke. Nidali support kerjanya apa guys? Atrox di sini sepertinya akan dicoba untuk digeng oleh tapi Atrox berusaha melawan, mengikis sedikit nyawa dari Bard. Mundo mendapatkan beberapa golem di sana dan tapi memutuskan untuk mundur karena Malphite sudah sampai di lokasi. Sherlock tak parani. Dragon sudah spawn, kedua tim sudah siap harusnya untuk kontes second rate. Cosmic Binding digunakan tapi miss. Kaisa berhasil menyelamatkan diri, dimana saat ini berarti Bard kekurangan powernya karena ultimate-nya telah digunakan. Magical Journey digunakan. Untuk saat ini posisi setup Dragon dikuasai oleh MVK. Drakdar berusaha untuk mencoba melakukan steal dan berhasil diambil oleh Drakdar. Itu dia jungle terbaik di LCP. Dengan mudahnya dia mengambil Dragon, tapi sepertinya MVK tidak akan memakan dia dan setidaknya mereka berhasil mendapatkan Mundo. Dengan mudahnya Dragon diambil. Sementara itu Aatrox kesulitan untuk melawan Zahin di lainnya. Rune Prison digunakan dan sepertinya di sini Ares akan mati dengan dua orang. Namun dia selamat ternyata. Dan Malphite kehilangan flashnya di sana, sayang sekali. Kok dia kagak mati ya? Ini chill banget ya. Jalan. Nge-smite. Des. Semudah itu dia mengambil Dragon, saudara-saudara. Bahkan tanpa bantuan teman-temannya. Di sini Zahin dalam posisi sekarat, namun karena dia masih memiliki pasif, sepertinya Ryze memilih untuk tidak menyerang lebih lanjut karena di situ ada ward dan dia menyadari bahwa Bard berada di lokasi dan Bard masih memiliki ultimate-nya. Jadi meskipun posisinya MVK unggul gold, ini mereka kalah lane banget ya somehow. Sepertinya di sini Aatrox mungkin akan berhasil mendapatkan turret pertama dari GAM. Kiaya sudah berada di lokasi untuk menghentikan split push dari Aatrox. Ini nungguin LCK sambil nonton LCP kah? LCK ya udah kelar. udah kelar tadi. Sisa apa ya? Abis ini apa? Genji kah? Oh, Nongshim lawan di RX ya? Wah, itu kayaknya seru juga. Tapi nonton LCP aja lah. Ultimate digunakan oleh Malphite dan di sini Bard akan kehilangan nyawanya. Magical Journey digunakan oleh Mundo untuk memundur dan di sini Zahin tiba di lokasi. Zahin di sini memiliki dengan level tertinggi ya, dia harusnya bisa melindungi GAM. walaupun dia kehilangan pasifnya, sekarang mungkin ini kesempatan MVK untuk melakukan fight. Sepertinya Yunara akan kehilangan nyawanya oleh Aatrox, dan Zahen memutuskan untuk mundur karena 3 versus 4 itu akan sulit. Tower mid akan diambil oleh MVK menggunakan Rift Hell. Baru lihat replay hard combat gitu anjing T1. GG sih, itu mah GG sih. Itu mah T1 GG sih. Ini Malphite ulti bagus tuh kena Bard. Tapi kalau disimpan buat Yunara lebih oke gak sih? Zahen itu kalau pasifnya gak dapet ya susah ya tim packnya. Cepet banget lagi turunnya. Wah, bisa nih Aatrox dipakai nih buat lawan Zahen nih. Biasa orang-orang lawan Zahen pakai Killer Instinct digunakan, sepertinya dia memutuskan untuk meng-kill. Reaper's Wall digunakan untuk melindungi Yunara, dan sepertinya sebaliknya Shotgun di sini sepertinya akan kesulitan. Namun belum ada yang mati. Justru Yunara tetap mati. Casting macam apa ini anjir? Ya pokoknya seperti itu guys, kira-kira. Nice play dari MVK. Gam sepertinya sudah mulai kolaps. Ini sih langsung digunakan ya Killer Instinct-nya tanpa ragu sama sekali, walaupun di sini Talia masih punya reverse wall. Tapi somehow dia safe ya. Itu dapat dikasih heal. Terus di sini root-nya kena dari Nidalee support. Jadi itu fungsinya Nidalee support ya. Kiaya di sini memutuskan untuk melawan Aatrox, tapi sepertinya damage-nya masih kalah ya. Damage mate itu 1100 atau 1600. Di PC aku nggak tahu ya kalau di PC. Oke. Bukannya di LCK juga ada ya penjelasan efek dragon nih? Di sini support Nidalee berusaha untuk memberi sedikit vision untuk timnya. Sementara Zahin sepertinya mulai kesulitan melawan Aatrox ya. Walaupun posisi gold mereka sama. Tapi jujur damage Aatrox sih sakit banget ya. Zahin mah kalah. Aduh damage sama Aatrox mah. Asal Aatroxnya pinter ngehindarin pasifnya si Zahin aja cicil. Kayak deh kenapa lol gak ada tim PH yang katanya tim PH itu jago game MOBA? Ada. Kemarin tim PH main di LCP promotion dan dikalahin sama Taiwan. Jadi mereka nggak bisa masuk LCP. Kurang rame juga sih kayaknya LoL di PH ya. Jadi timnya juga nggak banyak. Itu timnya rata-rata tim. Oh, Cosmic Binding telah digunakan. Sepertinya Ryze akan tertangkap di sini sendirian. Reaper's Wall digunakan untuk berusaha menyelamatkannya, namun dia tetap mati. Salah, Reaper's Wall untuk menyelamatkannya, untuk menahannya kabur. Di PH mah Doto. Nah, Doto aku kagak ngerti itu Doto. Itu ada vision dia, seperti dia tidak menyadari di sana ada vision, jadi di ketangkap mau kabur ditembokin sama Talia. Nice try. Malphite seperti akan menggunakan ultimate. Dua orang terkena airborne. Killer instinct digunakan oleh Kaisa. Kaisa berhasil membunuh Bard. Namun Malphite sepertinya agak sedikit overextend di sana. Sementara timnya diobrak-obrik oleh Zahin di backline. Namun Zahin mati oleh Kaisa. Kaisa damage-nya sakit banget. Aatrox menunjukkan bahwa dia adalah pemilik saham Riot di sini. Nice. Sepertinya beliau masih tidak cukup membunuh satu orang dan memutuskan untuk menjemput satu orang roster lagi dari GAM Esport. Welcome to League of Aatrox. Dan Baron sepertinya akan diamankan oleh MVK. Sama kayak di Indo kayaknya, peminat Dota malah tuh nggak sampai surprise, malah kayak underground sekarang. Iya sih. Tapi tim Indo kemarin main kok lawan PH lawan Taiwan, walau kalah tahun kemarin ya. Holy shit. Aatrox bro. Kayaknya value Zehen masih kalah sama Aatrox sih, atau emang supir div kayak ini mah. Ini juga seenak jidat aja. Nyawanya kagak berkurang. Aatrox. Oh iya kan sama-sama ini ya, sama-sama Darkin ya. Zahin Aatrox, Darkin War. Sepertinya Aatrox menunjukkan bahwa dia Darkin yang lebih super apa nih istilahnya, superior ya di sini. Ngeri gini bos, World Ender. GAM di sini bakal sulit ya, kecuali GAM di sini bakal melakukan strategi yang sama dengan T1 ya, yang mana mereka akan menunggu MVK melakukan throw dan mari kita lihat. Aku rasa aku pernah lihat scene ini sebelumnya, di mana Mundo berusaha bertahan dengan sisa towernya. Mungkin GAM berusaha melakukan gameplay yang sama dengan owner. Kalau berdasarkan lore, champion mana yang paling kuat? Aurelion Sol kan ya? Aurelion Sol? Dragon masih lama, sekitar 2 menit, jadi sepertinya MVK akan berusaha mengikis semua tower GAM untuk sementara. Dan sejauh ini GAM hanya tersisa satu tower inhibitor. Ultimate digunakan, Malphite masuk dan mencoba untuk melakukan sedikit play di sana, tapi sepertinya sukses. Mereka akan harusnya mendapatkan tower ya, tapi sepertinya Mundo menunjukkan mobilnya dan membuat MVK takut sedikit. Agak ngeri lihat mobilnya Mundo. Cosmic Binding telah digunakan tapi sama sekali tidak mengenai siapapun. Sementara di sini Malphite menggunakan ultimate-nya dan meng-knock up ADC dari GAM Esport, namun tidak ada follow up dari MVK sejauh ini. Justru Zahen masuk dan berusaha mendapatkan mid lane dan di sana langsung dibunuh oleh Kaisa. Ryze dibunuh oleh siapa tadi? Alia ya? Namun war-nya tadi di open oleh Zahin ya. Yang mana ini bagus sih, jadi memberi sedikit napas untuk GAM. Malphite kenapa jadi meta di PC? Katanya sih clear jungle-nya jadi cepat sekarang. They buff Malphite jungle. MVK Maverick. Bukan, Viking apa gitu nama panjangnya. The Viking. Tim Vietnam ya. Ultimate digunakan dan Killer Instinct digunakan, tapi ulti yang bagus dari Taki berusaha menyelamatkan ADC-nya. Oh, sepertinya tadi Taki berhasil menyelamatkan game di sana ya. Agak sedikit permainan yang sangat berani dari Malphite dan juga Kaisa, namun ultimate dari Bard berhasil menyelamatkan GAM dari kehancuran. Yang mana di sini akan memberikan mereka space untuk menggagalkan soul dari MVK. Gelo, GG juga Bang Taki. Keria of LCP lah. Dan berkat war tadi posisi Dragon sekarang menjadi seimbang. Yang mana bisa menjadi lebih buruk. Ini sedikit terlalu berani ya dari Kaisa yang mungkin dari Malphite ya. Mereka menyadari bahwa mereka berada di base GAM dan mereka berusaha untuk membuang semua resource mereka ke Yunara yang berakhir cukup fatal. Namun sepertinya MVK sudah cukup muak dan mereka berusaha untuk melakukan Baron yang mana hanya untuk memancing Mundo, tapi Mundo adalah sebuah anomali, nyawanya penuh lagi, tapi tetap saja Baron sepertinya akan diamankan oleh MVK dengan damage Atrox yang sudah level 20. Meleleh begitu saja Baron di hadapannya. Tapi ini Nidali supportnya kehitungnya yang bagus sih dari tadi. Jadi dia selain poking, dia mungkin karena range-nya MVK kan pendek ya. Jadi dengan Nidali tuh mereka bisa poking, terus stun-nya juga cukup bagus dari Nidali supportnya. Jadi ya, aku tidak bisa blaming di sini. Ini emang GG Nidali supportnya. Ultimate digunakan oleh Bard cuma mengenai satu orang, yaitu Malphite, dan tidak ada damage sama sekali. Zahen berusaha untuk masuk, tapi seperti Zahen akan dibully di sana dengan full stack-nya. Dia akan kembali hidup. MVK memilih untuk mundur karena Zahen telah mendapatkan pasifnya. Atrox berhasil diselamatkan oleh Ryze. Nice ultimate dari Ryze. Oh my god, that was something. That was something. Alright. Mundo. Ini kayaknya GAM pengen kayak T1 sih kayaknya. Gerakan anti mubazir. Untung tadi Zahen dapet stuck ya. Langsung mundur MVK. Ultimate telah digunakan oleh Bard tapi tidak mengenai siapapun. Malphite berusaha untuk masuk dan berhasil mengenok dua orang, di follow off oleh Aatrox. Yunara harus mati di sana dan sepertinya MVK memutuskan bahwa mereka akan berusaha untuk mengakhiri game hari ini. Namun apakah mereka akan berhasil dengan damage Aatrox? Seismic Shove yang bagus dari Talia, tapi sepertinya tidak cukup untuk menghatikan World Ender dari Darkin yang sejauh ini menahan damage tower sendirian dan nyawanya penuh lagi. Is that Mundo 2 or something? What the hell is that? Bard kehilangan flashnya. Aatrox di sini sih solo carry ya, gak solo sih, but still though, you understand what I mean. Well played dari Kratos dengan Aatroxnya, GG sih. GG sih, kayak Aatrox bisa tuh buat lawan Zahen ya, GG aja. GG coy, Aatrox coy. Sheesh. Wah, game 3 kayaknya bakal seru nih. Nggak ada Zahen, nggak ada Bard. Taki bagus dari tadi mainnya, tapi sayang sekali ya. Seperti mereka tidak bisa memaksimalkan value Zahen karena Zahennya kena gap parah. Tim Indo win ya. Tim Indo roster kita siapa guys? Itu kah? Siapa tuh yang makan jembot? Si Eric Olim. KD support, Eric Olim jungle. Mid lane-nya Son MV. Ya, aku pikir Gam berusaha untuk melakukan strategi T1 ya, ternyata tidak. Itu Eric Olim. Kuro hitam di top lane. Jungle-nya Timothy Ronald. Iya, katanya Timothy Ronald mantan atlet LoL Esport guys. Bener kah? Gelo juga anjir. Panutan baru kah? Taki GG loh batnya tadi. Gagal nge-raid jungle jadi ditangkap isi lob sekarang. Hah? Dia ditangkap? Kuroma cocoknya jadi coach. Real kah? Coach TFT maksudmu? Aatrox sih ngeri banget ya. Udah gitu abis ini dia nge-kill Yunara kalau gak salah di mid. Dalam tower. Nah ini. Seenak jidat aja. Duar. Aduh. Ya jatuh ciki gua. Kayak dia jadi asisten coach. Jadi head coach gak sih? Ku kasih meta wingtip. Langsung bubar timnya. Ngintip Noxim, ide bagus. Mari kita lihat bagaimana keadaan Noxim. Oh, baru mulai ya? Interesting.
It's like, oh, that's sick, but then in hindsight, it's like, because at the time when they beat HLE, we'd only see HLE lose to G1, and we're like, oh, well, HLE
Nama
took a game
timnya
of
Hell
G1 and they got
Coconut.
beaten by an
Apa
extremely strong
Sawit?
team. And then Nongshim beat them, we're like, oh, big growth from
S
Nongshim.
aja Sawit
HLE
Esport.
have kind of struggled since
SWE.
then, kind of wondering, we're still scoping out teams' levels, and I think that's just what we're kind of figuring out, right? Nongshim did have a great series against HLE, but we're still trying to judge where are HLE in terms of the LCK Cup rankings, and how meaningful is that win over HLE. And this series is again just going to inform us more and more, so I think
jangan gitu guys,
based on our
jokes ya guys.
expectations, this should be Nongshim pretty heavily favored, but you know, if DRX come out swinging
jokes yang ngeri,
here, maybe this could just give
No
us more
comment aja.
information, more insights, and also re-establish the pecking order a little bit.
Yeah, it's a good point. I think that actually both Nongshim and HLE in my mind are a couple of the teams where I'm the most confused about exactly what their power level is. Like right now, because
Ayo, you
they went head to
you
head
can
and
do this.
HLE were the big favorites there, but Nongshim took them down. But yeah, I mean, we need to see more out of both of the teams to really figure it out. Same for DRX, you know, they had some high highs, looking for more of that. We see Azir and Orianna bans here, and actually a Corki ban to come out here pretty early in game 1.
Yeah, very interesting. Jace still open and available is the one that really stands out to me.
SWAT.
Not going to be banned.
Apa polisi?
Open and available to be picked up for Nongshim. Not going to be prioritized. They're looking at Yunara instead. And this is interesting because this
Lihat
is
gameplay Yunara tuh
being picked
bosan
game
ya.
one. We often see
Jujur
Yunara
mah,
picked
ini
game
mah.
two, and a lot of the engage tools
Aku pengen
have
lihat
been
Jin
taken
sih.
away. Will DRX just snap up the Jace? We're going to look to take the Rise first and foremost.
Why not both? Rise Jace.
Rise Jace pretty powerful, especially when pressuring mid lane, because obviously Rise has a point and click route, guaranteed shock blast, guaranteed full combo follow up. If you play something mid lane that's a mobile, obviously you can't play Azir, you can blow it up. But actually, looking like they're not going to go for the Jace because they want that point and click CC to punish the Yunara. So prioritizing the Vi over the Jace, making sure they have some shutdown for Taeyun, and ensuring that they'll be able to answer him.
Iya loh, ADC banyak Yunara, terus ini pakai Jace free.
This is two squishy picks,
Jace free.
two high priority targets that DRX are definitely going to be looking to get their hands on and to shut
Nongshim
down
akan
when it comes to
berusaha
Spike
untuk mendapatkan
Fives.
Jace dan mereka berhasil.
Yeah, just pretty much S tier picks so far. Kind of just interesting to see the direction we go for both sides. We got a big
Jace
smile.
jungle yang
on
diperebutkan
Scout's face here,
dengan win
as he
rate
might just be able to
0%.
do not the most interesting pick, but common answer into the Rise.
Yeah, definitely makes Vi's job a little bit more difficult having that Talia there. Means you really have to commit
Talia
to
Jace.
gap close in a lot of situations. Can't just Q when there's the Unraveled Ears down. Did see obviously Fake have a great time.
Nongshim kalau juara LCK bagi-bagi ramyun sekorea tuh kayaknya.
Now for DRX, you want to prioritize.
Nggak sekaya itu guys sih.
They will lock in the Kai'Sa.
Masa satu Korea?
Too much off so far, only a couple of games, but if you are committing to that dive, you're like, we want to lock in on these squishy targets and go all in into taking them out.
Nggak, di sini aku kayak dukung DRX sih. DRX belum menang sama sekali guys. Sumpah. Kalau mereka pengen menang, ini lawan paling ringan sih harusnya. Sejauh ini harusnya lawan paling ringan di ini ya. Buat DRX.
Which is the pick that I would expect DRX to prioritize. Interesting.
Definitely pretty interesting. I mean, there's basically no engage on the side of Nongshim Red Force, and it offers, you know, an anti-dive tool and a way to get a body in front.
Maybe that's the theory, is that like you need setup for Jace for.
Kenapa si Taeyun dari samping mukanya mirip ruler?
Yeah. So that's why they're banning the
Paling ringan mah bro, Nongshim menang Kaiwin LLE.
Oh
iya bener ya.
So
Hanwha ambil kalah ya.
I don't know. I feel like they probably would have just been happy going a defensive support. Poppy makes more sense as a sort of theme of supports I would expect to be banned by DRX.
Well, the Rakan gets taken away. There's no Nautilus.
Yeah, Rakan.
DRX setelah 2022 kayaknya kayak Leicester City. Habis juara langsung menghilang dari
Also,
pot besar.
Nico hasn't had a look in at all. by the way.
Rosternya nggak tersisa sama sekali sih
Kind of
DRX
the way
ya.
it has been with Nico.
Budgetnya mungkin.
Like some series you see it highly prioritized, picked very early on, and some
There's no
series
Kaisa Nico here for DRX.
don't see it at all. Yeah, Kaisa Nico seems pretty free.
That seems very
Kita lihat ya.
Like, hell
Ini
yeah.
Baronnya bakal apa nih?
Give me that Nico.
Zahen free sih.
Let's go. No, he doesn't look too excited actually.
Zahen is free. Nico.
But he will be playing the Nico.
That seems pretty good.
Nico support.
You know, it just seems crazy how often we see Nico banned
Zahen
PS3,
is free.
and you're able to get it with the second rotation bans coming through, with what your comp wants to do, and the fact Kaisa Nico was one of like the lanes that we saw
Kingen
Nico
memutuskan
paired
untuk
originally.
bermain
It's into
Renekton.
Alistair as well, so you can have a great time in lane.
Dan Andil
They
akan
then
main
just slam
Nar.
the Renekton, and it gives Rich counter pick. Even though I think
Tidak ada
we've seen
pick yang
Kennen
wow
tend
banget.
to be like the more
Kedua
punishing
tim
lane.
balance.
I feel like Nar is the more safer
Pretty good pick
because
from
you
both
will
pick
just
Anjay.
tend to have a favorable lane matchup, but it feels more stable. You're that more solid frontliner, and they already have a lot of AP damage in this composition. Even if Kaiser ends up going like a crit build, you still have the AP damage from the passive and your W. And you know, even though Nico's not like a damage threat, she still does a decent amount of AP. So I think going the Nar makes a lot of sense of the situation. But yeah, I think DRX, despite the fact that we have this Jace Shannara, which are these great picks, I think DRX pretty happy with what they have. They have tools to close the distance, and they can kind of just explode these squishy champions on the other side.
Yeah. Yeah, to be honest here in game number one, I think DRX kind of got everything they would have liked. As you mentioned, like the Rakan, I don't think they were even having their eyes on that one. The Nico seemed like a very obvious ban. Maybe they knew that Andil wouldn't be comfortable with it. Like, maybe I'm reading a little bit too much into Andil's facial expression. But, like, Kaisa Nico is
Match
very
pertama dari
Extremely
Nongshim
good.
Maybe he was
versus
confused why they didn't ban Nico.
Yeah. he's like,
DRX.
did they have
Let's go.
something up their sleeve?
Are
Like,
they disrespecting me?
yeah. Maybe he was pissed because of that. He's like, they're really giving me Nico here? Really?
Do they have an answer, maybe?
Well, I'd like to see Andil pop off, but we'll have to wait and see
Mobil
in
Porsche
game one.
lawan mie instan. Siapa yang menang?
Alrighty, game number one here, match 16.
Mikal, dodge it, dodge it, dodge it. Okay, Sponge didn't throw it. Don't want to give him free gold. I am a big hater of the Jace Shock Blast ganks with the first strike. Very,
I mean, everybody should.
very angry.
Everybody should be, I think.
Yeah. If you're gonna gank,
Because-
right? I think this is like, it's an unspoken code, right? If you're ganking as a jungler, you're trying to kill me
ganti
as a
voting
laner, right? And if you fail, you know, you fail to kill me, fair enough, right? But you're at least trying to kill. I hate when junglers gank and they're not trying to kill you. They're never gonna kill you. They're just harassing you. You know, you walk in my lane, shock blast me for first strike proc.
Voting
and
masih
ruin my
RRQ
laning
pasti.
phase. That is just rude, right?
RRQ
It is.
Yeah.
It is not. You know, it just bothers me. It is. So
I think specifically when it's so non-committal, insane amount of range, extremely accurate as well because it has a really nice AoE. And so you can just be farming the jungle like you finish your Raptors and you're like, hey, I'm just going to show up mid and pick up some gold. And now all of a sudden my mid lane has a ton of value. Like he's very far ahead now because
Nongshim lawan DRX.
I showed up for like 2 seconds.
yeah, it's like you out trade 3 times in a row mid lane, and you're like calculating like, oh, I'm challenging for this. Yes, I'm doing this. I'm doing that. You're like, oh, I'm up 150 health because
Hai,
I
di
haven't used
tempatmu
my health
hujan
potion
tidak?
yet.
Tadi hujan
And I
gede tapi
outtraded
udah
here,
berhenti.
And then he just shock blast you, and you're like, oh, never mind.
Tumben cuma
Everything
sebentar
immediately
hujannya.
changes.
yeah, it's so annoying.
It's just, it's not very interactive, you know? We like our ganks to mean something, to have a little bit of risk,
Yep.
right?
We do see bot lane getting heavily zoned out, and this is a super early recall from Jiwoo for a Cole. Already had enough gold for it, so yeah, just snaps that early buy up, investing in it. Obviously, having the Alistair into Nico, you're never really having lane prio, especially not early on. This is kind of, you know, we talked about this a little bit the last series, but having the Nico, the ideal lanes are when you're into a melee support. And, you know, we talked about how, like, things like the Lulu would feel really nice into the comp DRX has. And we'd be able to trade better into the Nico, but they felt like
Temanku
they
yang di
needed the
Jakbar
engage to
mukbang
set
mie
up,
loh.
which makes sense for the Jace
Mukbang
and
mie loh.
Talia.
Kagak diabetes
But
loh.
especially into Nico. Nico loves playing into melee engages because you can just harass for free. And she's only really held accountable by range champions. Stuff like
Talia
Karma,
lucu
stuff
juga
like
ya.
Lulu can
Rambutnya
actually trade back in
warna
return.
hijau ini.
Which is why she's really
Kapan
dominated
skin
back
Chroma
last
itu ya?
year when we were only seeing engaged champions in the support role. And she could engage, but also harass.
Oh banjir.
That really obnoxious combo.
Maaf tidak
Didn't feel
mengerti
very fair for
sarkasm.
the Alistairs of the world.
Yeah.
Although the Alistair was picked into this,
Yeah.
obviously for more than just the lane. And it's
We've
going to
seen a
be
good amount
fun.
of picking the Alistair for out of lane. Guys, you know, I'm a glass half full. They lowered the gold value on cannon minions. Right?
Nice.
It's not as big of a deal. It's
Calculated.
cannon minion. No, it's still bad. Just less bad.
He knew it was less, so he was like, it's fine.
Yeah, a little bit less bad. Still not good. How
How do you feel about Talia in this meta? Because I feel like every time we see her, she just doesn't do nearly as much damage as every other top-tier pick. And she obviously provides a lot of setup and utility, but it just feels like a lot of our games are being decided by, like, Talia and an AD carry with, like, a tank jungler. Obviously, in this case, that's not the case because we have Jays.
Not seeing a ton of opportunities to roam, you know. They've done so many changes to, like, minion waves, right? That have kind of, like, limited the ability to roam. And I know that didn't really dissuade them last year when they did those. But especially now with, like, how incentivized you are to stay in a lane for the extra...
No.
Sponge! Especially with how much
Rese
you're
juga
incentivized
Jace
to stay in
jungle ya,
lane,
gitu
just
doang, gak
to keep
ngegeng
your
tapi
passive generation of the quest. I feel like you're not getting as
nyicilnya
much value of the Weaver's Wall in other situations.
males
But I
banget.
still think she's good if you have the right team comp with a setup, right? There's a lot of champions that really can get punished by that. We've seen like Pantheon still be very good. Pantheon Talia is great.
And look at this.
And into a comp like this with a lot of shorter range picks, I think she has good value. Oh, they are trying to set up here.
Yeah, the timing on this gank. Just
Ada
as
ulti
we're
sih itu.
discussing this, the flash
Talia.
comes in, Renekton and
So,
Talia
quick save digunakan.
is there, and so is the shot
harusnya
blast
mati
from
sih.
miles
Sit,
away.
sit,
Rich is just dead.
Okay.
Already had flash. There's first blood given over to Scout.
Yeah, nice pick up there. Didn't even need to use the Weaver's Wall. Now, Hands overstepping a little bit, but they're able to fight them off. And this is Dragon picked up for DRX in return for that play on the top side. Also, got to note that Rich had just TP'd up there, so suffering a good amount from that. That being said, Home Guards are very strong, so it's not the end of the world. But has fallen a little bit behind in that top matchup. He was zoned off from all this farm. I mean, it's just the worst time because he's just come out of Mega, nowhere near hitting it again. And he was kind of like, do I walk up? Do I not walk up? The answer is you don't walk up.
I mean, we just saw a Gnar Renekton matchup where the Gnar did get bullied a little bit early on, but then eventually took over the lane, was very annoying. And our Renekton player in that game, who was perfect, wasn't having a good time. Because he either had to lane into Gnar, who had an item and a half, or Faker's fed Rise with plated steel caps is what Perfect built. So it was not a fun time. But it just means that, Rich, you know, you gotta kind of be aware of the timings and be ready to back off and sacrifice some farm if necessary. Ando's like, I'm too fast. This is too obvious.
Oh, the Home Guard's messing him up.
He's like, come on. Like, I'm just trying to be a fake minion here. All right, let's see if we see any pings. Well, a little bit aggressive was Ondo on that one, so not a lot of time for Scout to react. And a nice little trade comes in.
You know the thing is about Nico, so they've actually changed it. So there's different numbers of minions. Do you know how they sped up the minion waves later in the game? They also changed the number of minions.
On cannon waves.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's like less casters. So there's a melee missing from cannon waves after 14 minutes.
Yeah.
And then all waves are missing a caster minion after 30 minutes. Oh, we're seeing a
Wheeler?
It's before 30 minutes,
right?
but still going for a very aggressive invade here as Lehens is here.
ada Lehen.
He's level 6. But we got Ondo in a really rough spot. He's going to flash.
Berpapasan gitu aja
Get
sama
his
Alistar,
cloak
Cok.
and trying to walk it off, and that he will.
Anjing,
They're out,
chill
which is-
banget
It's
Lehen.
actually great that they got out of that. because that means I can continue my Nico point.
Yeah, continue. Please.
So yeah, after 14 minutes, cannon minions missing a melee, and after 30 minutes, every wave's missing a caster, which means, because people are used to like the same number of minions in a wave.
We're going so aggro here again with the Dominus. I think Rich is just fine.
Yeah, he's fine, so I can continue my point, is what you're trying to say.
No, you can't.
No.
Solo kill ka, Tayun.
Away, but Tails is running him down. The barrier is there. And the flash comes out finally, but it's too late because the damage has been done. And Taeyun just straight up solo kills him.
Snipes him at the end with that, finds a great angle, and Taeyun just hunting him down. And this is a big win, getting your Yunara fed early. I mean, all the point I wanted to say is that, you know, people are used to the amount of minions in the wave, and it's gonna catch you off guard now.
Yeah.
No.
Not if you're really far behind at 30 minutes.
What do you mean?
Well, like, Andal tries to pretend to be a caster minion after 30 minutes, right? When they're removed.
Yeah.
But they've already lost the game.
Oh, right,
No.
yeah. I mean, if they've already lost the game at 30 minutes.
Well, here's the setup
Kingen?
from DRX. This is what we wanted to see, and
Yes,
Kingen will get
die.
punished.
Okay, they find a play. Yeah, I feel like, you know, you try and make
Kingen
it's like when you
died.
try and make a joke and you explain it. It's just not. You try and make a point and then it gets
Yeah.
interrupted 3 times, and you're like, it was. Just
So what
supposed
was
to be
your
a li-
point anyway?
It's supposed to be like a little point just about little minion Nico changes, and then stuff happened, and I'm like,
Yeah.
what even was the point of me saying this? Yeah, just disrespecting the ult power from the Yunara. It's a huge power spike. I feel like kind of akin to Zeri, where you really have to respect it. And Taeyun just finds that angle all in. Even had the barrier still available. Obviously didn't need it. There wasn't a turnaround damage, but...
Also, I think the fact that Taeyun flashed first shouldn't happen. Like, Jiu should know he's lost the trade. He will die if he gets flashed on, even if he flashes after. So he's like, gotta flash early.
Yeah.
To say like, okay, I need to take less damage, I'm gonna flash early.
Also, the fact he walked on the inside line of the turret, like, we all knew the W was coming. When he walked between the turret and the wall, we all knew he was just waiting for the W cooldown, and then when it came, I was like, okay, you're dead.
It's like a bowling alley. Like, he stood right where the pins are supposed to go. He's like, all right, here comes the bowling ball.
It's like a bowling alley, except instead of a bowling ball, you have a laser.
Lucu juga skinarnya gitu ya, kayak
the bowling alley.
kayak
Which I'm pretty sure isn't legal. If you try to do that at a bowling alley, you will be kicked out.
Getting
that
flashed.
really does.
And probably arrested, if I'm being honest. Although, I think they'd struggle to arrest you if you had a laser, so, you know.
Well, maybe they have their own lasers.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, we're trying to make a play here with Ghost
Lehen.
Alistair. In comes Lehen,
di
forces
flash.
the flash. He is Alistair, so he's just gonna
Lehen.
press R and get out. Meanwhile, another
Sepertinya Jiu akan mati lagi. I think Jiu just going to die kan. Tiba-tiba Andil ulti, nggak kena
Put
siapa-siapa.
himself in that position. He's just dead again. And now Scout is here. He's gonna get the knockback all by himself.
Nico
And
just
no
ult
flash.
an
He used it
air.
earlier against Ghost Alistair. That's 2 kills for Gnome And Andil barely
But
gets away.
somehow
Gnome
they
are
kind
running this map.
of win.
This should, you know, it...
Wah, mati
Okay,
itu
Scout.
Nico.
He's here to send the
Nico
message.
nggak mati. What the hell?
so close to finding Andal there. But yeah, that really shouldn't have happened. Jibu going down the first time. The second time, a little unforgivable at this point. And Taeyun going to be extremely strong already in this game. And now Willa is trying to threaten.
Not with lands there.
Yeah.
No smite, no problem for Sponge. And it's 3,000 gold plus at 11.5 minutes. Although today gold leads are fake, so don't even have to consider that.
So here, Lehans trades his engage for Yukao's flash. And then Taeyun just walks at him again.
Well, he was hiding on bush.
Sepertinya DRX akan kalah lagi.
The wall does, funnily enough, not
Yunaranya
Taeyun's laser
fat
from hitting
banget.
Andal.
Yunara is very
Taeyun
fat.
doesn't dash forward here, doesn't want to get engaged on by the buy. But Yukao doesn't have flash, obviously just being it a second ago, so he goes down. This was unfortunate. Scout trying to catch Andal, doesn't quite have the damage.
Harusnya
The
ini
clone blocks a little bit, but
bisa
you know how
sih.
this 2-0-1 Yunara
This
with
is pretty
a
one-sided so
1,700
far.
gold lead. And I'm a little concerned because, you know, I talked about the fact that you have these squishy carries that you want to try and kill. Well, now they're fed, so...
Yeah.
And also, it's a multi-threat composition for Nongshim, so you're going to have to commit a lot of resources to take out these threats, and then you still have other threats to deal with. And your Kai'Sa is falling behind very quickly.
I thought you were going to say falling apart. I think
too.
both are true at this point. Because Taeun has declared the bottom lane his.
Yeah,
in
I
this game.
don't want to see Jiwoo just walking up to Taeun again and dying.
So in that last one, I think he didn't have vision in the brush, but he walked into the river to put down a ward and found Taeun. And
Yeah.
he was like, oh, I'm dead.
So there's this neat feature with Kai'Sa. You can actually ult to join fights, so you don't need to walk into the river and face check.
That
Yeah,
seems
it's pretty neat. So you could do that instead.
Well, they're trying
Lehen
to
is
steal the red
doing
buff.
Lehen thing.
Not going to be successful yet, but
Ultimate pagbasan digunakan tak ada 5 orang di sana.
is there as well. The fine goes in. The damage not quite layered, and Taeun survives basically forever. And finally, Jiu gonna press that R button and does get the shutdown just to immediately die.
Satu untuk satu
Now the
toh.
wall is
Satu untuk
coming
dua,
down.
never mind.
Sponge and Scout do want more than double
Lehen
engage. Comes in from
melakukan
Mahans,
Lehen.
gets both of them, knocks them down
Dan
with the
dia
stun.
X akan
And
pulang.
Noshim are just rolling them here. The top laners still top laning, but a huge team fight win to Noshim.
And that one just
There
feels
is
so
a
rough because it was
couple
actually a
doing
really good
couple
engage,
thing.
but I think there's two issues with it. One, you're far behind. And two, why didn't you TP your top laner in if you're the one setting up this play?
Yeah.
You know, you're not actually has Mega as well. If you're coming this play, couldn't you set it up so he joins? But ultimately, even with the big engage, Jiu has to ult in just to trade 1-for-1 with the super low health Yunara. And you've already lost your Vi, so it's just cleanup on the other side. Yeah, this is the issue. You kill Yunara, you're like, cool, we engaged, we found the AD carry, you were super fed. Okay, but everyone died. It's not worth. And now Nongshim have a massive gold lead. And Rich is kind of just top lane.
Susah sih.
Having a time.
Top
Kalau
laners are top laning, and they're not
late
part of this
game,
scheme really
Yunara
outside of
lebih
that one kill
kuat
they
deh.
got onto Rich. And I
Late
guess
game
King and Dagger
Yunara
one
lebih
time.
kuat, ada Talia juga.
But yeah, they use so much to get Taeun.
So
and
I
then Scout's
guess
there, relatively in a good
DRX
spot
is
himself,
cooked.
has his wall still in full health, full mana basically, and just chases them down with an Alistair in tow.
Lane quest mid lane belum
Doesn't feel
kelar.
very fair with Nongshim this far ahead. So now 4,500 gold, and Nongshim. Oh no, not again. Okay.
And then the thing is, we haven't seen too many fast clearing junglers in the LCK. It's been a lot of like the same meta we've had for a while. But I feel like with the jungle quest changes that we've had, if you get a lead and you start farming quickly, you can just power farm and get so far ahead. You know, you get the extra golden experience after your quest is completed. You see this lead that Sponge has, and he's so far ahead in gold. He now has the biggest lead in the game. And this Jace is just going to really
nonton LCK aja deh di LPL baru game 1.
I think Jace is like the only farming jungler that we're really
Emang
seeing.
sekarang siapa
Obviously
sih?
he's been banned
PMG
a
ya?
ton, so we're not really actually seeing him played that much. But you know, there is some play of stuff like Ambessa, who does farm pretty fast, but it's mostly just the Jace.
ADG
And
game
in solo
1.
queue, it's a lot more of these fast clearing junglers that I've seen play. So
Pretty much every game.
a bit of a divergence
ADG game
between
1?
what we're seeing in the LCK and what we're seeing in solo queue. But
Well,
Jace
well,
definitely one of the picks
well.
that's bled through, and Wicked to great effect right now. 2-level lead over Willow. Well, I guess it's like 1 and a bit, because Willow's nearly level 11, but this Jace is starting to do a ton of
Itu ada
damage.
gintip lagi sih, tar jam 6
And
ya.
with him having so much
Kita
poke,
lihat
and
round
DRX's
berapa.
comp being shorter range, you kind of have to engage. That is your answer. You get poked out, and the only way to stop it is to engage, but
Punggungku
with you
sudah
being
mulai pegal
behind, you
ini.
have to find a good engage. Like we saw, Andal got a great engage earlier, and it wasn't enough. So you basically have to find a phenomenal engage, or you just lose the fight. And like they're starting the dragon now, but Rich's Mega just timed out. So
Mega just timed out. The Rift Herald is dropped in mid.
that's a huge shock
Reverse
blast.
wall
And there's a
digunakan oleh
wall
Scout untuk zoning. Dragon
you
harusnya
jump
diamankan
down,
oleh.
it comes down to just an easy smite for Sponge.
Okay.
As Willer
Never
was
mind.
not there. Now he's going to be going in. We got the flank
Oke,
coming in
pop
from
blast yang
Andal.
bagus
They do
dari.
take out
Oke,
Sponge.
bisa deh.
But what about the rest of them?
Let's go,
Taylor
let's
just
go,
dying on the
Renekton.
left side by himself. Kind of
You can
out
do
of reach
this,
of the rest of
DRX,
this
let's go.
team. And now Scout and King
itu
trying to put
Talia,
2 and 2
Talia.
together and do enough damage in a
Sayang.
3v5. Which is honestly kind of close. Willer here on the
Ow.
right side.
Guys,
It looks
help,
like he might be
guys,
isolated and
guys.
maybe a little bit of food here for the side of Noshim to pick up, but no, just the dragon for them.
Yeah, honestly, all things considered, they didn't get the dragon, but the fight
Good,
itself was pretty good.
good flank,
It was a good
though, from
engage
Nico.
from Willa, getting back over the wall, getting onto Sponge, and this
Nice
is kind of
flank
finally
from
seeing what DRX composition
Andel.
wants to do. You'll see that Willa gets forced out, flashes away, but look at the angles that end up coming through. Andel getting this long flank here.
Ya,
They get on
ulti
a Sponge,
sedes. Oh, itu nice banget sih.
and Taeyun actually manages to dash out from the pop blossom, but Sponge just dies outright. Taeyun gets focused down, but they don't have any more gas in the tank to really deal with either Scout or this very tanky Renekton. So with the goal discrepancy, they can't finish this, especially when Kane gets that massive cold meek, which just does so much work. But
Yeah.
ultimately, it's still a pretty good fight from DRX. I think the only sad thing is that they didn't get that dragon, but that's the theory of the composition. They just have to do that a few more times.
Yeah, I mean, Flash held by Andel, I suppose. Now
Nah.
Sponge a little bit in a wonky spot, not even going to...
Ryze ultimate.
He's just sprinting through the jungle, they can't catch him.
If the boomerang hit, maybe.
Yeah.
Also got to remember that the jungle quest now does give extra movement speed, so...
Oh.
Ow.
Yeah, and it helps you do stuff like that too.
I mean, I think that's just him.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like he can farm faster now, so
Yeah.
he can get his items faster, so it helps him do stuff like that. A couple of turrets are going to go down here for Nongshim. They just take DRX's turrets just like that. And now we got a deep TP coming in here from
This is a Meganar.
Meganar. He's pretty far away from the rest of his team, but he's got a Kai'Sa. They're trying to burst down Sponge, and they will be able to do it. And again, Taeyun is
Nice,
left by
though.
himself. And he has to flash the
Cuma
boomerang.
larinya cepet banget ya.
Meanwhile, Scout's just in the top lane pushing.
See,
Scott ada
they
ulti.
get the flash from
Susah.
Taeyun, which I think honestly is
But
one of the
I think
bigger
DRX
takeaways
can
from this
win
play.
mid lane here.
Because even though the kill on Sponge is nice, it doesn't really
Maybe they can
translate to
take
that
mid
much.
lane
It's just
now?
gold. And again, gold's never bad, but they can't really get much in terms of objectives. But the flash from Taeyun, I think, is really the tangible
Ow,
thing that
ow.
you're going to look to in that next dragon fight. So I like the TP. I like the setup from DRX.
J-Kill
and I
off.
like that they got a summoner from it.
Oh, itu
Because
Kai'Sa aja kill off.
I think if they'd only gotten the kill on a Sponge and nothing else, this might have felt a little bit unrewarding.
Yeah.
Especially because I don't think
Kai'Sa
they
sih
got
enak
much
sih follow
shutdown
up-nya.
from Sponge, if any. But yeah, that flash is one I'm going to be looking to
Killer
in
instinct.
the next fight, especially since Andel has his flash. I think Willis is going to be back up as well. So
We got a little play
Squad
here on
sepertinya akan
Scout,
tertangkap. Dia masih
who
punya ulti
is all by
sih.
his lonesome on the bottom side, doesn't have
Tapi
his
sepertinya
flash, and
tidak bisa
even that little
kabur.
shield's not going to help against the two of them.
that was a big
another-
shutdown, though.
another
That was a
pick.
lot of gold. So that feels good in and of itself. You know, that was a lot of gold going over to Willa.
That was nice, that was nice.
Hopefully he can buy something
Bisa
nice
loh
for
DRX.
the next fight. And it's nice that
Bisa
DRX
sih.
are getting these picks, clawing back the
I
difference
think
in gold.
Nongshim start to throw a
That
lot.
time they didn't get any
This is the
summoner
chance.
for this next fight, but it's just finding these angles and doing what that composition does, right? Getting these picks. It is a fragile composition from Nongshim. You know, they are vulnerable when isolated. And I think it's a
Dan
composition that does
DRX tadi
require
culik-culiknya GG sih.
more sort of control in comparison. And, you
Apa
know,
Wheeler
we'll finish, yeah. You know,
Wheeler
Nongshim did have
improve.
a pretty solid lead. It is literally impossible for them to have the biggest throw of the day. That's just never going to be possible
Second
no matter
break,
what.
bukan.
But it is
Naga
possible for them to
keempat
have a pretty big throw from how this game has
dalam
started. So
40
we'll see
detik.
what DRX are able to do.
But nothing compared to what we've seen.
Nothing
So,
compared.
yeah.
Yeah.
People won't remember if Nongshim throw this game. They will remember what happened earlier.
She was gone dusk and dawn.
And Coach Voice is utilized by DRX. Joker's like, oh, that's an interesting tech.
Yes,
You?
this is the Sheen item that gives you double on-hit procs.
We're just doing the Baron, by the way.
So this does mean you
DRX
can stack your
start
passive very
Baron.
fast.
Yeah.
Posisi jungler Noxim sih jauh ya.
They have a lot of
Tapi,
damage on this Nasher, though. As now the
Thinking and
engage
masuk.
comes in, Sponge is
Pop
late
langsung
for the
digunakan.
smite, and the engage
Tapi Wheeler berhasil mengamankan Baron. Apakah di sini Nongshim akan kalah?
Once again, they don't quite have the damage though. They might be able to finally take him down even through the
Oh my
exhaust.
God.
Jiu will take him out. Scout now.
Derek's.
We're gonna take down Jiu, and it looks like Kingen on the flank will be able to take down Jiu.
At least they get Baron though.
Baron did go over
Oh,
to
shit.
DRX.
Oh, untung
We're
nge-flash.
gonna force that flash away from Yukal. And the biggest thing here, I think, even besides the Baron though, is that Nongshim might just get this free Infernal. As we have TPs coming in, they want to contest it.
Yeah, I think that's the
Kingen
major
carry hard
thing. More members on the map right now. It's slight advantage to DRX because obviously they have the Baron and 2 members still.
Tapi
They have a
sebenarnya
bit
Dragon akan
more
diamankan
gold you can see
oleh
from the Red Bull Baron power play. but
Nongshim.
I think losing the Dragon is too big of a cost. They weren't able to close out the fight in the aftermath, and now Nongshim are on Infernal Soul point. And with Infernal Soul, with a Jace,
Even if he keeps dying, it's fine.
나르가 미드라인 받고 이거 화이팅.
Well, he was saying some stuff, and they were talking about Baron, and then he was like fighting.
Gnar can get the mid lane and try for Baron. I think it's possible.
Yeah.
Is what we've been informed they were saying. So
Pop lasangnya
coaches suggested the
mantap
Baron was the
sih.
play. They did explode Sponge, and then this Realm Warp to move them was nice.
Wah,
But
itu
Jiu
sih GG
ends
sih
up
ultinya
getting
sih.
flipped here. The Hens knock up
Tapi
into the Scout
tebel
flip, and he was just so
banget ya.
low. He nearly takes out Kingen here. So
Itu
close.
Alistar.
If he'd actually killed Kingen, I think this play really is salvageable.
Nice flash.
Because Kingen can't TP back in. And we end up in a kind of different scenario here. Because
Yeah.
him being able to TP back in is really what secured the Dragon. Now, yeah, DRX got a sizable amount of gold on the back of the Baron, but can they translate it into more in terms of structures? Because that looming threat of the Soul is very relevant. And gold is nice, but souls do feel very threatening. Especially an Infernal Soul in a
Ya,
game like this.
Nongshim
So
dalam posisi soul point, berarti
see
mereka
DRX trying to
satu
get
lagi
control of the river
bakal
right now.
mendapatkan Drake.
some of the tech. Do you see Scout's flashes down?
Infernal Drake, Lehen masuk
These
mendapatkan
guys do
2
not
knock
have their flashes as they're getting engaged on by
Oh,
Lehens and his
Yukal.
Alistar.
No, Yukal.
And very tanky is
Ay.
Yukal on the rise.
Awas
They're going to
Yukal.
fight Sponge again. This Jace
Oh,
cannot
hopeless.
survive for
Kill
any amount of
instinct.
time.
Okay,
As now the
DRX.
damage isn't going
Okay,
into
DRX.
Jiu. He has
Awas,
that angle
awas.
on the back line and just
Let's go.
absolutely decimates
Let's go,
them. We do
kejar.
have now the Realm
Gas.
Warp come on in.
Hey.
Andil says
Aduh,
hello.
ay,
Lands the root and dies, but he did his job as Lehens
At least
sticks
nice,
around
nice,
as
nice,
well. And it's an ace for DRX.
That was ace.
I wasn't sure who was going to take that Realm
Aku
Warp.
tidak
And you know
pernah
what? Andal was the
meragukan
complete
mereka.
right choice because everyone was
I
so
never
low and they
doubt
just sent
them.
Andal in like, you're going to die, you're going to make it work, and he did. So this was an aggressive play from Nongshim. And DRX make it work in
Nikonya
return.
oke sih.
Yukal gets focused down, but he's quite bulky. This
Nico
ult
is
from
good.
Willa and Yukal getting the damage up in return is massive. The fact that Yukal survives here, Jiwoo flies in, and the ult, the CC from Andal got a lot of value. Jiwoo's able to free hit, and then Nongshim are limping away, and yeah, they send the Nico in just to die and land a root, and it totally worked. So well played here from DRX to navigate this one. And they're really pulling this composition off. It's a hard comp for Nongshim to make work. For DRX, it's C champion, kill champion. And I think Nongshim are just struggling to execute on the finesse of their comp. You know, the Jace needs to land poke, and they're just trying to make engages happen.
They're trying to hard engage and like
Kayaknya
Sponge.
squad
I
DLPL
understand his
jelek banget
plight
musim lalu
because
kok di
he's playing
LCK
Jace,
kelihatan
who
jago gini.
normally is pretty short range outside of the shock blast, obviously.
Ya,
But he
setidaknya dia
gets a
lebih baik
big
dari
shock blast
Fisher.
off, and then he's like, okay, I want to do a little
Nggak
bit more
yang
damage. I want
OP
to get in
banget
there.
sih sebenarnya.
I can't just sit in the back line and only accelerated shock blast. So he tries to auto once and instantly dies.
Yeah.
And it just feels like he's always in range of the Vi ult, and outside of the one shock blast, he's not doing a whole lot except dying. And Jiu goes in, gets the bait with the Zhonya's. I don't know if it's going to pay off, though, as they try to turn. He's able to flash out of there. And he gets the kill
that
on the
works.
Renekton as well.
That is kind of
One
work.
more follow-up, and it looks like Scout is not long for this world.
All right,
Gets
DRX.
taken out. At least Sponge is able to push the wave, as it looks like
That-
mid lane
that
is not going to
works,
be where
I
DRX
guess.
will get their push.
That was such a crazy engage from Jiwoo. And
All
you know
right,
what?
DRX.
Sometimes great engages, there's a thin line between, you know, madness and and greatness, and he definitely was treading that line. And making it work, right? Baited so many cooldowns, and the rest of the team were there to follow. He did end up going down, I think, clipped
Sepertinya di
by
RX
Sponge. I think a
bisa
shot
nih
blast maybe
mengamankan
from
game
him.
1 nih.
We'll see the replay here. So he flies in, everyone
Itu
jumps him,
Kaisa
and he uses
pengalihan
the
isu
stasis.
kayaknya ya.
The team are there to follow. Sponge jumps and knocks him back,
salah
and then
ulti sih itu.
snipes him here with the shock blast.
Dia
That's
kena
what
shock
takes him out.
blast.
But he bought so much time, so many cooldowns, and let the team funnel in. It's a
Ya,
crazy play, but it
pengalihan
worked.
isu
오케이,
kah?
다음번에 안 들어갈게.
Okay, next time I
안
won't go in.
들어갈게. 천천히 하자.
Oh iya, dia salah ulti
Right?
tadi
It
anjir.
worked.
Untung
Okay,
selamat.
sorry. But yeah, it worked. I don't know.
You know,
Maybe a little bit too much
If
expended.
we're going by outcome-focused assessments,
Yeah.
it's a one-team fight.
Jiwoo,
So,
Jiwoo.
you know what? Permission granted, Jiwoo. Do it again.
Yes. Onx has given you permission.
This time you have Flash as well, so extra permission to do
Zonya's not up yet, though.
it. Hit a W. No, Zonya's not up. Yeah, you're correct. Wait for Zonya's and then do it.
Soon. And now Kingen, I mean, they do so much
Kaisa,
damage. You just have to
ultinya
engage.
tolong
It's a smart idea, but now this ult is
masuk.
going in on the
Oke,
Taeyun. And he's
killer
just
instinct
taken
masih
out
ada, killer
immediately.
instinct masih ada.
Jiwoo does the
Kaisa
same
menggunakan
damage
killer
at this
instinct
point.
untuk
It takes
mendapatkan
out
Jace.
Scout, and I think
Kena
it
cuy.
is just too far gone at this point. DRX are rolling them now.
Kena cuy,
Even
Baron
after that
cuy.
very one-sided early game, it does not matter. DRX now looking at another Baron.
And it just
Yo,
feels like,
yo, yo.
especially with how this game started,
What's
like,
up,
we're gonna be
Jax?
completely honest. Jiwoo was having a terrible game with being run down by Taeyun multiple times.
Slow
Ya,
start.
ada edisi
early
gap
on.
sih ini
And
bete.
he is just finding angle after angle. This game was a terrible
Literally.
state. Again,
Bentar,
not
Jiwoo
even
kan-
close to
Jiwoo
the
kan
biggest
tadinya
throw that we've
nongsim.
seen today.
Ya,
But
ini Jiwoo
in
kayak
any other
personal
day
deh.
of the LCK, this would be
Jiwoo
a big
kayaknya
throw.
personal sih.
And
Ini
it still
mantan
is a
tim
big
dia
throw
ini Nongsim.
right now with how it's looking. They just
I
beeline
think
straight
Jiwoo
on
is,
Yunara. This is
have a
harsh
personal
reminder why we
game
don't
right now.
normally see game 1 Yunaras. It's normally a
Aku
game 2.
baru ingat
because we
Jiwoo
see
tuh
a lot of
mantan
the
Nongsim, Cok.
Hard lockdown, thin down.
Seperti
by
ini
Fearless,
personal, men.
and things like Vi not on the cards because
Yeah.
it has been a problem that they just haven't been able to resolve. Willa just presses the R button, and Taeyun can't play the game.
Yeah, it really is that simple.
Awas,
If they were farther
Aish.
behind and the threats were actually
Aish. Ow.
threatening, then yeah.
Oke, masih ada GA.
Okay, this
Nice
time
pop
Willer
blossom.
is kind of in a rough spot. Ando goes in by himself. This is not
Oke,
the cleanest
wah,
fight,
gila,
but at
sakit
least
banget
he gets
damage-nya.
punched again.
Wah,
Taeyun just
Kaisa,
melts.
bro.
And yeah, he's just gone. I don't think
Dua,
Scout can do
ulti.
nearly enough.
Joss.
DRX are just way too far ahead.
Selamat,
They
DRX.
absolutely roll them. They might just
Let's
end the
go,
game.
It looks like it just
2.
doesn't even matter how the fight starts. DRX are all gonna just fly in and win the fight. They are just all on the same page.
Jiwoo personal
It's
nih,
just see
Jiwoo.
champion, kill champion,
Dendam
right?
dia
Anyone who shows up
menongsim.
in front of them is a target, and they will just take them down. And DRX, they bounce back. They had a pretty significant 4,000 gold deficit, but they know what that composition needs to do, and they're gonna make it work.
Let's go.
There you go, 30 minutes. The comeback is real. As DRX will win game number 1. Definitely not what I expected, especially after that early game. This was looking all Nongsim all the way, but eventually they're able
Jiwoo
to get it
GG sih,
close.
bete.
Couple of nice close team fights,
Real,
and eventually
cuy,
Vine
DRX
just
gonna win
presses the
world,
button
man.
on the right target, and the Kaisa flies in, and somebody dies.
DRX is going
And
to
it's
win
enough.
world, bro.
I think sometimes, especially if you're struggling in terms of your team, you know, trying to figure out your synergy, right? You're a new roster who've put some new pieces in, start of the season, start of the year. I think sometimes it's simpler just to play compositions like this, Kaisa comps, right? You have a go button, your Kaisa has a follow-up button, and you know what? Credit to you, Cal. Every time a fight
picknya tolong
started, he was just
dikondisikan
like,
next
I'm
game ya.
I don't know who's going
Tolong
in it.
pick
Someone's
hati-hati
going in
next
it.
game.
And he's like, who's taking the ride? Someone
Just
is.
make it quick,
Someone's
please.
going, and you know what? Usually
Tenggorokanku
someone
udah
was taking
kering
that
aja.
ride and taking the realm warp into the back line. You know, you don't normally think of Rise as being like part of a hard engage comp, but he really made it fit in. So credit to them. A great comeback from DRX there.
Pretty gigantic. DRX up 1-0.
Cinderella
We'll take a
Story
break and have the
Season
space.
2,
We'll be right
bro.
back.
Back to LCP. Masih ini kan? LCP Jepang kagak
I said
wrestling
they will
kan?
fight you 3v5, 4v5.
What? Gam
Oh,
kalah.
Cardi has been jumped on, but this is expansion on
Gum is
to Kaya.
losing.
Has that Mega Hour, but all he's going to use is it for the disengage. Kratos pops that final hour. Baron goes down. I mean, again, even if Cardi had died, it would have been another one of those 3 to 5 business days deaths, so we would have been ready for the next fight anyway.
Yeah.
Wah,
and
ketabrak
here we
Sion
go
pasti.
again.
Oh, he just
There.
absolutely
Das.
gets the damage off onto Artemis, gets the slow as well, and that's it. There is no flash there available. Picture in picture, though, there's a fight brewing, teleport in. It's Cardi once again around this Dragon Pit. Dazzle does just land off the mark. So Cardi's lost a good 40% of his HP, but he's still well in it. You've got
Cinderella story itu ceritanya gimana sih? Bukannya Cinderella itu bangsawan juga ya? Bapaknya tuh. Mungkin maksudnya kayak cerita apa ya, kayak dongeng gitu loh ceritanya. Soalnya DRX underdog banget kan. Mati.
And Cardi finds yet another, well, technically a solo bolo. I don't know how Elio contributed, but apparently he did.
Itu casternya kasih mic kamu deh, suaranya kayak radio. Iya aja, perlu ku kasih tutor kan? Setting mic yang baik dan benar aja.
The classic support, it still counts mentality.
Lah, iya mid Sion aja.
Hey, I was, a support.
Faintok, ini anomali anjing. Tadi mereka main Nidali support BTW. Tadi Nidali support, sekarang mid Sion anjay. Anomali.
Who is probably a little bit upset that he hit that dredge line in the end. Probably didn't want to take it.
But works though, it works.
Tier 2 in the bot lane gone. Cardi working on the tier 2 in the mid lane to boot. And
lawannya Narsi pasti. Vayne lawan Narsi enak sih emang. Iya benar.
About to fall. Cardi does not have the ult to get
away. Sesuai rencana sih harusnya.
He's eating so much damage. They will kill him.
I think he's going to die here. Yeah.
Oh, wow. I want to... As we cut to the replay, here we go. So the heal from Taric, ult from Sion.
Literally the bare minimum for an assist there.
No
but it was a great interrupt. Flash into the shout, stops Aris getting away. Slowed up means the decimating smash does connect. And with that blast cone coming up a second too late to bail Aris out.
Yeah. I mean, Sion ult wasn't even close to that Ahri. Like, he was just like, near enough's good enough. I'll just run the rest of the way. Still manages to catch and get them, though, which was just absolutely phenomenal. As we take a quick look at the state of the game, we have a 2k gold advantage over MVK, my apologies. However, there's a 2,000 Baron power play here as well. And just... MVK are in control. They've got the 3 Drakes. So if they get the next one, they're on soul point now. If they get the next one, they get that soul. They're looking really strong. This is a different team from the first 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, Guri, well stacked at the moment, working towards his Zhonya's, has the Rabadons, has the Leandries, halfway that Zhonya's. Shame he hasn't got the Wooglets quest, because he'd be even more unstoppable, if we're being honest with ourselves. But as it stands, I mean, you look, that's 3 items deep now for Cardi as well. Hollowed Radiance, Unending Despair, plus that Randuin's, which is going to make it all the more uncomfortable for every single member of this GARM roster to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, even Artemis with the LDR, it still doesn't feel like Artemis can live long enough to put that damage down onto who the obvious target of Sion is with that LDR. You know, on the side of GARM, it seems like they're a little bit behind on their items, maybe 2.5 for the most part. So there's definitely a bit of a wallet gift developing here, it would seem. And this Taric Elio is proving invaluable. The engages, the stuns, the heals, just really solid value coming out of Elio on this Taric today.
Yeah, I mean, that revenge grudge match, his former team replace him with Taki from Team Secret Wales, and he comes into this series with one thing on his mind, and that is taking down his former teammates. And they're doing a pretty darn good job at making that a reality. They are on the cusp.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. It just feels like MBK have really come together. It almost feels like the first game, right, was like, let's suss it out. Let's see how they play. Let's learn GARM. And then the second and third game, they're like, right, we understand. I understand it now.
Padahal best of 3 loh, picknya seru ya.
War for vision control. Like, I mean, Drakthar barely did anything to Elio there as well.
Stretchline
Ah,
off the
kena
money
charmnya.
charm lands.
Ai,
Bullet
dimakan
time
semua ulti.
connects. Cosmic Radiance isn't going to get a chance to go off. In comes Kratos
Oke.
though. A
Sakit
one for
banget
one.
itu
Jungler for
Jaira.
support. Now MVK are looking to run Garm down. Charm onto
Dan
Cardi. But he's
sepertinya
quite
soul
happy to
point
back
akan
this one off.
didapatkan
Kiai
oleh
loses so
MVK.
much HP. Can't look for the Meganar to turn that fight.
Hextech ya.
And it was dicey. They
Hextech
absolutely
soul.
explode Elio there. If not for the fact that he's charmed into a Cyclone, if that Cosmic Radiance gets up, Vikings run Garm down there and likely look to end the game.
Absolutely. And I mean, a support for a jungler, you take that any day of the week, especially when you're only 10 seconds out from another Drake and you're trying to stop that soul.
Oh, look at it. Spirit Rush into the charm, into the bullet time, the dredge line, the depth charge rather there as well. Picture in picture. It's going to be
Hextech soul akan dimakan oleh MVK.
It looks like
GG sih
completely
MVK.
uncontested with 12 seconds to the Baron. All Gum can do is clear vision and set
Piknya
up
sih
for
gak masuk akal
themselves.
sumpah.
Hextech Soul on the cards.
Tadi nih Dali
Yeah,
support
look, that
loh.
Hextech soul.
Menang anjir.
It's a very, very valuable soul. It's going to do a lot of work. That little miniature slow is, frankly, very oppressive, used well. I mean, you get kited out, constantly miniature slowed, you're done for. And obviously, Vayne is exceptional at kiting. I think MVK, they're very poised to win here. They're looking very, very strong, short of, let's say, a blowout fight, and Garm takes it and just, I don't know, like aces them, pentakills them. I think MVK is sitting very pretty right now. Baron is on the field, and as you said, there's contest for wards. We have some reds, we have some blues from MVK and Garm all around the Baron, so it's not going to happen without the other team knowing, but whether they can do anything about it or not is another question.
Exactly. I mean, Kratos, I will call a spade here. It's been somewhat of a quiet game for him, unfortunately. The lane phase was less than comfortable. He was pretty much bullied for the better part of this 30-minute game so far, but has very much made up for it for the last two games. Has done the legwork to allow us to get here, but they're looking for an angle on the Cardi.
Akan langsung di follow up oleh timnya. Ultimate ballot time digunakan oleh Miss Fortune, tapi sepertinya tidak ada damage terhadap Sion.
Meganar comes through. Cosmic Radiance is here. It's going to pop onto Shogun. Dazzle there into Tractor. The
Oh, Meganar masuk. Ultimate digunakan. Stun kena dua orang, tapi Zaira menggunakan ulti. Sepertinya dia akan mati di situ. Sepertinya Gami Sport akan kalah oleh MVK. GG.
The BCS derby. It is all BCS. It was always BCS. And it might just have been always the Vikings as they march on to victory. Artemis, decimating smash. They grab the hook onto Shogun, but they time it on deep.
Clean.
Looking to be that final nail in the coffin.
Clean game from MVK.
Get it done. Gum deliver CFO's second loss of the LCP domestic year over the last 12 months, and Vikings have
Solid,
just put
MVK
them to
solid
rest.
MVK is
Really
looking
well
pretty
done
solid
there
so
by
far.
Vikings. You can tell they're super happy with that result. And, you know, there were 5 chefs in that kitchen and they cooked up a divine meal. The Sion mid proved spectacular.
Saatnya kembali.
Hardy played that to perfection.
Because he was the one just
Belum
solo
mulai.
pushing the top lane, and he could see what's happening on the bot side, right? So I think he shouldn't just TP or just TP it earlier for the team so they can secure the fight.
Yeah, tough one there, but
Main Aram, oh LPL ya, LPL. Anjir, baru, wah ini mah jam 7 anjir. JDG lawan BLG jam 7 ini mah. Wah kacau. Main Aram dulu kali ya. Apa push rank aja kali. Push rank aja nih mah. Masih lama jadi Nah, kita ngungsi di sini sampai jadi gym mulai kali ya. Angkat lah. Oh, ada Mel ya sekarang ya? Oh, nggak tahu aku baca patch. Main apa ya? Mid lah. Buset, cepet banget. Rame kan sekarang Wingrid. Is Wingrid very fast now? Kenapa jadi support? Ben Mel, mana Mel? Lah, belum ada Mel. Bye. Ini aku first pick ya, aku nggak tanggung jawab ya.
No one fights alone in the mist.
First pick memiliki hak untuk ngepick champion apapun yang dia mau. Bawah silakan feel kalian. Nah, Baron jungle kalian harus main tank ya. Nggak mau tahu loh. Duh, Lux lagi cok. Oke, Kak Seto. Yasuo lagi. Kembali ke Emerald. Halo Pitra. Gimana sih cara bersih? How to whistle lah.
You are on the mirrored side of the map. The lanes are swapped. Welcome to Wild Rift.
I'm not running from them anymore. They're running from me.
Minions have spawned.
Jadi sering apa kemarin Kak? Diamond 1 kemarin. Jarang main aku, paling main seminggu sekali.
Don't make this personal. I'm not nice. Small talk wasn't really part of my training.
Aduh, lawan Lux anjing, malas bet. Buat nge-heal aja dah. Jarang main ya? Iya, seminggu sekali paling main. Tapi sekali main 6 jam sih. Mentok di diamond soalnya. Saya kalau sisa sebenarnya 1 win lagi master sih, tapi males dah. Kemarin 1 win lagi master sebenarnya.
Death doesn't leave scars. Death is always in range. I forgive. No one else has to.
Susah musuhnya Caitlyn Lux.
Lucian thought I was lost, but I was only changed.
First blood.
Death doesn't leave scars.
2 gak tuh warnanya.
Has spawned in middle lane. Middle turret is under attack.
Die again? I'll pass.
Wah, ngeri. Aduh, fight. Guys. Mundur aja, Cel. Wih.
I forgive. No one else has to.
Kok maju lagi ADC gua? Ya udahlah. Ya udahlah kalau begitu.
Small talk wasn't really part of my training. The only way out of the mist is through it.
Ini dapat triple kill, aku lebih percaya Chovy menang World deh.
Death doesn't leave scars. Wanna kill me? Get in line. I forgive.
On my way.
No one
Bentar ya.
else has to.
Ada ward merah lagi bangke.
I can do the hard way.
Ally slain. Enemy slain.
Small talk wasn't really part of my training.
Danger.
No shadow without light.
Wah, dia ngambil buah.
Lucian thought I was lost, but I was only changed. That's enough. Small talk wasn't really part of my training.
Enemy missing.
Death doesn't leave scars.
Kena tuh. Ada apa ya?
Lucian thought I was lost, but I was only changed.
Kena cuk, anjir. Nice. Bener-bener. Mundur.
Ally slain.
Kok mati bang?
I forgive. No one else has to.
Bisa?
Death is always in range.
King T1 farming trophy. Enggak, sir. Enggak tahu ya. Kebetulan saya bukan coachnya.
That's enough. Small talk wasn't really part of my training.
Masuk ke.
On my way. The enemy team has slain the Rift Herald.
Death doesn't leave
The middle turret is under attack. Your team has slain the dragon. First turret destroyed.
Anjir di combo. Wih.
Lucian thought I was lost, but I was only changed.
Enemy killing spree.
Death is always
Enemy double kill. Enemy rampage. Top turret is under attack.
is through.
Ah, kena minion biji. Alah Max. Ah. Tebel bet dah.
You have been slain. Turret lost.
Circled by your sins. I forgive.
Bottom
No
turret
one
is
Nongsim
unstoppable.
Derek dapat Dragon Soul. Bodoh amat. I need to win this. Mana? Bisa gas. Gaskeun.
Turret
Kenapa ada
lost.
trap di sini?
Death doesn't leave scars.
Shut down.
No shadow without light.
Ally slain.
Duh, kita no damage gini, Wak.
I forgive. No one else has to.
Push harusnya bisa sih.
Lucian thought I was lost, but I was only changed.
No go.
The only way out of the mist is through it.
Udah bangun kocak, sayang. Atrok sendirian gak sih lu?
Small talk wasn't really part of my training.
terus kok tebal banget ya.
Lucian thought I was lost, but I was only changed.
Nice. Anjir, kritikal. Wah, kecepetan ultinya kan. W-nya.
Shut down.
Death doesn't leave scars.
Ya udah. Udah bisa upgrade belum? Belum. Ambil. Itu dia, bro. Well, hello there.
Wanna kill me? Get in line.
Bentar, saya nggak bisa nge-heal tower.
Allies
No
slain.
shadow without light.
Saya nggak bisa nge-heal tower ya. Dia bisa nembak tower tapi gak nge-heal gitu.
Death doesn't leave scars.
The enemy team has slain
Baron.
Baron Nashor.
Ah. Ya, gimana ya bang ya?
Small
AFK
talk
jungle
doesn't
kita
affect
kayaknya.
my training.
Enemy turret destroyed.
That's enough.
Bottom turret is under attack. Turret lost. Turret lost.
Gak bisa, yang ini gak bisa. Wah, saya enak jidat hidupnya.
Triple kill. Inhibitor turret is under attack. Shut down.
Pain must be.
Turret lost.
Di shield. Itu. Ah, mati. Ampun.
Turret lost. Nexus is under attack.
Ya ampun.
Turret lost.
Lucian thought I was lost, but I was only changed. I took the hard way. The only way out of the mist is
Set,
through.
nggak gitu anjir. Nice. Anjing, sumpah langsung mati.
Killing spree.
Ngeri-ngeri reset season. Oke. Demot-demotan challenger masih pada di ME nih kayaknya anjir. Gak ada burst kita.
Lucian thought I was lost,
Susah sih gimana ya?
but I was only changed.
Bang, ini tim kita mana ya? Aku juga bingung anjir.
Death is always in range. Small talk.
Shut down.
Gak mati anjir. Sumpah. Tebel banget. Dia punya stera kocak. Nggak apa-apa, tadi biar Atrox nggak ikut team fight sih. Nggak nyangka bakal ngekill juga sebenarnya. Ngejauhin Atrox tadi.
The only way out of the mist is through it.
Butuh gold asli dah ini mah. Jarvannya ada split push ya, mana bisa Baron aja lah.
Death doesn't leave scars.
The enemy team has slain Baron Nashor. Ally
Wanna
slain.
leave? Get in line. I forgive.
Ally
No one else
slain.
has to.
You have slain an enemy.
Nice try. Rame banget tapi AFK. Gak tahu kalau itu ya. Fortitude, let's go. Nah, damage kok di atas Jarvan loh ini. Sekarang awal season jadi tangan Rokonen jadi tukang troll. Sekarang pas mulai awal season kita dapat tantangan Riot. Iya tadi ada apa perjanjian gitu. Lagian cuma juga emang bisa tahu ngetroll apa enggak ya dari mana. Report aja tidak berfungsi. Streamer TikTok tuh lagi ya. Lah gak lanjut dong sih nih. Iya, udah mulai belum? Udah lanjut. DRX menang lagi.
Azandil trying desperately to be useful. Puts up a steadfast presence, doesn't do a whole lot, but yeah, Nongshim feeling pretty good about that top side fight at least.
Yeah, good on the top side, but it feels really bad that your top laner got solo killed by Gwen effectively twice, right? You know, died, rezzed, died again. It's now a 3-0-1 Gwen who has a 2,000 gold lead. Look at the gold differences between lanes. Rich is the only one with a gold lead, and it's bigger than everyone on Nongshim's gold lead combined. So. Yeah. It's a Gwen, so it's a bit concerning here. The dash gets interrupted by Taeyun, but they all kite back. Yukao can't get a huge amount of value. It's a good handshake. And then Jiwoo went in very aggressive, so has to flash out. But it's a step too far here. Sponge dashes in, dips out, and then Willer gets caught, and it's like, okay, you're temporarily tanky as Pantheon, but not really.
Okay, well, they're trying to kill Scout here once again in the side lane. Lahen's trying his best with a hostile takeover to help
that
him.
ult was just kind of like, now kiss, you know?
Now kiss. And now we got the engage here on Ondil. He's in a rough spot, honestly. He doesn't have his flash. Willer's as well. Does get the ult off, but Taeyoon is here. The shield is up. Willer trying to continue this fight, and now Rich, who is gigantic, is trying to take on this Kalista.
I think...
And the return of the team just coming in. The Needles get him after the bailout. At the end of the day, though, Nongshim do have control over this Drake. Should be able to take it down for Soul Point.
Yeah, I mean, it's super scrappy, but Nongshim managed to get the dragon, and that's the main thing. Taeyoon getting a lot of value on this Kalista. And these fights, I just feel like struggling to really get the consistent damage down for DRX. You know, Taeyoon took so long to go down, able to rack up those spears and get the bailout this time. Now has a second item as well. He's pretty strong. So we'll see this one playing out. I actually think Sponge got a good amount of value here. So gets an ult on
Jadi
two.
bel dia jam berapa nih?
Even though he gets knocked away,
Kayaknya jam 7 deh. Masih lama.
getting the spears down. The ult ends up buying time when it hits on
ADG masih ini.
And then Taeyoon actually gets the res
Masih game 2.
dies anyway to the Needles, but everyone's so low in the aftermath.
Yeah.
That they can't do more. Andal's fishing for something here.
There is so much side lane aggression from DRX. They're looking for all these picks.
I think there's just so much
as
aggression.
a team. I mean, it's like always Ondil and Willer together. This is going to be spotted. And spot them with that ward. Gonna throw down a pink as well, just say get out of here. So no more aggression in the top lane at least. And it's kind of a close game when you look at the gold, but you know, one dragon away from a Hextech soul. It's not like the Giga Hextech soul comp, but it's still the best soul in the game. And okay, we got a little all-in here from Scout, who might regret his decision. Takes a bajillion damage. Hits the bailout, though, as Lahen's gets there. And yes, Willer will shut him down, but it's going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of Nongshim.
Oh, and King stopped the TP.
Yeah, he did.
I'm not sure Rich would have wanted to follow that TP. As strong as he is, he would have just TP'd in the 3 people. But still, I think King had made the right call in the moment to just stop that one. It could have gotten messy. King definitely on the back foot in this game, but he knows what his job is. Keep the Gwen at bay. So we'll see this replay. Again, the bailout not actually keeping people alive, just extending their existence here. Scout lives a little longer. Forces Willer to commit a bit more. And once again, Nongshim come out ahead. Still such a close game, but it's those 3 dragons in pocket. Nongshim approaching Soul. And I just feel like so many of these fights, the Gwen either isn't able to get value, isn't
Enggak tuh. Ini aku sambil main tadi, keburu mulai.
only one with a lead on DRX.
We haven't had a real straightforward team fight yet. Even that one in the bottom river before the third Drake, it was like Ondil got caught and he used steadfast presence late. He was low, he left, and then like Rich eventually got there. As now Scout, he's really not enjoying his existence here in the side lanes as continuously getting ganked. DRX will not let their foot off the gas pedal.
Yeah.
Main kelinci itu lucu ya, main Aurora.
But again, just picking kills, you take
It's about
those.
sending a message.
It's about sending a message. It's about getting some gold. Top laners are looking a little scary in this one with the level advantages.
Level 12. He's lower level than Sponge.
Yeah, he is not so. Ooh. There's a TP coming in. Yeah.
All right, just flash and press R. That's better.
Why not?
No needles available here for Rich, so eventually, even in the mist, he's trying to do his best and pummel down Sponge, but I think it's just a little bit too much.
That way it can mess up the flag.
Halo? Internet kun? Tiba-tiba nge-lag, cuk.
That's fine. That wall's really long anyway. I do think if you look though, right, so Scout is about 20 farm up on Yukao, and Rich
dari LCK ya, bukan akunya. Dari sana ya guys. Tuh. Kata live chatnya juga. Dari sana ya. Dari LCK ya mati. Bentar. Coba reset dulu. YouTube is down or what?
He is very scary,
Okay.
so watch out for him.
Yeah, he's the scariest guy in the Rift right now. But it's Kalista and Ada still, so in an extended team fight where Taeyeon's actually dealing damage, putting a lot of Ren stacks up, and getting value on the Kalista still could be very nice. So we'll have to wait and see how this one does pan out. Rich has a nice angle on the right side, cleared out a ward. Ukal is on vision on the left. So they're really trying to spread this one out and tear Nongshim apart, who just wants to stick together like a team.
See Ukal threatening on the flank, and Rich too. If they can get a pincer here, it could be so devastating.
You can see that Nongshim knows about this. They don't want to commit, as the ult is going to hit nobody from the poppy. They're trying to isolate Taeyeon though on the left side, and no bailout comes out. He's just dead. That's no AD carry for Nongshim now. Kingin in a rough spot is going to go into that passive sponge. Can't really do all this by himself. They're trying to get on top of Rich, but he just flashes the wall. And the knock into the wall here from Andal is huge. 880 gold goes over to Ukal, and they should get this dragon.
Yeah, able to stop the soul coming through. So much damage done by Rich, and I think Lehens was inside the Kalista ult, so couldn't use the bailout on Taeyeon. He just goes down. The angle of approach from DRX there was so good. Oh. Well, it's half his health, but he's still alive. Dragon denied, soul denied, importantly. Almost see that again.
Too.
So the angle of approach here is the main thing. You can see Nongshim just kind of have to retreat backwards because it's the Pantheon ult over the top. The double angle of both the Gwen and the Akali. Taeyeon gets jumped on, sucks Lehens in, and then he gets thrown out and can't bail out in time. So isn't able to save his AD carry. And it felt like that initial attack from DRX was so powerful. And even though there's some return damage, even though Willow goes down, it's just not enough.
It was not meant to be on that fight. Nice setup there from DRX. I was saying right before it started that Nongshim had a pretty good idea of what was coming, but you know, they were trying to stick together like a ball, but eventually they got torn apart anyway because there were so many ults flying at them, the Pantheon, the Poppy, and also the flanking Gwen.
Ini juga kayaknya bakal sampai game 3 deh.
Stick together and handle all of that pressure.
Yeah, it's hard to do, but I think they need to have people playing on the flanks and like blocking. Like if Scout can prevent, it's really difficult, right? But if Scout can like poke Ukal out on the flank and stop him getting in, but the problem is he kind of just like flash ulted in. So if they just say we're going and like circumvent you, I don't know really if there's that many answers. Especially when you have this really fed Gwen, who is very problematic. So it was a hard one to deal with the approach they had. It's still not a huge gold lead for DRX, and it's still Nongshim one dragon away from Soul, but every sort of fight you win like that is such a big win for DRX when they are in this delicate position.
It's a pretty nice gold lead that they have, about 2,000, but still very much on a knife's edge in this one. We do have a third item for both of our AD carries now.
We're also seeing both going tanky options.
Yeah.
So Jack Show we definitely see from Kalista, but it's normally a little bit later. We normally get things like the Terminus coming through, then Jack Show. But also we've seen this build before. I think Knockdown went last year, like a Bruiser Corki build, where you kind of end up with like 4,000 plus HP, and you still have a ton of AD, a bit less pen, and crit, but you know, if you are being threatened by all this burst and engage, you kind of just have a ton of AD and health. You are just a bruiser, right? You're still going to do a lot of damage, just less crits, less big autos. But you know, I think there's a lot of AD carries that you can go bruiser builds, and it can be really obnoxious and really good when you are being threatened and jumped on in games like this. So I think it can make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think it's a good call from him. And we're waiting for that third item for you, Cal, for him to really start bursting people down. I do wonder where this next fight is going to be. Probably just over the next Drake. Because at this point, every Drake is a must fight.
Kalau ngelepas naga lagi sih kalah ya DRX ya.
I feel teams, they're kind of like, oh, we're going to do Baron. No, you're not. Not really.
Even with Kalista, even with Taeun, you know, they tried. And it was like...
Well, I think the problem is
rough.
DRX's damage on Baron is pretty weak. And Nongshim are the team who are more inclined to start it, but they're on red side. So being trapped in that pit against the DRX composition, and considering the enemy jungler is a Pantheon who can just always jump into the pit.
And you're just all grouped up for Poppy to like somehow get value.
Yeah, it's a terrible thing. So I don't think we're going to see many sporadic Baron starts in this game. Oh,
come on, you call.
There was like 7 pings that came in like a second there.
Well, we're going to have this Poppy ult hit something as the Jarvan goes flying, and now they're going for the engage. The hostile takeover is going to get onto, but not this Gwen. As Lehens is trying to peel against the Gwen. Nobody can deal damage to Richie's getting low. Finally, they do take him out, and he was the main member that they were looking for, but UCal able to get 2. We're going to pick up a bit more, and finally that Bruiser Corki does go down. As 80 carries are out of the fight, and Willer kind of by his lonesome here on the top side. Eventually, he should be going down.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of discipline from both 80 carries to not end up flashing. It's actually DRX who maintain a ton of summoner spell economy for this next soul fight. Although I'm not sure they're going to be up in time.
Aku
is my
sih
main
chill lah,
concern, actually,
sambil
more than anything.
Yeah, we saw a lot of pings on the dragon there.
See a replay, so we get one knockaway here out of the Jarvan. And then here, it's really unfortunate for Taeun because they actually end up getting the kills a bit too quick. We see the Gwen focus down, and Rich dies, and then the bailout comes through, so he doesn't get the reset.
Yeah.
And even though they get a good amount of kills, yeah, Will is still dead. Unfortunately, all of Nongshim is up. So even though they're down, they lost a ton of flashes.
Well, I guess they're just going to do Baron?
Tapi seimbang loh game 2 ini.
But it's Hextech Soul.
Nggak yang kebantai banget.
Nyangkut gua. Started it yet, and this Soul is already gone.
Will is not up, and he doesn't have ult.
Yeah.
So,
no, they're not doing Baron.
Yeah. Feels pretty bad for the side of DRX. I don't think you're too bothered about the fact you have 5 flashes.
Yeah. I think Scout now is in a supreme position to just burst anyone out and also slow them for anyone on his team to follow up really easily. So going to be looking at Scout to be doing some big work here in this late game. They're trying to set up around the Baron now. And again, they tried this much earlier on, and now they're in a even better spot with this Hextech Soul. Like, yes, the gold is basically even, but it's a lot of value that
enak
just
gitu
gone.
buat
I mean,
ini
Hextech Soul is so
Jahen.
suffocating against the short-range comp. And the fact you have things like the Aurora, and even just the Jarvan throwing a flag can just like slow down a whole team. It's
Steal your Gromp. Nando's got to be careful about, okay, they're trying to TP flank actually, so enough about being careful. They just want to get on into Scout, and he's going to get supremely low, but they take out Jiwoo on the backside of that fight, and they get Ridge. And it's really only UCal that is a damage dealer that's left here on the side of DRX. As Notion, they don't get everyone, but they get enough to go for this Baron.
Yeah, I think the big thing as well is Willa, no flash, no ult, played off miles away. He's not going to be able to contest for the smite. So Nongshim going to be able to secure the Baron off the back of this. And feeling pretty good with the outcome. DRX try and force this aggressive fight. It just doesn't pay off.
That just felt a little bit too forced. I mean, the TP was coming in, Willer was going head first, but you're right in the center of them. And G was just like dead so early on in this fight.
The hostile takeover got so much value. Hit both the Gwen and the Corki, and Rich just killed Jiwoo, basically.
Yeah.
Honestly, they were kind of killing each other. And then Noxian just slid in and helped clean up. So that was massive hostile takeover value. And we often see cleanse into Kalista, into Renata, sorry, but didn't see it this game and really kind of do happen to pay for it. It's also so often that we see like an AD carry and someone else being in the hostile takeover, and the AD carry does tons of damage to them, but they don't do that much damage back. But specifically a Gwen meant they were just equally pummeling each other. So yeah, Lehen's getting a ton of value there off the back of the ult, and now Nongshim with Baron. And this is not the best team for dealing with the Baron lineup, because I think DRX's best response is just to engage, but they have anti-engage tools, they have, you know, the Hextech Soul, and it's hard to find these angles when, you know, you're lacking the flash on Willa and Yukao. Willa kind of has to just ult in. They do have a ward behind, I think, so I think they're going to cheapy do that. They're pinging it out.
I don't know.
Yeah, there we go.
But they got to get multiple angles against the Renata specifically, as Willer's going to go in. He's got a shield right in front of him, and Kingan's going to zone the rest of the team and nearly just take out Gio all by himself. Just
oh my god, Zahen!
He's still going to go down. Bit of a disaster, but DRX tried their absolute hardest to make a fight work. And Noshim say, we are just better at this point in time. As Rich, not even that far ahead anymore. Kingan was able to catch up by this point in the game. And with that, they should be able to push spot and win this one.
Yeah, Scout did a great job in this one, keeping Yukal at bay, not letting him approach on the flank, keeping him accountable. And also Lehens with the Renata getting so much value in these fights. So they will be able to equalize the series. A scrappy game again. We're going to be 1-1 between these two and taking us to the game 3.
1-3. Bakal lama kayaknya. Match ini.
Here comes Zondil, but no ults and no health bars anymore. Down will go the Nexus. Noshim brings us to a game number 3. And what was a closer fight this time in this game number 2. A little bit less swingy than game 1.
Yeah, I mean, game 1 was back and forth, right? But game 2, I feel like as well also, but just volatility. A lot of volatility in this series. And I think, you know, I was hoping we'd get more data from this series, and we definitely are, but it's just still so hard to judge the level of these teams.
Aku dari tadi sambil main tuh.
Both of them, definitely things that they'll be talking about now going into this game 3 to reflect on. We saw a lot of uses of the coach voice. Well, the coach is going to be using their voices right now before this game 3, because you look at how strong Rich was, you look at that gold grab, and I think DRX is going to be a little bit upset they didn't manage to close that one out. Scout having a massive impact, but also Lehens, the hostile takeover in that fight around Baron, massive value.
Well, you got
the moon also rises.
Enemy turret destroyed.
Buset, dia masuk. Wah, isu.
Retreat.
My eyes are open.
That mistake.
Chosen of the moon.
Wow. Buset, masih hilang. Nah, ngerjain requestan kalau sekarang ini males tuh nge-cut video ya, Tar. Nongshim game.
I cannot turn back. embrace the night.
Has slain Baron Nashor.
Besok DK versus Genji. Lihat jadwal dulu ya. Besoknya yang sibuk deh. Kayaknya sih besok sibuk ya. Wih, ada ginian sekarang. Double mark. Lah, tambah enak dong pusing keren. Double bintang. Buset, ADG. ADG lawan Thunder Gaming masih 1 game lagi, kocak. Bro. Udah lah ya, pusing aja gitu. Ya kayaknya jam 8 bener. Belum kan nanti bentik terus break ya. Habis iya kayaknya jam 8 nih. Ya push rank aja lah. Aduh, smolder lepas. Ya, so. Kenapa ya?
Fear the assassin with no master.
Nggak tahu dah timnya. Atrox jungle? I don't understand. Itu Sena Pinner tadi kah? Damage-nya di atas jungle dan edisi ya, mohon maaf nih. Wah, top ini top guild dong. Top 30. Musuhnya ngeri gini, attack speed semua. Thumbnail JDG versus BLG scam kah, sir? Belum mulai, kocak. Saya juga pengennya nonton JDG sekarang.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
The rules hold you back. Leave them for someone who needs them.
Minions have spawned.
Yasuo ya. Bentar. Ya, Yasuo.
Everyone's got a weakness.
Yes.
That's my target. I can do this all day. I was trained to kill since I could walk. See ya! Quick and deadly. Gonna carve my own path.
Betul.
Skill and steel will get the job done.
Middle turret is under attack.
Ini lah ya. Item apa biar dapat mana tapi dapat itu juga.
Feel me now.
Shieldnya sumpah yang sedikit nih.
Forget balance. This is a reckoning. Cold steel and a target are all I need. Should have run.
Good evening, halo. Nih sedekah, thank you super chatnya. Moku Shark sedekah aduh. Semoga diterima rezekinya. Diterima pahalanya. Kok rezekinya? Saking jarangnya ada yang donate, tidak tahu cara berkata-kata aja.
I love what I do. My enemies won't.
Rift Maker.
Enemy missing.
Super chat tuh kalau bisa dipin ya. Keren gitu, ada super chat dipin nih. Kagak hilang ini.
Too fast, too good.
Ah.
Many knives. Can't stop me. I'm not
Bang, jangan dilawan bang. Weh.
Danger in bottom jungle.
Wah, tai. Ulti kan.
Forget balance. This is a reckoning.
What is my jungle doing? What do you expect, mate?
Let's go. Gonna carve my own path.
Wah, kencang banget anjir. Ya bawa scanner
Everyone's
kan
got a
tadi?
weakness. That's my target. They can't stop me. I mean, they can try.
Update-nya banyak banget ya tahun ini ya. Ada movement speed, ada champion, item banyak banget yang baru tuh. Ada rage blade.
First blood.
Everyone dies. I just speed things up. Try to keep up. Ha! Ha! Ha!
Danger.
I love what I do. My enemies won't.
Ally slain.
Dari kemarin user Ranto pada keluar gunung jadi rame yang pakai. Yasuo sebenarnya champion bagus sih. Udah nggak jelek deh Yasuo.
And a target are all I need. This won't take long.
Yasuo is a good champ.
Ally slain.
Skill and steel will get the job done.
Attack the Rift Herald. The enemy retreat. Slain the dragon.
Yo Hera, yo.
Ally slain. Bottom turret is under attack.
I'm not here to make friends.
Enemy killing spree.
Pada kemana dah? Mati apa?
The turret. First turret destroyed. Attack the Rift
I'm my
Herald.
own master. Just the way I like it.
The enemy team has slain the Rift Herald.
Ngeri gocekannya, mati bang, mati.
Try to keep up. If they're smart, they're scared.
Udah nyampe ulti gua. Jangan clear juga antum. Weh, maruk weh.
Gonna carve my own path.
Enemy rampage.
Nggak tahu kenapa tuh ada situ. Ah,
I'm not here to make friends.
kita ngapain di sini cuy?
Feel me now.
Diambil, astaga. Rame ternyata anjing, bye bye.
Unstoppable.
Kalian enak di top lane kayak di wild trip kayaknya jelek deh, dibully lo sama Mundo, Megaren.
Enemy slain.
Enemies, so many knives.
Masih lama deh teleport ini, aku benci banget nih. Animasinya lelet banget.
Should have run.
Enemy slain. Top turret is under attack. Turret lost. Enemy turret destroyed.
Somehow goldku dari Yasuo lebih banyak ya.
Do this all day.
Ally slain. Enemy triple kill. Enemy kill.
Excuse me, brother. Anjir.
Attack the dragon.
Skill and steel.
Skip ya, aku sudah ngekill Yone. Aku mau clear atas.
Too fast. Too good. I am my own master. Just the way I like it.
Your team has stolen the dragon.
Dapat langsung.
Perfect.
Steel's better.
Killing spree.
Everyone's got a weakness. That's my target.
Shut down. Shut down.
Everyone dies. I just speed things up.
GG nih Senanya gak kayak yang tadi. Cacat banget main Senanya tadi.
Try to keep up. I'm not here to make friends.
Attack Baron.
Baron. Real kan?
I can do this all day.
Ally slain.
I love what I do. My enemies won't.
Bottom turret is under attack. Slain.
Mana lo?
Attack Baron. Turret lost.
They can't stop me. I know they can try.
Middle turret is under attack.
Can't stop me. Skill and steel will get the job done.
Lemah. Wah, tai.
I am my own master. Just the way I like it.
Retreat from the enemy champion.
Sama saya kill Mondo.
Steel and a target are all I need.
Enggak nyampe lagi. Oh, Baron enak loh itu. Musuhnya kagak ada. Bait Baron.
This won't take long.
Ally slain.
Mati ada sih gua. Ciduk kok.
If they're smart, they're scared.
The earth reflects your torment.
Everyone's got a weakness. That's my target.
Quick and deadly.
Everyone dies. I just speed things up. So many enemies, so many knives.
The enemy team has slain the dragon. Attack enemy bottom jungle.
Gonna carve.
You have slain an enemy.
Get the job done. Everyone dies. I just speed things up. If they're smart, they're scared.
Too fast. Too good.
I'm not here to make fun.
Hello, thank you for subscribe.
Forget balance. This is a reckoning.
Wah, mereka Baron aja.
I mean, they can try.
Double kill. Rampage. Attack the turret.
Easy deh. Suren kau ya. Senanya jago anjir. Di kiri Sena. Senanya gigit cu.
Don't make this personal.
Anjir, ini baru Sena ya. Gelo, bos. Alah, top lane. Shroud macam apa itu? Shroud? What shroud? Bentar, ini apakah Nongsim sudah menang? Udah mulai sih sebelah, pusing aja. Akali W. Oh, W-nya. Tadi aku kira ulti aku nyampe aja, aku langsung pencet W, ternyata W apa R-nya belum nyampe, kocak. Tadiku apa? Kira ulti aku nyampe, aku langsung pencet W, ternyata belum ngedes, kocak. Untung triple kill. Nah, dimulai nih.
而且对方只有一个卡桑蒂的前排，所以应该你也不会看到很多这种凯特琳一路点到致命节奏触发。
Bahasa Korea, bahaya.
Shield, maybe help him out a little bit. Coach voice being utilized here by DRX. I am very curious what he's saying, because I have no idea what would you say. What would you say on this? In this game?
I'd console you. I'd be like, it's okay. I'm sorry that you have to play Jin. It's fine.
I wonder whose idea that was. Oh boy.
Guys, once you get... It'll work out.
You know, exercise is really
what would I
good for
say?
you.
Maybe it's related to grubs? I don't know. At this point, what is there specifically to talk about?
That's why I'm so curious, like the timing of it as well. You know? Maybe because nothing's happening, we'll actually get a listen in. Okay, burn the flash, nicely done. Avoids the Braum gank.
Yeah. Oh.
And now Taeyeon actually is gonna get stunned up. The second shot does miss, but the fourth does.
Kena ulti ya.
Okay, they're gonna set it up.
Yes.
Very sad. I think it's just dead. It doesn't really matter, but you know, it was a little silly. Willer is going to pick up first blood in the bottom lane.
It did make it look
Ya,
like
tadi udah keren gitu, kok gue kagak kena anjing.
that much, but they did still get the kill. So, you know, Willer being there
Peluru
definitely
melesat ke Land of Down.
helping out. Lens has just decided he has a mission this game. You know, the mission is it destroying the Nexus, not necessarily. Is it winning the game? Not necessarily.
I can't even hear him.
Okay.
It's like a little bit too quiet. Maybe next time I could take off my headset. I think I might hear a little bit better.
Maybe kill Caitlyn.
It was a lot of bottom lane talk from what I could tell. The timing on this one, not the best, but it's okay.
Yeah. Andal clean with the stuns, though. Fierce Blood, you know, a little pick up there. Oh, did see something go on mid in the replay.
Yukao no
wow,
flash.
Yukao is very dead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ain't no escaping that one. W hit, though. That was pretty good. Sponge not having the flash, so you're happy with that.
We have another coach voice. What'll it be this time?
They're really getting early mileage out of this, you know. And I'm expecting this game to go slow, right? I'm expecting this to be a long-haul game, so you're burning those coach voices early. Longshim are saving them.
Yeah, I think they're saving them forever. I don't think they're going to use them. I was actually talking about with Wolf about this during the break, and you know, the coaches have to decide ahead of time whether or not they're in the booth, you know, where they can't see the enemy vision and stuff, or if they're behind. So I assume a lot of the teams, like even KT, right, when they were up 14,000, like their coaches are just not in the booth, so they can't actually utilize coach voice.
Yeah.
Because their coaches are in the green room, they can see all of the vision. It's not fair if they use coach voice and they like run into the booth and say, hey, they're doing Baron, obviously. So, yeah, some teams just elect not to use it and they just don't have it available. We talked about this on Pox today. I do feel like it is a tool which can be utilized for good rather than evil. And
you still going with that for evil line.
You know, they should use it, I would say. Sponge is in a little bit of trouble here. Lehens is getting in there, though, and is going to land the stun on a Willer, who maybe did go a little bit too far. But they get the kill with the Shockwave, and Taeun from miles away is able to take down Willer. It's a little bit of a trade there.
Yep, able to get the trap down underneath the stunned Jax and able to trade 1-for-1. So I think Longshim ultimately okay with that. Yeah, I think the argument maybe some of the teams is that they don't know if it's going to be a permanent feature in the long term.
Yeah.
So relying too heavily on it could be to your detriment. It's interesting. We'll see. We'll see how much of a permanent feature it is, how much value teams are getting from it. Some teams obviously have been more keen on it than others. Hard to say. We've got a replay of this. So Sponge gets chunked out pretty hard even before his ult gets that much value. So obviously he pops it here, but he's already like less than half HP. But the big thing is, stun comes in, and then Taeun gets a trap, so even when he kites away, he can just slide in, and the headshot is still there to be picked up.
Yeah.
So easy kill there.
Biggest gold lead currently actually Taeun over Jiwoo. Second, though, is the jungle. Willer able to pick up the 2 kills.
And he has gone Triforce, no Dusk and Dawn shenanigans. Which I think is probably right. I haven't seen many Jaxes going Dusk and Dawn.
Yeah.
I don't know, though. It would let you proc your ult very quickly, like the empowered auto. But I think definitely less, you don't get the big, powerful Triforce procs. Because you're not going to have that much AP on the Jax.
It would feel pretty bad to lose those, I think, because maybe we're trying to kill Sponge again. This is looking like a replay, although UCal is getting engaged on Sponge. Very much isolated, but now he's got Lehens coming on over as Taeun is just in there. He just dies like he was in the banana brush behind enemy lines, and that means that DRX is going to pick up a double kill. Nice little try from Ondil to land the double stun there. Not quite going to work out. UCal having a lot of protection here, and with the help of Ondil, she'll be able to chase down Lehens. Ondil just doesn't want to take the kill, and he won't have to. As a nice little fight goes the way of DRX.
Scout did so much there to try and turn it around, but I mean, Taeun was just in the middle of nowhere.
Look for a fight.
Rame banget ya coach com coach komnya apa kom
Probably to fight over the Drake, which is very important.
Tapi kalau kom DRX sih seru-seru sih soalnya ada seumuran kan ya timnya.
They get a lot of value to this one though. Yeah, Taeun just kind of walks up and ends up getting stunned and dies. So I think the ult from Sponge didn't help and kind of knocked the Jax into him. And then Scout honestly gets insane. Like, this fight would have been so doomed if he had not gotten this insane value here to turn it around and get 2 kills. And they actually managed to get back on the map and get the dragon. So Scout clutching this fight out, ultimately, able to find massive value.
Oh, trying to set up here. We got 2. A little bit caught, but again, there's so much to get through, but Sponge is kind of left by his lonesome in the front. Lehens not able to block for him. A little bit overextended were Nongshim after the fight. Well, after the dragon, I should say.
Yeah, definitely think they should have just backed away as soon as possible, but an overstay leads to them getting punished. Herald up soon, so maybe just going to translate straight into that.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Scout is here.
He will scout them out.
He's really trying to up those damage numbers.
Yeah, that he is.
We have a TP from UCal to the top lane.
Yeah, Herald pretty gone. We will see Taeun able to push the wave out, so they won't immediately be able to slam it mid with a wave. Is DRX with an edge in terms of gold, but still close in this game. And it's just, yeah, as you said, Willow with a massive lead, getting a lot of these kills in this fight. So a lot of value in this Jax.
Yeah. There's a lot of times jungle Jack specifically, you know, you don't have as much farm, you don't have as many levels, but in this meta you get more farm, and especially with early kills you're feeling good. This fight, again, just an overextension. Sponge kind of left out to dry.
He just gets popped. You know, has to kind of go in on the play to peel for his team, and I think just hung around a little bit too long.
Yeah, not much you can do. Just gotta be not in that position. Easily said in hindsight, but we'll have to wait and see how they do from here on out. Lehens is going for a little walk in the river.
Oh, Jiu is actually not going the Ghost Blade Rapid Fire build.
He's got Storm Razor. We're trying to get on top of Lehens. I feel like Ondil has ult every 2 seconds. Like it's always up. And they're throwing everything into this Braum, but Gnomestream are just really not grouping together as a team. It's well, over and over like these individual picks. Now it's a double kill for UCal. We had multiple double kills for Willer, and now UCal's getting fed. This is becoming a problem for Nongshim.
The thing is, so much of Nongshim is auto-attack based. And the Jack's just, you're able to play so aggressive on the back of your counter-strike. So the initial portion of the fight, there's just very little counterplay. The Braum can't do much, you can't stack up the passive, you can't really get those stuns rolling. You need the longer fights to really get the value out of it, but by that point you've already started losing members. So I think Nongshim are really struggling to find headway here, and are starting to fall further and further behind.
Yeah, and it just feels like, you know, we got this roaming death squad of like Ondil sets up the fight, and then you have, you know, Wheeler's right there, UCal's right there. They've got all their pieces together for setups on fights.
What's crazy here is that like Sponge doesn't want to get close to give him like a jump out, because he's like, I don't want to get caught too. And then he jumps in. Like, either help him to jump out or leave. Pick one. But don't like let him get caught and die and then jump in. That is not the play.
Yeah, I think we can pretty easily see that one. As, yeah, UCal gonna be slowed up here. Doesn't have his flash, actually. Nice little shockwave, but even Exhaust gonna be utilized trying to get him down. They give the kill and the shutdown gold over to Scout, who's now 4-1. Still behind UCal, funnily enough. But he definitely needed that kill.
Yeah, nice pick and return. Finally, it feels like Nongshim getting something, at least, when it's just been DRX getting kill after kill after kill. Doesn't really translate to anything. And UCal has flash about to come up, so it's not like there'd been a summoner there before this dragon. We'll see a replay off that. UCal just a bit overextended hitting this turret, and yeah, I think at this point, not much you can do. It's also funny because Andal portals away, but the portal just gives a route in for Lens and Sponge, so doesn't work in his favor.
Yeah. And then he Mega Blast cones his way to safety. That's a mega disengaged cone.
Yeah. Shadowflame picked up for UCal, so he's very strong on this spike. I'm not sure if Scout is close to second item. But if you look at the items on DRX, you look at Willer and you look at UCal, and they feel very scary going into this dragon fight.
Yeah,
honestly,
2,000 gold.
I would consider not contesting this. It'd actually
Bang,
be on my
bangun
mind
bang.
right now.
Masih bangun kocak.
I mean, it's first Chemtech Drake, and you've already split the first couple of Drakes. So this isn't even like Soul Point.
Yeah.
It's one Chemtech Drake.
It's just, especially like having completed items versus, you know, giant spell blasting wand. It's not it. No, they're fighting it. Okay. Okay, they did get the Rylai's in. Sponge is a lot weaker than Willer though.
And the TP just to get engaged on, and the setup here is gigantic once again. Scout has a nice 1v1 versus Jiu though, who is out of the fight. But we got Rich kind of going insane.
DRX menang sih kayaknya. Harusnya menang sih.
As it looks like they will eventually
Mereka belum menang sama sekali sumpah.
does get another kill though, 5th for him. And the Chemtech Drake, of course, did go to DRX.
It's like they're late there, so like I initially thought they weren't going to contest it because they were so late. And then they rush in just to fight. The dragon's already gone, and they just get engaged on. They burn all their summoners and lose the fight. Scout, I mean, actually does a good job because Jiu, I'm not sure what Jiu is doing. But the main fight, Taeyun ends up so close. You're a Caitlyn. How are you like in melee range to get shockwaved with your entire front line? I don't know.
Not
but
the first
Taeyun
time.
makes a bit of a flub. Scout, I feel like, is just trying to do everything this game. But DRX, they know their objective. They know what they're doing. Other than the little mistake from Jiu, everyone doing what they want. And we literally had 4 flashes in that fight from Nongshim. And I'm going to be honest, I think the only reason Kingen didn't flash was because it wasn't up.
Yeah, I mean, he did die as well, so not the best. Ukal is topping the damage charts, and it's not like he's playing it to tank Rek'Sai or anything. As now we get another engage onto Lehens, who is just out in the middle of nowhere, just dies to Willer, who is not going to stop there, continues to chase, and even gives the kill over to Ukal, who's now on a killing spree himself. I mean, DRX are just being gifted pick after pick, and they're playing it well.
Yeah, they're playing so aggressive, and now they're going to start the Baron, and haven't taken out Scout. Strongest member.
Baron akan diamankan oleh DRX.
I think this is just an easy Baron.
Yeah.
A game that was feeling close for a good portion of the mid game has just spiraled out of control on the back of play after play from this Jax leading the charge, and a pick that we haven't seen that often in the LCK. Occasionally as a counter pick to the Xin Zhao is just paying off so well for DRX right now. And I feel like they're on the cusp for the first win. And we have this Braum. I think Braum is a pick that you just often feel so safe on. You're so tanky, you have a dash, but he's just dying on repeat.
And the fact that Scout dies under his turret, too.
Yeah, doesn't quite have the ult available. It's a rough feeling right now. Having to deal with a Baron already, 4,500 the gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how the Jhin might be in a little bit of trouble, but they don't even need the Jhin. Jhin is just like set up for the actual carries, and the Jhin himself is in a not bad spot.
Also, he's gone LDR seconds. He actually has good pen.
He's doing damage. It's actually happening. And here we go. The setup comes in once again with the Jax and the Orianna. Maybe this time a little bit too deep. As Sponge was actually able to
tiba-tiba gini
for the rest of the team as well.
Jax jungle bagus kok.
Barely live.
Yeah, that's not a good trade. Willer overstepping a
Jax
little
jungle
bit
is good.
And a big shutdown given over.
But they did the cool combo, Ox.
Yeah. Okay, here's the Jhin ult.
It's a zoning ult. Just gonna push them back. Gets them the turret. It actually does have value here.
Yeah, not the most damage, not the best value ultimate, but, you know, DRX able to push forward and force them away.
Hell?
Okay, good peel.
It's okay, Rich is here. It was all a bait. No, Rich has to flash. That's pretty unfortunate. A bit of a mistake. Ukal did not see the cupcake on the ground.
I will say saving the Orianna flash pretty massive there.
Yeah.
So credit to Rich. Kingen
is just all over the place. Like, what are we doing? We got a TP coming in now again. And Rich is like, yeah, hello. They still have Baron, by the way. DRX.
Okay, that was a little goofy. We'll get the replay of this fight. So ult comes in on a Sponge. Willer goes for the combo with the flash, but it's an Azir, and you don't one-shot him, so he just shoves you on a turret, and then they focus you down. And in return, you get the Xin Zhao, who's pretty worthless at this point.
Yeah.
So not an even trade.
Doesn't really exist.
Yeah, King did just TP in, so he has a Giga Shield that they're trying to punch through. Willer's hunting for Scout.
Here we go again. That one is not going to land. Andil has been the bane of this Nongshim team here in Game 3. It's not been fun for them to deal with this Bard. And he just always seems to have the Tempered Fate up. But looks like the Baron push is done for now. They still have 10 seconds left. And a lot of fiddling around here in the mid lane, right before this Chemtech Drake is about to spawn. And DRX, I mean, they've got...
Night Swarm kali ini seru kok. Cuma aku masih main Wild Trip aja.
And healing within this composition.
Yeah, not the worst Chemtech soul value. I mean, and also you'll just take it.
Sejujurnya lebih seru sih daripada T1 ini.
Unable to contest. And it's definitely an uphill battle from this point for Nongshim from here. This Orianna, I think, is really starting to become a major issue. Because you look at the items from the Azir in comparison.
Death Cap.
Yeah, you got 10 stack Dark Seal, you got the Death Cap, Shadow Flame, the Blackfire Torch.
Yeah,
and
the upgraded
Swords. That is a lot of damage, a lot of burst. Whereas Scout's build, like, he has sustained damage, but it feels like a lot more utility with like the upgraded Merc Treads and the heal from the Crypt Balloon and the ability haste and the slow. Like, they're not bad items, they're just... He's not one-shotting people.
Yeah. Whereas the one-shot combo maybe next time actually does one-tap Scout. Because last time we saw like the flash on him from Willer.
Oh,
he's
Willer.
got GA now.
Yeah, he can kind of go. I mean, GA isn't the craziest value in a Caitlyn, but when you're ahead, it doesn't even matter that you get trapped out of it because they don't have time to punish, really. Like you respawn, you're trapped. It's like, well, they're probably dead by the time you respawn anyway.
Orianna's such a huge threat as long as you can just go face first into it and not really care and try to set up a combo onto a good target.
We're getting a lot of posturing mid. I did feel like this game was going to be a bit slower, and to be fair, it has been faster than I expected, but it's a lot of posturing around the mid lane from both teams.
A little bit
just hanging out.
Traumatized by all the posturing, just remembering game 2 of T1 versus KT.
You know what that is? Posture check. Make sure you're sitting up. Yep.
Oh, look at me. I'm like, my leg is crossed, which is not
I was
good.
too. Yeah. It's been a long day, Brendan.
Bent over, you know.
Got good posture, you know.
It is pretty important. You know, my back was kind of hurting.
Oh, really?
Last week, yeah.
Yeah, you're already a father, so you gotta look out for that stuff.
The second, you know, the second I have a child, it's like all of a sudden my body's like, no.
Yeah.
No thanks.
Esther lagi ranked ya guys.
And
I'll be back.
fair,
I'll be back.
I should be exercising more, so it's probably part of it. But you know, the whole thing about having a baby is that you don't really have a lot of time, so it's a fantastic excuse not to exercise.
That's fair.
Not again, Lahens, please.
He has a little jump target. Jump to Scout!
All right, well, they're going to be caught. We got TP coming in, and that is going to sail wide.
Ults?
Yeah, I don't know. But this is a Scion that is TPing straight into them and held in place for a very long period of time. Kingen just going to flash that, doesn't want to get too low.
Okay. Well, they're there, and the Baron's up, so I think Nongshim might just move over to it. This could be the place where Nongshim find a good fight. If they're able to make it in here,
like
contest.
Scout is so much of their damage, and he doesn't have his ult anymore, and Sponge is so far behind. Like, look at this. He can't even approach. He's getting killed from miles away by the Jhin. Showing some value here. As now trying to go in onto Kingen. He is very tanky, and they fully peel off of the Baron. So, to be honest, not the most value there on the turn from DRX.
Getting chunked, though, by the Baron is the thing.
Yeah.
So, even though they obviously chunk out Kingen, it ends up in a situation where they can't really continue the Baron either.
Yeah, it's not
It's
great.
so hard to do Baron, I feel, on this season. Unless you get like an actual meaningful advantage in terms of kills. I think they're probably just looking towards Soul as their route into finishing this game.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot more gold achieved on those plates. I mean, it's still a little bit for Nongshim, but they haven't been able to crack that mid tower, I think, is the big one that they're kind of struggling with.
Yeah, that is a bit of a problem. Still has a couple of plates on that one.
Yeah.
But the crystalline overgrowth. Yeah, Sponge is not really a champion in this game. Like, he's just kind of an extra frontliner.
He just ults and just hopes for the best.
Yeah. He's the one saying it is what it is now. Although the rest of his team do have ways to actually deal damage. Even Taeyun, I mean, he's still ahead. You know, he has nearly 4 items, 3.5.
All right, I'm back.
You know, the Azir up to 3. He's looking for Zhonya's though now, so looking to survive as long as possible in these fights.
DRX looking good so far. Gold ahead, 5k.
It's difficult to approach. You can see Sponge clearing some vision around the Baron. I just feel like Will is so ready just to jump in. Oh!
Tayo hampir kena.
Well, if nobody gets in front
Oke,
of the Jhin,
Cosmic
you're gonna have some problems.
Binding sudah digunakan masuk. Jax tepi langsung meleleh. Azri, oh! Wah, GG Scott. Kalah anjir. Mati nggak sih? Oh, shh. No Wheeler, anjir mati. Das. Ayo. Ayo ke santai. Zoning. Triple kill.
But still winning this one is Nongshim. And let's see where they decide to go. Will they risk a Baron? I wonder.
I think you go Dragon, I think you go Baron, but Scout just refusing to lose this game. This is a man possessed. The shuffle was massive. And you know, I was saying, I don't know if the GA is really going to be punished here. Oh, the knock-up.
Well, they're just going to come in here, face check, and hope they can win in the 2v3. Doesn't look very likely based on what we're seeing here, although they're going to get away. And Jiu is kiting this one out pretty well, but he does get straight up ulted by the Scion. There's another missile from King, but it just does not matter. That's a shutdown. Some extra gold for Taehoon. Look at that. He's 2,500 ahead.
Shit.
He's so fed in this game now.
He got a lot of gold from that. And yeah, I was wondering, is the GA going to be punished? I didn't think it would. I thought DRX was so far ahead, but you saw there, the trap out of the GA immediately punished. Look at the replay. This initially looked so bad for Nongshim. The rapid fire also into the stun, the follow-up coming. But Scout, an absolute hero here, sees the window.
Azir sih GG sih, GG sih ultinya sih. Tapi kayaknya dia mati sayangnya.
So even after the counter strike, Taehoon waits for the headshot.
Yeah. So the two fed guys on the side of DRX, the Orianna and the Jax, are just nullified so much.
And with Taehoon dead, they're doing the Baron. This is still risky. No flash from Willa, but he can't leap over the wall.
Oh, they're going for the ult on in with the Scion. They want Yukal. They're not going to get it. And Kingen is pulled over, but this guy is so tanky right now. He is flashing on top of Yukal. They desperately want to take out this Orianna. They're not going to have it.
So much committed there, but unable to find the Orianna, and Jiu is now back. This game's gotten so scrappy. Nongshim trying to force their advantage, but don't find it. I think they have to back away now. Taehoon's doing a lot of damage, that is for sure, but so a lot of people in this game.
Yeah. Feels like maybe they're just going to look for the Scout ult angle once again as they're engaged. We talked about how there's not a lot of engage.
Allah. Mati.
Oh no, he is going to be able to hop away, but that is a super
Apa itu Sterak? Apa Death Dance?
Yeah, I think he's just too low to get in for the smite, so they'll start it up.
No wheeler. Come on, Jin. Jin. Okay. Nice ult from Bart. Give some space. Maybe. Jauh wheelernya recall coba.
Went down to like 600 there, but still.
What is the plan here?
So they're just kind of force their way out here. You can't have
Okay, it's gonna cast sponge. That's
Azir.
Here's the scoop on a Yukal, but the damage a lot slower and immediately goes down Scouts. As Rich, he's kind of going in alone, though. That's not going to work out. A couple of kills go to Nongshim after the fact.
Again, Scout with the clutch plays. He trades his life for Yukal, but he doesn't care. He knows how strong this Orianna is. He knows what his job is. He sets it for Taehoon, and he says, here's the Orianna on a silver platter. They get the Baron, they get out. And honestly, Sponge left the smite late. I think it's the right call. Don't mess around with it. Don't try and do it exactly 1400. There's no smite near. Play it safe. No one's doing 600 damage if the Jin ults down. And here he grabs Yukal.
Apa tadi dragon apa sih? Kok gerakannya cepet banget Nongshim? Caitlyn-nya masalah banget ini. Kesantai. Ini susah ya. Jago gini tiba-tiba Nongshim. Nongshim emang jago sih coba. Itu Caitlyn-nya
is not.
I mean, there's too much to cut through.
There's so much bulk, and there's so many things.
It was fine when they were
ahead.
There's so many things that block damage. Yeah. There's the W from Kingen, there's the shield from the hands, there's the ult from Sponge. Sponge is not very useful, but he can press his ultimate, and that buys time.
He's doing his job. It's not the flashiest job, but it's fine. Okay, they're gonna...
Tuh, kena tuh, Caitlyn tuh. Saman. Okay, this. Fokus Caitlyn, woi. Nice. Itu dia timku, my team. Wah, nice banget. Sheesh. Master play. Itu dia DRX gua.
And you look at the summoner spells, Taehoon's flash has just come back up. He only needed just
Itu dia.
15 seconds for that summon to become available, and DRX pounced on the opportunity. Andal finds the window on this bot again.
Bisa cu. Rush. Tower.
Just a wild day.
Just tower. Batu.
And there you go. take their first victory of the
Nice, GG.
in very active fashion.
Aji keren juga Derex ya.
This was such a back and forth. This was such a chaotic series. And honestly, we sometimes say this about series like it could have gone either way. This one really felt like it could have gone either way.
Yeah.
And I think series like those come down to these just critical moments, these key points where players find opportunities to be clutch. And honestly, when I think of that third game, I think about the Bard and the amount of tempered fates that were just connecting at key moments. And even when we have this big comeback, we have Scout stepping up, setting up for
Menurut lu MVP-nya siapa?
It was in the end, it was that tempered fate landing. The flash was down. It was seconds away from being back up. But it comes through. Will is there?
Siapa ya? Wheeler?
And they will get their first series win. And it feels deserved. It feels like this is a team who's had to fight to get their first series win, fight really hard. But they've definitely earned it.
Kayaknya andil sih, kayaknya support deh. I think MVP-nya support sih.
Absolute amazing performance on the Bard.
Andil sih, andil POM sih. Andil POM sih. Andil POM sih. Akhirnya support dapat POM kan?
And he's just getting more and more comfortable and more impactful. So. Nice to see that growth within the support player of DRX.
Support sih PM nih.
Absolutely critical for this game. I mean, if you don't have Bard in this one, so many less picks, so much less of a lead that they threw, which eventually, like, I'm convinced that gold isn't real.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's today or
lumayan loh, dua tim papan bawah LCK level permainannya kayak gini. DRX tuh gak lemah, emang kebetulannya tim lainnya OP parah gitu loh.
The thing is, it feels like 80 carries, you know, there's such an injection of gold.
Mereka hampir menang loh lawan T1 waktu ini.
Carries, like you're still getting loads of items because of the quest and cashback.
Aku voting andil POM.
And it just feels like it comes down to these critical moments. Like at the end of the day, you know, you can be fed as you want. If you're getting blown up, you're getting blown up.
Tadi Niko-nya, Bard-nya sih.
It feels like it's hard to end, even with a big gold lead. You know, Baron isn't this free objective you can take, and even with Baron, it's not necessarily easy to break through structures. Soul feels like the big thing, but if it's not a good Soul, it's hard to necessarily translate it. And even when it is, like we saw the Hextech Soul earlier, right? That felt like a real game ender. But you know, this was a Chemtech Soul game. So many moments of this one, so many catches with the tempered fate. This one was though the one where really Scout showed up, and it must be honestly a bit heartbreaking for him, but credit to him, showing up big since he's rejoined the LCK.
Yeah, it's one of the big highlights from Nomshim that we said we were looking forward to seeing more of. Scout, he trades his life here, does it well, says, well, Taeyoon's the guy who's going to carry, I can trade for you, Cal, that's just fine, and then this.
Pellet POM.
They're saying, okay, he doesn't have flash.
Yeah. I mean, the timing's perfect. Yeah, he actually gets him when he's channeling the Peacemaker, so he's not going to net. He tries to net, but is pulled back in by the Shockwave. And again, Flash is definitely going to save you there, but it was... I was looking at the timing, it was like 5-10 seconds away when he died. So the timing they had on the timer, perfect.
Yeah.
Very precise. And such a big difference maker, so very clutch to go for that. Because if they'd waited 10-15 seconds, they couldn't have made that same play.
Yeah. And Taeyoon just flashes the Temper Fade. They never get any setup. There's no wombo combo with Yukal and Willer. And the gold graphs we've had today are just mind-blowing. This one, we thought it was thrown by DRX. All right, they gave it over, and the Nomshim Baron push was coming in, and then they just got barded.
And, you know, in terms of POM,
I think it's Andil. I vote for Andil.
Obviously, I mean, of course I know who I voted for, but yeah, I do wonder who it's going to be.
There you go, I knew it.
I think that's the right call for sure.
Yeah, I think the
Sudah kuduga pasti Andil POM. GG supportnya. Andil akhirnya support dapat POM, cok. GG Bang Andil.
I think there are other
yes, yeah, well deserved.
But I think that bar really left a lasting impression when I think about that game.
Well deserved. GG Andil.
It just always seemed like it was on for all. Like he always
so,
had
you know,
every time.
It's one of those things that you see a lot of them when you throw it out, and if you time it wrong or it's
Jadi
like a
belum mulai
long
kah?
range thing, sometimes they just walk
Kayaknya
out.
belum.
So
Tuh.
the fact that he was consistently landing them, it's not easy to do. So
You
credit
have to
to
be
him.
exactly the right range where you're not too far. Where you know
Kita
you
nonton
dodge it,
yang
but you're not too close, so it's
versi
obvious, right? He
yang
was like
caster
right behind the
Cinanya biar
wall,
gak kena
which was close enough, and they couldn't really
copyright.
see him, and he just set it up perfectly.
The
Like,
one
I
he
think
got
for sure.
the last one when he's like channeling the Peacemaker,
Yeah.
that timing was just, I mean, game winning. That's
It
literally what happened.
couldn't be better. Game winning for the side of DRX, and I'll hand it over to Deer for the translation of the POM interview.
Jing Dong Gaming versus Billy Gaming Dream Smart。
于分封组的队伍来说是要更少的。虽然已经是双循环的 BO3 了，但其实在组内你能拿的分，拢共也就6分。
Belum start
前
ternyata。
面分都得珍惜啊，就像刚刚 Angel 选手在采访里面说的吧，就前面在他眼里可能输给 W 输给 NIP 非常的握住吧。
最后这两个队的配合也非常的到位。
只要看利弗，
分一关，
前一
开完之后队友发现，哎，AD 怎么在前面？那我们也上吧。
哦，但这一波 Angel 的这个推还是很关键的，因为直接推到了开鲁的瑞兹，
就跟他配合了一下。
是的，成功让这一波利弗不至于说一个人阵亡在阵前啊。也是终于我们今天2场 BO3 到此告一段落了，好吧？我们也最后来看一下这个 BO3 的小场 MVP 跟大局 MVP 吧。小场 MVP 仍然是给到了利弗选手，4-3-9的希维尔。前面不显山不漏水的洗线，然后来到后面是勤勤恳恳的在打输出，
值得信赖的 ADC。
就你可以说利弗有的时候会送，但是利弗从来没诺过，对吧？
是的，他只要装备起来了之后，其实团战是很有操作画面的，只要不是那种可能队友阵型摆的真的是非常差。
对。啊，就其实这个版本来说，我们毕竟在赛前的时候也在讲嘛，说对于利弗选手来说，最要处理的就是他自己的一个阵亡率的问题。而在今天的比赛里面，他是很好的做到了这一点，所以利弗选手也当选了我们本场 BO3 的一个大场全场最佳选手哦 ，Player of the Match。3把比赛，云安娜、卡莎以及希维尔都是打出了相当漂亮的数据。最为重要的是，他想要结束比赛的心啊，各位召唤师们是看在眼里的，
对这个很渴望。
是吧？包括前面的云安娜，其实，在落败的第一把也依然是有着相当亮眼的发挥的。
经常有他这种单人去找对方 AD 打个闪的画面啊，都很勇敢。那可能就是说，对于 TT 来讲，今天这把打完之后，一个0-3，在组内的话，确实看上去目前的一个境遇比较艰难，希望他们后续继续加油了。
对。后面第2轮是追分的机会的，以及再怎么样，你还是有骑士之路打，对吧？后面慢慢的把自己的队伍的磨合度拉，关键的。
再看一波这个配合。
哎，走了，利弗上去了，开始对 A，好，隔墙的这个推还是非常关键的，让海路直接少了一组技能的一个输出时间，这样保证利弗能够解决到对方的双 C 啊，也是再次恭喜利弗选手，也是恭喜 EDG 啊，也是成功的拿下了今天这场鏖战，哇，真的是旷日持久的一战，哇，包括我们这一次大场的 MVP 也是全票通过给到了利弗选手，认可，
认可，没问题，
没问题。好，那我们也是话不多说吧，我们现在时间交还给宋琦吧。
好的，感谢2位解说老师带我们看了一下这场比赛的复盘。那么我们今天的第2场 BO3 到这里就结束了，让我们稍事休息。即将开始的是北京 JDG 对阵 BLG。
他弹下去了，我先给 Q，别急，中线就看一波，对，下2档了，对，这样看不了中线，
打人就行了，看情况，
赢团，
准备杀完，杀完
Casternya handsome。
打点上，
keren ya。
AD 死了，招信，保 AD，
别让 AD 死，去一波，
把我，
杀他先杀，我吸血。
把上去一波吧，哎，一波去，看到一波，杀了，慢点。
可以杀，你拉走，我拉走，你去 A 兵，一波去，你们能杀吗？可以杀。
哎，别灌咱也可以，
可以杀，
杀吧，杀了是杀的。
一波。
yang menang ADG ya tadi.
我觉得还要再看一下。要走一起。我吃果子过来。锁我了。锁我吗？飞机没打掉，我拉一下。先打位。在这。拉子弹。看眼圈。
哦，不敢被踩了。
一波吗？一波。飞了有踢。看踢吧，看踢吧。感觉可能攻不了。
我觉得大龙吧，要不？
大龙加双龙吧。吃大龙吧，让我去带吧。我去带。大龙加双龙。我可以给他勾。你们 A 塔吧，我 A 不了塔。晕了，没什么好拆。下波先来了。OK。
保证红车完，
我想做那个辅助，
保证红车完。
先给辅助杀了。推这个塔。哎，狼，看我来。我在看，可以打。上来，没伤害，没，但是一波。来塔。OK， 别搞，好 A 塔，没事。
被打一波了啊。
Parukia no ganteng Parukia. Alisnya tebel gitu.
我前面感觉还是要慢点。Nice。
Spek anak pesantren itu Parukia. Spek calon mantu. Musiknya nih copyrightnya. Rame banget Cina ya. Look at the stage, man.
的是今天的第赛段组内赛，即将开始的是今天的第3场比赛，登峰组北京 JDG 对北京 JDG 现场以及直播间的各位召唤师们的关注与陪伴，我们终于迎来了今天的第3场比赛。那跟随镜头我们可以看到，今天在坚定你所相信的北京 JDG 主场也是座无虚席，感谢各位来到现场为你支持的战队选手加油助威，也相信两支战队在今天的这场比赛在峡谷当中会给我们带来精彩的较量。各位好，我是今天的互动主持人松琪，首先也有请本场的2位解说跟大家问个好吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 Mike T。Hello，
大家好，我是羽凡。
好的，欢迎2位。在第3局比赛开始之前，提醒大家，感谢腾劲体育的全程直播制作，感谢承办单位京东星宇电竞北京文化传播有限公司的大力支持。本次赛事直转播由腾讯云提供全程技术支持。上京东搜京东电竞直播，福利 buff 叠到最满。看直播赢取千元耳机和游戏手办，买手机、电脑数码国补以旧换新5折起。感谢京东对英雄联盟赛事的大力支持。同时提醒大家，2月5日金铲铲之战2026年天选福星赛季即将开启，经典福星玩法悉数回归，全新新春义子福星守护神集体亮相，各种3星5费特效、冷彩羁绊效果酷炫升级，还有海量福利等你打包带走。福星闪闪，这个春节马上开铲！那以及我们今天的第3场比赛马上开战。这场比赛相信大家都期待已久了，两支战队现在属于我们登峰组积分榜的前2名。对于他们最近的竞技状态如何？这场比赛有哪些看点？让我们有请2位解说老师。
好，感谢松琪啊！终于今天的重头戏来了，
千呼万唤始出来，等太久了。
京东对阵 BLG 最急哭的一集，好吧？但不管怎么样，先跟屏幕前的各位召唤师以及咱们北京现场召唤师朋友们说声你们辛苦了，好吧？
辛苦了。
确实，今天这个是比较熬人的一天，但是还是那句话，好饭不怕晚。对吧？
没错，
今天京东跟 BLG 可以说是大家已经期待已久的，目前到现阶段的一个大小王之争。
是的。
我们先来看一下京东方面的一个首发名单：上单小徐、打野俊家、中路红 Q、下路 Gala 加上 Vampire 的组合，
也是一个非常年轻化的一支团队啊！
哎，
在整个我们第1赛段的表现也是很亮眼的。
是里面的哔哩哔哩 Gaming。首发名单上单的打野的勋，中路的 Knight， 下路的 Viper 加上 On 的组合，目前也是已经是在登峰组中豪取4连胜了。
4-0，其中 Knight 也是6个 MVP 啊！
哎，那我们也是看一下两边中路的一个数据方面的一个对比啊。
jelas, literally the best mid laner di China.
好吧，5项面
对于红 Q 选手来说
都更为占优，而红 Q 仅在伤转方面191%。191%是比 Knight 高了10%啊，但是对于红 Q 这名选手来说， 毕竟刚刚加入到赛区内部，而且年轻是他最好的武器。
是的，那现在我们也看到了来自于我们去年2025年京东和 BLG 的一个交战的记录，因为在我们早些年也是大小王，也属于他们俩。 也许我们会在未来感叹时间是一个轮回，不知道今年，因为今年现在第一3个才打了2周嘛，不知道2队未来会有怎样的表现。
Tapi Xiaosu sih jago Zahen ya.
上单选手在雅恒的使用上面
Literally the best Zahen user Xiaosu sih.
看到的最为亮眼的雅恒选手之一了，对吧？你可以看到他的 KDA 目前是26哦。 而且在这个伤害占比、成伤占比以及参团率各项数据4项数据全部都优于兵哥啊。同样的，我们还有一个很有意思的一个峡谷笔记是佛耶哥这名这个英雄的一个 LPL 的胜率套路 ，Knight 选手是排在了第1位。
而且当时是个中单位的佛耶哥，而在这个榜单当中呢，还看到了一个Top 虎。 限定版本，
哎，是的，中单选手跟上单选手同时。
Bisa-bisanya dukung nge-live abis menang udah jalan 2 jam.
同样的，我们在赛前有个采访，一起来看一下2队选手在赛前有什么想说的吧。
Bro tidak capek
欢迎来到赛前采访，我是主持人洛星。首先，我们邀请到的是北京 JDG 的上单选手。
Aku aja udah ngos-ngosan ini live 6 jam.
大家好，我是
欢迎。那现在呢，
kayaknya aku jam live 7 jam deh dari tadi.
目前你们2-1的积分和大家在赛场上现在的表现满意吗？
还算比较满意吧。
那回到今天这场和 BLG 的比赛当中啊，上路你和兵之间的对位，大家也都非常的关注。那在这个版本之下，最需要注意的是什么呢？
因为这个版本对线期拉的比较长嘛，就是多注意好对线上面的东西就好了。
好的，我们也期待你们今天的。
OTW 9 jam, damn. Itu artinya aku akan libur live selama 1 minggu ya guys ya. Mengumpulkan energi dulu. 哦，
同样在这里，我们也请到了 BLG 的打野选手勋，你好。
Hello， 大家好，我是 BLG 打野勋。
好的，欢迎勋啊！开赛以来，你们是一路豪取4连胜，士气高昂。那你觉得大家对比其他队伍来说，有明显优势的地方是什么？又在哪些方面做得更好呢？
我觉得在交流和打团这方面做得更好了。
看得出来默契都非常的好。那再回到我们现在这个问题啊，就是从你打野位的角度来说，目前这个版本之下，哪个时间段是你觉得必须要掌握节奏点的时间？
我觉得目前的话，在前期的第2个河蟹比较关键嘛，因为这个河蟹会导致打野能不能升6。对，
就期待你们在今天比赛当中的精彩表现。
Iklan dulu bos. Damn. Tidak meyakinkan.
好的，看完了赛前采访，我们的前方现场已经准备就绪，精彩比赛马上开始。
Mulai. Wah, gila keren gini, bos. Ada intronya gitu. JDG Esport Xiaosu Hongqi Junjia Galak, wah berotot Vampire keren gini cow produksinya.
让我们有请哔哩哔哩 Gaming 北京 JDG Esports。
加油！
本场比赛是在坚定你所相信的北京 JDG 主场进行。LPL 第一赛段组内赛第2周第5日比赛 ，BLG 对阵北京 JDG 即将开始。LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Jingdong 加油！
好，今天的重头戏啊，两边的10名选手已经准备就绪了啊，准备也要揭开这一战的一个帷幕了。
是的，我等了很久啊，终于等到了这一场 BO3。
是，走。
Bacanya yang nonton di sana layarnya kejauhan nggak sih, kayak kecil gitu, nggak bisa lihat detailnya. Aku kurang merhatiin sih tadi, iya lah.
会变得更加幸运。 听到这个消息之后，这个解说米勒紧急去今天提拉了一下下河线。
我看到了那个微博。
只能说期待一下术后效果如何。
Ada banyak sih tuh, ada yang di dekat tuh, ada yang dekat, ada yang jauh nih.
两个上单的兑现
Yang
情
di sini
况
bisa lihat sini kali.
只能说，我觉得那句话是没毛病，好吧？你看最近这
Aja
个
Bin matanya kiowo
起
gitu.
码你整个 BRG 现在4连胜这个战绩摆在这儿。
Bin
版本多合适，
lentik banget bulu matanya lu.
最重要的是最近队伍的配合磨合上来了，
Alright.
对吧？
主要是能够感觉到 Viper 选手在 BLG 这个融入啊是很快的
啊。其实主要是在于我也在赛后去听了一下，就是这个
赛后的语音，
对，他们这个
Bin matanya jadi kiowo gitu apa ya?
选手这个中文是真的没得说，就是他而且他经常会参与到那个指挥体系里面，你知道吧？
Di zoom
而且他参与进来的时候，你完全没有感受到，就是有一名韩国选手插入了这个语音系统，你知道吗？
是的。
Dukung Viper atau Hongkyo deh? Hongkyo lah.
镜头的时候
All in jadi dia.
没问题。
看到斌哥那一下，
爱美之心人皆有之。
Mohon maaf fans Viper, di sini aku akan mendukung
对于京东来说的话，
Banggala
小徐跟嘎啦的发挥还是我觉得非常非常的重要。
我觉得是后期最公平的两个人的存在啊。毕竟我觉得现在京东在有些 BO3 的对局当中，能够感觉到他们中期比较挣扎的一个地方，在于一些节奏的发起点正不正确这一块，我觉得还再需要考虑一下，斟酌一下。
说白了，看俊佳。 对吧？就是有的时候俊佳跟勋这两名选手啊，就他们的一个节奏比拼，我觉得也今天是一个这个重中之重，
很重要。
对，其实大家也都发现了，就现在这个版本，大家其实打了这个半个来月的这个时间，也都摸出门道。你一看下路对线，二看的就是你打野前面怎么起节奏。其实你往往这两个东西是绑到一块的，谁的这个 C 位后期能 C， 其实说白了你就是前面谁的这个打野能帮你建立优势。
是的，我感觉俊佳他在前中期的节奏还是做得非常不错的，能够保住自己的线上，因为本身京东这3条线的选手，他们本身的对线能力是也很出色的，
没问题。
然后俊佳前期的节奏在有保证的情况下，能够过渡到中期，但中期该怎么串联起来，是现在京东要面临到的一个课题。
No Viper no。
我觉得说那么多，先看对线，
先看对线呀，因为今天这是最大的一个考题啊，在我们登峰组当中。
对，而且我觉得这个应该也算是目前代表这个顶尖战力的2支队伍，而且我很期待看到的是，就是因为现在你毕竟在隔壁赛区 LCK 赛区，他们已经会出现很多不一样的英雄，包括今天其实早间在 OMG 的跟老干爹那个比赛里面也看到，像类似于艾希跟萨拉芬妮的登场，
包括德莱文。
对，然后这个当然那个是少爷的一个拿手好戏，但隔壁也出现像什么冰女辅助类似的这种东西，又回到一个下路抢先的组合上。那今天 BLG 跟京东能否有一些不一样的英雄选择
？Nico Ben、Jace Ben。
是的。
这上来 Nico 塞拉斯，好吧，这个石头人还是邀请 BLG
Oriana Ben。
因为京东他们是有了优先选择权，选择到了 BP 的首选，而 BLG 的话是选择了地图的蓝色方。
is going to be banned, I think.
京东上来还是比较限制。
Can I ask something? Are you still play Wild Rift? Tadi aku main Wild Rift.
卡尔玛到底ban不ban？没ban
啊。老朗姆。
Baru main Wild Rift tadi.
京东这边其实是铺垫了一手石头人，但看 BLG 要不要跟了？
Ambessa Ben.
其实好打石头人的蒙多现在也在外面，
能偷石头人的塞拉斯。
Korea nih bos.
对。 然后现在维鲁斯、云安娜这些比较热门的 AD 也都还在外面。
Daini versus Tabe。
对，沙皇在。
就沙皇这个英雄是个很敏感的英雄，就对于这2个队伍来说，尤其我觉得对于 BLG 的粉丝来说，你看到沙皇放在外面，
apakah akan diambil oleh Junja？
但是红 Q 又很擅长这个英雄。
Apa Malphite-nya
把维鲁斯一半。沙皇
Azir juga lepas。
石头人
还是石头人。
Oke, Malphite diamankan oleh Junja。
我印象里面没错的话，就是前2天
Literally flag aman, paling aman。
俊佳从德杯开始，他的石头人就屡有名场面，好吧？
对的，因为他那个闪现大招就很快
啊。但我觉得这个拿石头人把沙皇的选择权交给对手的这个做法，我觉得很巧。对吧？现在 BLG 必须得考虑了，这个沙皇我拿不拿
？Buat Knight ada Azir Talia。
看看 BLG 这边选择，当然也可以选择把沙皇放给红 Q， 然后
Yunara free。
BLG 也经常这么干。 先拿蒙多，没毛病。
Yunara Talia，
蒙多
也很聪明。沙皇这英雄
What the fuck is that？
都不接，
哎，先不着急接，我觉得兰博一定没问题啊。
What the？ 啊？
兰博拿下来之后呢，给到京东这里的选择也可以去。
Azir。
我只能说奈的笑了，好吧，奈的笑了。我刚刚稍微读了一下他的唇语，怎么说？玩一把。
换了。
Ah, Yunara Azir sih. Ini Hongkyu dapat Azir nih.
手大哥不笑了，你看。
Azir free.
难受，手大哥感觉想杀一把，但被阻止了。
只能说勋是懂观众想看什么的。
Hongkyu can take Azir.
先来一手云安娜，没什么毛病。
Tapi lawan Mundo ya susah ya.
那现在问题抛回了给了红 Q， 现在这个沙皇你拿可能就会撞奈特的炸弹人。
然后下路如果要说菲流斯的话，也确实面对云安娜的一个好解。
Apelios, Nico, Lulu ya.
一级厄斐琉斯的手长和云安娜叠 Q， 厄斐琉斯还是占着主动权的。
就直接恶路，你下路直接做到底。你如果拿恶锤撞上对面出软
Mundo enak sih lawan Malphite sih.
对。
Tapi itu Malphite jungle ini mah, bukan apa? Bukan di top lane itu Malphite。
前面看佩子那把厄斐琉斯在守家这一块也是非常厉害。这厄斐琉斯这个英雄后期的上线
，Mundo juga kayaknya di jungle sih。
被动的提升还是很大的。
是的，就同为后期神装的这个厄斐琉斯，明显在画面上要比云安娜要厉害。最后依然还是选择了更加自己的锤石，主要功能性更加全面。
Sebelum di ban, BLG bisa ngambil Lulu di sini. Kalau mereka mau.
那看来两边都不愿意去接沙皇。
Apalagi lawan Malphite, enak banget sih Lulu。
有点敏感。
等放到后两局再看吧，第一局先不急。
Lulu is strong here。
先把其他的上下两条线给考虑清楚一点。鳄鱼
没什么大问题啊，
也没有想着去抢这个兰博。
哦 ，Renekton。
这样也能够确保在前几波的战力。
其实最大的问题是你如果选兰博呢，中路就是没有太多出 AP 的位置。
是的，
就阵容会变得有点难受。
小树kayaknya nggak bakal ngambil Zahen sih harusnya, soalnya udah dapat Malphite sama Apelios.
Danny 教练和塔比教练。
Aku nggak yakin 小树 bisa dapat Zahen，
主要都是知根知底的那种啊。二阶段直接把魁办了。
小徐比较绝活的英雄。
小徐最近玩的英雄很杂，你包括贾克斯，包括雅恒，对吧？
我感觉在今年以前啊，他有2手就是这个鳄鱼和魁，这把是拿了一个搬了一个，然后再加上他这个赛季练的，你像你说的亚恒，也是玩的比较多的。
对。 而且赛场画面很好嘛，那二阶段肯定露露会被ban，没有问题。那这样的话，是不是还要再考虑一下类似于巴德这样的英雄？
双方中路的英雄池也确实都比较深，也不会在都没亮的时候去做比较多，所以去保护一下选择了的英雄。
BLG 是2岸坦克，
momen itu
啊，不想让小徐去拿个坦克，但感觉无论如何小徐这边都能拿到类似于可能挖掘机这样的英雄。那挖掘机其实打鳄鱼这个线，我们在这个赛段看到蛮多，还是很看重的手法。但大体上来说是鳄鱼优势的。
Tabe move to JDG this year。
有点想兑现呀，跟你来拼操作。
So I'll have different coach now。
想要瑞兹。
They still have the same roster though。
中单，先出辅助，然后中单再看一下，如果有瑞兹看 Net 有没有冰鸟这个选。
其实主要是现在沙皇还在，你看，对吧？后面两半，两边都没人管沙皇，
绕不开了。
哦，
那沙皇不办，那一定会是放在这悬而未决的一个。
Hongkyu moment ini nih apa nih? Rice。
机器人来面对锤石。
Hongkyu Rice。
锤石老 counter。
对。非常看手感的一个英雄啊。 要手感起来的话，一勾一个准，但这把打团也有点怕勾到石头人。
亮瑞兹了，但瑞兹的话，其实奈的这边有很多的英雄可以打。
Apakah di sini Xiaoshu bakal main Zahen first game? Kemungkinan enggak sih harusnya. Ah, Nar。
要拿纳尔去打鳄鱼了，确实在我们所谓的幻想版结束了之后，也。
Agak ngeri ya. Knight dikasih Azir ya.
原来埋在这。
Alright。
还是辛德拉。
虚晃一枪。我只能说欧文是知道大家想看什么的，好吧？这把其实看着就是辛德拉或者冰鸟的板子，大概率其实是辛德拉。只要奈特的辛德拉太招牌了。
对。辛德拉是一个在你等级跟上来之后呢，是一个能够主动去配合队友去做点事，跟控能力很强，再让他的一个击杀能力是非常强的一个英雄。
对。 但这把唯一的风险是在于，就这一把其实对于，辛德拉来说，这石头人如果撞他没什么太大的办法，就没闪的情况下啊。
是的，没有位移可能是，哎呦，
Helpil masih piles kah?
搓一下自己，让自己手感热起来。
感觉最近确实比降温降的比较严重。
Tapi piles kurang berasa sih kalau best of 3 ya.
晚上散场的时候回家也是注意保暖，
注意出行的安全。
是的。
回到第一把的阵容，感觉这一把可能对线是比较重要、比较敏感的。上路这个线，我觉得就已经是一个非常敏感的线了。鳄鱼打纳尔，在换线版本结束之后呢，不会有这种什么射手很早的换上来去面对纳尔这个英雄。那纳尔看前面能不能够维持自己的长手优势来面对鳄鱼，是比较关键的信息。然后下路的对线就是看机器人在面对锤石的时候，能否发挥出这个康可的效果。
说白了，勾的准不准？
对，
Build-nya tebel banget kayak ini. Tebel sih, ngeri sih.
一样是被
Syndra apa tuh? Knight mah kayak semua champion bisa sih.
会说它是一个锤石的 counter 位，但是
I think Knight is very strong in any
发
champion.
挥作用的那个时间点，而机器人它是必须得去勾到点什么才能够彰显它的作用的。
是的。
而且这把能给他勾的人确实不算多，但不管怎么样，我们也进入到了今天 BLG 面对京东的第一场对决。
Jayo, wah BLG-nya 4-0 lagi. Aduh, ini sih berat ya. What the hell？
好，我们也是给主队的京东加油啊！同样也感谢我们现场的所有的给两队加油助威的粉丝朋友们啊！也是今天辛苦各位看到这么晚啊！那进入到我们今天第一场对局，上来两边对线打的还是非常的凶的，兵哥这边直接学 E 穿上去了。
小学好像也学的是个 E 吧。
Face Rush。
两边这个对线，两边上路
Syndra
都是得
Meteor Spellbook dari base rank。
就你学 E 我就学 E， 你要学别的。
Putus-putus gini ya. Turunin burik.
中路也都是一个疾跑的带法。
Aku stream mau LCL, PLCL the pitch.
还是一级抢线有优势。
I don't co-stream LCS and CBL.
云阿娜这个英雄，他的发力期真的是刚好能够撞到厄斐琉斯的发力期上面，但厄斐琉斯的爆发也比较高。
Beratan mana yang tadi comeback LCK? LCK tadi KT lawan T1 mah seimbang lah powernya. Ini sih berat sih yang ini.
这个版本的厄斐琉斯就跟去年的飞机是一个道理，就简单一点讲，就数值
的美，
对吧？数值太好了，这个英雄。
红 Q 打得很凶，
红 Q，
但这个 Q 技能好像是没有中，
但这一波已经打的。 其实到两边也要到山穷水尽的那个地步了，还好这个推是把红 Q 给推开，闪现一个，
红 Q 2分半，
panutan gua tuh，
哇，瑞兹单杀辛德拉在2分半的时间内，哇，这个真的很少见哎。
Anjay。The next Faker
上来有点早中了。
是啊，
主要红 Q 他这个。 出手的时机，包括那个血量的计算，太精准了。
Tapi sebenarnya gameplay kayak tadi harusnya nggak boleh sih, nge-flash maju gitu. Kalau ini harusnya dimarahin coach sih.
就是Knight 在给 Q 的一个时间，
apalagi visionnya dark gitu.
就不在瑞兹会突施冷箭这件事情上，导致到第一时间 Knight 其实没闪出来。
上路勋想来越吗？但这个兵线其实被卡得很暧昧啊。
小叔，
一技能交了，先扛塔，扛完之后呢，再交一个闪现，闪现2分1，但伤害也够了。
哎呦，大家被换掉一个，第二下也被方家打了一下，俊家这边感觉是能追啊，闪现一张车轮滚滚，减速到，
再来一下触发变形，拿到这个头，但刚刚勋的人头是一个小兵击杀。
有一个问题是为什么兵哥要回头呢？
terlalu beresiko soalnya. Kalau misalkan tadi gang kill abis flash, rugi, hilang flash. Makanya kalau di turnya tuh rata-rata pro player jarang ada yang nafsuan gitu loh. Kalau misalkan musuh sekarang tuh jarang ada yang berani nafsuan, takut dimarahin coach kali ya. Aduh.
这个位置，欧文想要帮忙，红 Q 没闪，看起来应该死了。这个位置已经是像死了。
触发，哎，但被勾到了，勾到了就应该没有机会了。但这个推好像没有推晕啊，触发了一下骸骨，锤石再过来，想来等给这个治疗，给到了，然后登陆给个护盾，再一个100走，他要等俊家，Vampire还在拖，但是勋也在，感觉也是不能留啊，
就掩护着溜了，这没死吗？
直接过来治疗加速，他不死，
主要 Knight 这个推
好像也没有晕到啊，
对，有点尴尬。
Vinicius juga GG sih. Berhasil bertahan cukup lama buat akhirnya Mundo mati.
兵哥拉走了之后，然后回身还 A 了一下小兵，然后这时候俊家说你不走，那我
刚刚好像蓝色方的一个小兵卡一下，兵哥把兵哥位置卡了，
那兵的问题。
那现在到6了，走位怼一个 W。 一巴掌拍过去，但有一个 W 控制抵消，完了之后看一下兵什么时候到6级，还没有到6，就差1个兵的经验。
是的，连穿的2个远程兵的经验都还没到6级，
差一点啊！
啊，这一波一整波线吃完才到
6。我上来京东的准备还是比较不错的。石头人和瑞兹正在往下赶。
找瑞兹，
TP dari Hongkyu. Dive yang sangat bagus dari Malphite, tapi apakah bisa mendapatkan Viper? Mati, nice. Juja, telat.
红 Q 这个位置扛了下塔，
我的
奈的也过来了，红 Q 这个位置还是没闪的，直接 W 减速了，给能量倾泻，再一个天女散花推。那这个位置红 Q 不会又差一点吧？让他跑了吧？没有，被卡了。是，
得给 Knight 补一个。
感觉两边的越塔都出事了呀，都有点糙。
哎，现在越塔成本一直在嘛。然后这波 Vampire 这钩没跟上，其实有点……
但其实 Viper 也交闪了，你可以当做他是钩中了，然后 Viper 进化解，对吧？
没问题。
但确实，作为登峰的队伍来说，两边的出手的频率都很多。
能抓到的机会一定会去尝试。
但目前看起来，基本上出手的那一方好像现在都是个负收益。
因为对面的支援也会比较快。这轮线很想推过去，石头人正在往下刷。
只要看两边谁会动第一条小龙吧。其实现在这个版本的节奏也还基本上，是得看小龙来结束比赛。但这把两边
di Huya nge-lag-nya nggak separah YouTube sih. YouTube kalau udah muter tuh lama banget.
拿到一波线权。
因为我们现在 UI 是能够看到实时的看到队友的经济的，没有压特别多，反倒是就两边没有什么差距。 只有上路这波越塔其实压了小徐很多的。
Drake pertama sepertinya akan diamankan oleh Jingdong Gaming.
压了不少的这个兵线。
Ini Huya, iya di Huya.
一波机会，嘎啦这边红白刀转过来，把第一条龙控下，8分钟。
Makanya aku bisa full screen.
还想在下半区做事，但俊家这里过来看，勋已经把野区吃得干干净净了。 想在永安娜闪现没好之前再有想法，漏视野了 ，Q 过来减速一下，打一个电刑直接走，逼了一个大招，再一个勾。
Junja terciduk berusaha diselamatkan oleh gagal. Knight sudah sampai di lokasi.
再接一个绿刀大，伤害够吗？有个引导平 A， 嘎啦 A 出手，没问题。
nice banget Gala。
强化平 A 哦。
是的。
哇，这就是两边对勾啊，两边
Enak kalau di Huya bisa mencet stat champion.
魂影之灯，然后
iya bisa ya.
直接反手勾加摆。哇，
bisa
再
lihat
配合上
ini, bisa lihat
刚好是
rune.
绿白刀的这一套爆发期，这就是厄斐琉斯啊！现在他在起码26.1这个版本里面数值太高了，而且甚至这个已经都是热补削弱他之后的一个版本了。
是的。
Gala season ini udah penta berapa kali dia? Penta machine. 嘎啦。
唯一的小问题可能在于这个生存能力上面还是有点差，但现在厄斐琉斯都已经是
canggih ya, game sebelah bisa gak?
但我死之前一定会把我所有
Videonya bisa diklik-klik gitu.
就那一下爆发是
Keren kan, keren kan?
但这样的话，转到上半部，这一波小旭也是
Nonton
感
di
受到
mana?
了，直接
Huya.
顶着兵线把这波线给清出去，但直接被闪现红怒 W 接后面的推接
小
一套，
熊马蒂
直接拿到头 ，Net 也来反馈了。
纳尔确实是一个小男孩，扛不住这许多的爆发啊。然后辛德拉参战了，那这样勋直接来中路补波线。
Weh dia LCP kayak gitu.
Net 现在也想
Bisa
慢慢地
LCP
帮
tar.
队友去反哺一下。虽然
Coba
自己
makanya
是一
nobar
个
Wild
偏
Trip
刷
Super
的一个
League.
英雄，
Aku
但他的辛
nonton
德拉
Wild Trip
还是会做
gimana
很
ya?
多
Aku
次这样的操作
bingung
和
kalau
尝
gak
试
ada
的。
tim yang kudukung kayak mamlas gitu.
效果还是蛮显著的，对吧？你可以看到在边线上面，现在基本上鳄鱼面对纳尔有着相当多的领先了。那接下来的问题就可能变成是鳄鱼该如何去把自己的一个优势去反馈到正面，以及同样的京东会相对应的给到下半路压力吗？
这把两路的边线啊，每个队都有在扛的点。
Oh, bisa lihat damage,
推
damage
推到
gold,
顺带骑魔兵。
rune.
那现在两个头的辛德拉其实发育的也还不错。
Gila, keren banget.
红 Q 的话是都吃个镀层。
Epic cuy.
这把感觉小徐在就接下来可能换到其他线的时候压
Ada
力会更
iklan
大一些。
Durex,
刚
ada
刚也是提醒一下各位啊，我们
ada
的新
iklan
的圣堂皮
skin
肤
Viego.
王佛耶哥啊，已经可以通过圣堂系统获取了。各位也可以上客户端去关注一下咱们的这个冰刃七变唯爱不灭的新的佛耶哥皮肤，相当之酷炫啊！
非常酷炫啊，有很帅的入场动画，也有7把剑不一样的特效。
Canggih ya, keren.
那这一把对于京东来说，还是得把这个小龙节奏给捏住，因为毕竟现在下半部的优势还是比较明显的。
嗯，吃了蛮多镀层钱。
现在辛德拉面对瑞兹，线倒是推的比较轻松的，但与此同时，锤石也是来到中路去帮忙去帮瑞兹控一波线啊。而兵哥在上半部确实打得比较的舒服，毕竟连越了2波纳尔的塔，现在纳尔的劣势还是比较大的。
这个劣势可能在鳄鱼出了第一件顶级破坏者之后呢，会更加明显。到那会儿压力就会更大了。
In leading 1K. Iya ya.
俊家的大招一直好着，看他什么时候再动手。
lawan nar loh, keren juga Bin ya.
一个推，甚至都没有推到阿斌。
而且你看，来到11级打9级了，
Wah, bakal di camping ini. Xiaosu, tapi ada Junja sih. Junja masuk ulti, tapi kayak Xiaosu mati sama Mundo. Aduh, si Indra yang dapat.
没问题啊！
最后 Viper 也吃到一个人头，哎，
所有人都来了，但下路也只能换一个一血塔，两边的处理其实都是那种你进攻我一方，会在其他的路去做一些反扑。红 Q 赚了一点镀层，下路赚了一个1塔，而 BLG 在越完塔之后呢，顺势把线换了一下，也给 Viper 补了一点发育。
主要这样 Viper 能吃塔钱、吃兵线、吃人头钱，其实 Viper 也很舒服的。
嗯。
当然了，它相对于目前来说更肥的 Gala 肯定是
rugi sih ya, 5 orang ke atas.
已经完成了他的
Tapi
下路的任务啊，所以个人的经济来说现在排第1， 一下子给了不少钱。
Honky juga tadi push mid, dapat gold.
一会儿于安娜也可以通过把自己的下路任务做完之后呢，经济回补一些。
Second Drake.
但我觉得就像前面你说那样，看
JDG sudah sampai di lokasi lebih dulu.
提一下。
这条龙其实对于 BLG 来说肯定是不看的。
是的，
基本上要看下条龙了。天牌龙 BLG 应该是要来正面接一波。主要这段时间 Viper 还是得赶紧补下发育，起码得把自己的第2届这个猎魔人弩箭给摸出来。
嗯。啊，这件装备加的即时战力是很强的，就开大招前3下必爆。
主要很适配云安娜，云安娜也是那种
还捡个大招 CD。
对，就是很吃大招的这种英雄嘛。 而且下个版本这个装备还要加强，
还要加强，点2版本还要加。 也发现了，现在 ADC 的2件新装备 C44和猎魔人弩箭都是那种它的适配性很看，所以还是要有一些小加强。
而且自己出的新装备，
1.500 tuh.
对吧？
Udah level 12
得推广一下，
对，得关照一下。
Mana late game ada Yunara nih.
Knight 正在中路的左边，想来尝试找找机会。上路的线因为刚好是被红 Q 给控住了，所以现在 Knight 有一波做事的回合。
但也就是 miss 一下，其实做不了太多事情。辛德拉这个线肯定是没有办法去接的，只能等红 Q 把那个线给反推回来。其实这段时间两边就是得围绕着边路的进攻线以及中路的双人路去做点事情。 然后就等下条龙，以及看看这个先锋吧。这个先锋马上要刷了。这段时间里面，BLG 的双人路是把中线吃死的情况下，上路又有塔的优势。这个先锋感觉对于 BLG 来说会相对轻松一些。看京东要不要来接了。哎，这段时间欧文就可以开始卡那种犄角旮旯，对吧？尝试出钩，
利用视野的优势，冷不丁的给你来一钩。 像这样视野站好了，旮旯也刷出了蓝刀，有银焰，
来了，
下线锤，而且给眼了，让灯笼捡不到，
哎呀，
还把锤石勾回来了，锤石这边也是直接赶紧交个闪往后脱离。
哇，这波是 Viper 反应好快啊，他的探照直接照在了灯笼上面。
Repair out akan diamankan oleh BLG.
一样可以妨碍捡灯笼，只要你那一下没点到，那后面就源源不断的控制了。
能在这个时候抓到一波机会啊，非常不错。
Lihat Shun main mundo, gue jadi ngerti Honor bapuk amat main mundonya. Tadi GG sih mundonya. Yang tadi yang lawan KT.
这真有点太快了吧？
是的，而且从这个小细节你可以看出，就是 Viper 跟 On 现在的这个配合也是越来越默契了。
这一波抓完是帮助着 Viper 追平了 Gala 的经济。
主要连续击杀 Gala 的话，这会导致京东前面优势的点现在也不优势了。
前面的经济优势的支柱这会儿已经是被限制住了。而俊家也是没有找到一些合适的机会啊。
是。
上路那一波也只是一个反蹲，但没有说主动去做一些事儿。
那接下来就只能看
Kok bisa BLG udah 4 match tapi JDG baru 3?
拿下的情况下 ，BLG 现在就是可以直接拿先锋去尝试推中。
Berarti nanti JDG bakal lebih sedikit game-nya.
把中塔一拔，下条龙对于 BLG 来说也会有一个地利上的优势。
在有视野上面的优势，机器人会给到很大的压力。
Aku juga kaget tadi, kenapa udah 4?
中塔一掉，下勋就可以两边去，
有点调皮，
哎，去威胁俊家的野区。
这下路的1打1就全在舒适区啊，这对位经济领先1600了，
而且经验领先很多。但现在的话，京东也得想做点什么事儿。京东也感受到了，就有点被动。
哦，来了，想来做事，
但是
东野一起来，哇，闪现
，2 ulti tidak berguna aja。
这真带点预判了。
这波是。 这波是 W 接 E 接闪，直接溜。但是这一波自己双刀交完，那下一波可能会成为京东主要开的一个目标啊。毕竟我们 BP 就说了，就这把辛德拉最大的问题就是没闪的情况下，石头人撞他，他确实没什么办法。
但这一波的动手对于京东来说，刚好在小龙前，你的石头人没有大招的话，那这条龙怎么办？
感觉对于
京东不像是要来看的样子了，
感觉只能给，
对啊，
对吧？这个确实石头人没大，感觉过来看也没有用。就哪怕你现在基哥的皮革给的15的
akan diamankan oleh BLG dengan aman，
只能给了，让哥几个补点发育。自己这个阵容在后期还是有不错的伤害上限的。
确实，在职业赛场上面，石头人想裸撞到有闪的这个对手还是有点难。
都是职业哥。
对，这大家这个反应都挺快的，对吧？
嗯，
感觉还是得有点那种刁钻的撞，比如说，哎，
Naik,
这波
naik, naik, naik.
这波你看
Kena mati, let's go.
你怎么反应嘛？
哎，但这个位置确实视野没有铺好哦。
哎，这就是你看吧，就虽然说上一波石头人看起来很聪明，但这一波才是真正
Nggak
的
salah sih Net. Emang kurang vision
看
tadi.
起来很聪明，但这一波才是真正的聪明。
Dia kayak mau clear bawah.
预判到了奈的这波要走这个位置下来，
哦，
直接蹲住，
原来他在第3层，
全是博弈。
What? Do you guys see that?
机器人在下路小补一波线之后呢，
Yang ini
中路也
buff
是
apa ya?
开给嘎拉
Guys,
点了
kalian
2
tahu
伤
gak yang ini buff apa? Ini buff apa ya ini? Objektif apa itu di bawah
这样
Baron?
也算是僵住了。 对
What?
于京东来说，
Durex is
击杀掉了辛德
lol
拉，也是
objective
找了一
now?
波节奏回来，也是按住了 BLG 前面比较肥的点嘛。但现在两边可能就是
What
因
buff
为
is
小龙
that?
节奏也断了，那后面就是每一波团两边打的怎么样了。
这个
Objektif
时候可能
keluarga.
围绕大龙视野这个攻防战啊，两边都要多上心了。
哎，以及现在就是得看这种制造变数的英雄，对吧？说的就是这个机器人。看机
Tadi
器人能不能来
objektif
点
apa
变
ya
数。
warna biru ya?
现在基本上就
Baru
是
tahu.
没资源的时候，可能就机器人勾勾人什么的才会出人头了。
这把京东的阵容，他选的还是挺想让在如果正常发育的情况下，在游戏的中期能够让小徐开始在边线给碾压。
Kan tadi aku liatin ya,
带着军家去找机会，
apa
我感觉
Baron
这是他
udah
们一开始的
spawn
想法。但这一把就是标记
sama
捕捉
Dragon
到了，一直在
tiba-tiba
针对
ada
大家一勾下来，有灯笼 ，OK， 省个闪或者省个大。
tiba-tiba ada objektif Durek anjir.
啊，反手我在勾你，你有灯笼吗？你没有灯笼 ，OK。
干锅给自己
反
再
手又一勾，又是个石头人，就勾石头人，再给一个眼，但是捡到灯笼了，溜掉。
两边围绕着石头人像在丢皮球，但现在想过来找一下红 Q， 红 Q 直接开一个疾跑。
疾跑反正 CD 也快。
对，你勾我，我蹬你，这样被来回了好几次。
但 C 字草这个位置感觉有点想抢
啊，vampir
！B 神被勾回来了
Gala ulti kena oh no
我们的
damage.
C 位全被撞起来了，辛德拉倒地了，这是辛德拉的宿命啊！小
Oke,
心一个
Xiaoshu
大哪下来，原地一跳，
mati.
直接变小。
这不是
Baron
最后的一个时间点啊！而且刚刚嘎啦
No
的一个银焰大招只大到2个前排，没有大到后面，
是
没有波及到后面的2个小脆皮。
那个银焰大如果大到后面了，配合上石头人的这个掏后的大，
不好说，那波是真的不好说。
那可能 Viper 要被秒。
但那波身位保持的还是比较精准的。
这波石头人其实撞的挺好的，但后续最终打成了一个1换1的结局。再看看
Sina vampir buka map dia ketangkep. Nah ini Knight mati kenapa? Oh kena, oke. Kena ulti. Dia makan damage ya agak lumayan tadi. Untung yang dapat Hongki ya.
只能说还好挡住了吧这个大招，要没挡住真的不敢想这波。
Nice lah.
现在还是要等一下 C 位的一些穿透装了。两边的前排其实在这个时间段也都比较扎实，不是说那种你一套开到就能秒
Mundur di
掉
wall
的
trip
英雄。
item enakan Sunfire apa
各
Trinda?
自都不急嘛，反正对于左边来说，双 C 成长曲线都
Titanic
不错，
Hydra
加入天
maksudnya.
使。右边的话，纳尔就3C 加，
Kalau kamu
就基本
ahead
瑞斯加阿勒
mendingan
斐加
Titanic
这
Hydra
个
sih
纳尔，
kataku.
他们的成长曲线也都能够接受往后拖。
Kalau menang
都比较全面，也都比较类似。
kalau
现在还有20秒就要小龙了，在这20秒之内，
kalau agak kebuli
关键的技
Sunfire
能真
juga
的稍微
oke.
留下了，中间直接过来开到是一个欧恩，欧恩
Mundur
这边
jungle
交了一个沉默，人头是被 Vampire 给拿到了。
没闪的机器人还是很
Aku
脆弱
biasanya
的。
Titanic Hydra sih.
他想过来，侧面有个灯笼给到了嘎啦。
这一波就是抓你个 timing， 直接打你个人数差，然后回头拿这条龙。京东的目标也很明确。
野辅的双大招打一个减员，再一个钩子，熏有被动，能够吃这个钩。侧面的红 Q 也在给 Viper 站位上的压力，但是冰藏在了一个很神秘的位置，想过来找得到 Gala， 给上一个助攻，想打这条小龙。熏直接过来卡了进来，想过来找 Gala，Gala 交了个闪现，但是被咬了 ，Gala 被咬了。侧面的俊佳有一点扛不太住，红 Q 大招过来了之后呢，是熏拿到了这条小龙，
小猪
位置也还不错。
红 Q kamu kenapa di tengah-tengah woi? Iya. Woi nice, double kill. Itu awas.
活过来了，这边直接是一个大哥大把这边红 Q 给拿下了，再一勾，好嘛，没勾着。我跟你说，我过来蹭个助攻，
但小
来一拳，那是过墙了，这助攻还没蹭到。
还想过来减速，
来一公文包，Vampire帮忙入场挡一下
Selamatkan mereka ya Tuhan.
再来挡一下。
有被动的，不怕你一，而且勾到了。
哎呦 ，Vampire 带人受过，你小徐也能活下来，这波冰大哥太能打了。
冰和熏这俩哥们在这波团有点太夸张了。这个时间段 C 位没有穿透，确实拿着上野一点办法都没有。
与其说穿透，不如说嘎啦压根没 A 这个鳄鱼的时间，
直
接一口闪现红 W 咬住就记了。
Dia tadi posisinya ngeri gitu ya.
不知道鳄鱼什么时候下
Di tengah-tengah gitu aja.
水龙魂的图给的一个草丛，那这样交踢想来动了。
哇，di start
直接动
bareng.
这个大龙啊，主要是右边缺上辅两兄弟。
Harusnya nggak bisa sih.
俊佳还在有大招，
harusnya sih.
京东看第一时间这个动作像放了，但是后面还是要选择
ini Hong Kyo kena hook on nih.
打的速度吧，
想来拼场吗？
这个速度看起来好像是有机会。俊佳反正闪现快转好，再怎么着自己也有大可以大下去。
小徐
俊佳，
来吧
，jump，
准备大下去抢龙，抢龙，勾到里面的嘎啦嘎啦，还有一个登陆，这个俊佳这边是一个霸下去的，俊佳能活吗？原神之后再回一个，俊佳说，我已经没有想活下去的愿望了，我的任务完成了。
在 Vampire 给到灯笼给 Gala 那一下啊，俊佳就知道我这功成名就，可以在这等30秒了。
Junja nih bos.
先看一下上一波
World Champion
埋伏啊，
神秘的兵哥，直接
World
是
Champion dilawan.
然后开大点怒气，等队友就位的之后，直接闪现过去找。
Duar. Kok? Huya? Huya senpai? Saatnya pindah YouTube ya.
而且石头好像没交成，他一个一拍死的，就是
94
点天意，这个其实挺运气成分的了。
可以，
但能抢到真的是续命了。
Oke, Baron didapatkan oleh JDG. Hooknya tidak kena. Oh, Junja masuk.
Viper 也开了一个大招，先打一套俊佳，但伤害值确实不太够。熏也开了一个大招，不断的在回血。两边的辅助要等下一个钩子了。
看着吓人，实则无人伤亡。主要是熏这个15级的蒙多，才2级大往前顶，感觉已经有点无人可挡了。
Hongkyo sedikit berani mainnya, tapi dia ada pace rush jadi, wah sakit banget itu Gala.
欧文只剩那么一口气了，赶紧往后溜。
没出收集者，
哇，感觉运气差点。
这把是主要没出收集者，
就每次总差那么一丢丢。
但蓝切能够给他提供的这后期上限是很高的，有这个移速加成。
是自己能拉扯一下，
能拉扯，但这波确实差一点啊。两边都在这种关键时候啊，想来尝试，但现在的经济差同样还没有被拉开，而两边也是各执2条小龙。
主要京东这一波这个大龙其实也是因为抢来的嘛，没做到太多的事情。
Skinnya Desai akan rilis di Wild
两边
Rift.
感觉后面还得靠小龙来结束比赛。但问题现在是两边各自2条小龙的情况下，
Sepertinya Bangga mendapatkan buff Durex.
好吧，
我觉得现在应该就是 C 位要站出来说话的时候了。
哎，那现在看一下两边的装备，对吧？ 两边 AD 都是3键往上走，而最重要的是红 Q 这边有实现器在身上，他也是觉得这一波很重要了，直接实现器拉高自己这波团战的一个上限，也不做什么保命装备，什么金身啊这种都不管了。嘎啦也是控着自己一个红白刀，随时能转绿白。 而且站住了整个下河道口的一个位置，京东确实是先下河道那一方，而且勋还差一点到16，感觉勋是不是可以去蹭点经验，看能不能到16啊？
Tapi Renekton masih ahead sih.
下一波线了。
Oke, ini soul point ya. Siapa yang akan mendapatkan soul point? Bin berusaha untuk flanking, gak ketahuan. Junja masih belum lihat Bin, sepertinya Bin akan flanking ke Gala ya. Ini kita harus cover Gala sih. Awas Gala! Cover Gala. Nice. Bin mati. Awas Sinda. Nice banget. Sampai itu apa nih Xiaoshu? Ulti yang sangat mantap dari Xiaoshu. Wow, GG. Awas Sinda. Dah, soul point didapatkan oleh JDG. Berarti tinggal satu lagi ya, Ocean. 搜到兵了，然后兵急了，然后第二是真的熏的这个。Pengen bercanda jorok lihat Durek tapi gak sopan.
让他没那么肉。
Durek tuh sebenarnya buat kesehatan ya sih. Kehitungannya ya. Cuma aku bingung kenapa di iklan League of Legends ya. Bukankah player League of Legends mostly virgin?
有预警了，一个 Q 看到了。
Itu Bin udah bagus sih, tapi harusnya mereka udah tahu ya.
但是给鸟盾，灯笼的盾加上鸟盾的盾，盾住的情况下回头2枪，直接把这边复活甲给点出来。
Sponsornya milik Sierra. Saya keponakannya.
而且 Viper 已经是交过双招的一个状态哦。
那这样局势有点不太好说了。现在京东是一波进攻。
看一下，刚刚是来自于曲径折月运了一个石头人过来，
Justru promosi biar Perlo gak pada nol.
直接把 Viper 给撞了起来。
Nyindir berarti ya, bukan promosi.
那现在这个局面已经倒向了京东哦，京东这波击杀了 Viper 之后，应该是要做一波推进的，而且小徐现在个人点位上面的一个落后已经不是那么的重要了。
等级起来之后就已经好了。
Xiaoshu akan menjadi Meganar. Masuk Xiaoshu, jump, shoot. Enggak jadi.
16级的一个蒙多还是比较能扛到，后面一个弱者推到2个人。这个位置勋还在一个侧翼位，在等人，等 Viper 复活，又是一勾老空。那这样京东应该是要撤退了，知道 Viper 复活了，不能恋战了。
也是没有人员的阵亡，而且这一波俊家大招还没有转好嘛，还要再等，看一下BLG还想再过去追击，一个公文包减速到了。
Bin aja banyak loh fans ceweknya. Bin.
好难受啊，连续3勾都落空了，
Abang ganteng Bin.
想留人但留不住啊。那要动大龙吗？这个 timing 确实对于BLG来说还不错。
Wah, harus bareng mereka.
踢倒是能踢过来，但
Jadi
这一波团战就很关键了。
俊家又是这个位置，
Hong Q TP buat pengalihan isu. Sepertinya mereka tidak. Junja sekali lagi di cancel.
被推晕了，但是小徐也踢下来了。这一波要看怎么留人。
Ini sih Knight carry hard ya Knight.
自己的大招还在不断的回血。kena hook 一个石头人直接被秒掉了。那将是BLG的一个回合，再一个推到了红 Q， 但侧面的小徐还在叠自己的怒气。阿斌的显然也太低了，吃了一个钩子。那这样阿斌和石头人完成了一个兑换，小徐没有闪现。 贸然的出去也是不太合理的。
那1换1拿大龙，这波BLG也是足够的赚，等于是白赚了一条大龙啊。
Apakah JDG Tabe akan menembus semifinal World? Semoga ya.
但可以看到，就你
masih harus banyak improve sih ini rosternya.
对吧？我觉得
beda sama AL
也是给他自己足够的一个底气，在接下来其实他出钩可以不用去避开那些看起来不是那么好勾的人，
只要跟队友商量好，我们集混的目标要统一，就 OK。
只要控制链足够嘛。 你勾过来接锤接弱者退散，然后再加上欧文自己的沉默，其实会让石头人很有可能大招出来就死了。
Junja sama Viper kan pernah satu tim ya? Berarti ini Viper lawan mantan timnya.
4件装备了，已经带绿差了。
Pas World Champion satu tim kan Viper sama Junja.
Viper 现在看 这波看回家能不能把无尽摸出来啊？无尽有了，也4件，而且旮旯这边多一个水银，毕竟这一把 Vampire 没有太早去给他出到干锅，所以还是需要自己有点解控的一些手段。
Bukan Junja sama Viper dulu ADG mereka World Champion。
小龙还有1分钟，这也是对于京东来说，要面对他们的第4条小龙。
Yang ngalahin Showmaker di final。
BLG 也不太想轻易的放。
然后这波对于标记来说，拿到大龙 buff 肯定还是得推一下边塔的。这下路1塔34分钟还屹立在这儿。
在兵线上面确实 BLG 会稍微被动一点，毕竟这几个英雄在之前没有大龙 buff 的时候，京东他们几条边线都是能够把线往外推的。纳尔、瑞兹都是一个很不错、很优质的边线英雄。
哎，但现在中下齐推的情况下，既然小龙在兵线跟西夏河的一个权利上面来说，
Itu kan Durex yang ada jam pasirnya apakah promosi untuk main lama setelah durasi game LoL? Nggak tahu ya. Emang nambah durasi pakai Durex ya?
但奈特有点落单啊，这个位置。
石头人没闪，石头人没闪。
这个位置。
ini kalau misalkan jadi dapat soul GG sih.
奈特位置，奈特得赶紧溜。那这样两边要楚河汉界化开了。
小徐的怒气非常好，但主要还是龙坑里、河道外的视野都没有。
对，但对于京东这边有一个水龙草，
一钩子勾到闪了，这是有收获的钩，
相当不错的一个钩。这边又是一钩，看一下蓝子方拿到这条水龙闪进去，有水银解掉，兵哥这样要卖自己。
红 Q， 里面红 Q 很危险啊！红 Q 这里有一个闪现能拉开，但是还是一个推推到了红 Q， 兵这里已经倒下了，但红 Q 一个大招
红 Q 足够的皮糙肉厚，红 Q 是幸免于难，但这条龙最后还是被标记打了下来。
Mengalak aja。
一个人在外面拖住了4个人，还能大招走。这样这场比赛也将会进入到7龙珠。
悬念拉满，好吧？你确实没有办法去预料在接下来会发生什么，但再看一下这波团，首先是一勾勾闪，
勾到了闪。
Tebel banget。
然后同时
The next faker。
兵哥这边虽然是有干锅帮他解了这个控制，但是还是选择了比较嗜血的进去闪进去咬旮旯，应该是没注意到旮旯出了个水银，
可能第一时间没有注意到红 Q 吧，就红 Q 给后排了一定压力，如果第一时间能一块上的话是有说法的。但在正面欧文被留住了，欧文这里交了一个闪现，侧面再点一个果实，一个钩子没中，来自于锤石的钩子并没有勾中，欧文也回敬一个。 现在任何一个人的阵亡都不好说啊，因为这场比赛也进行到了一个的大后期了，
感觉
复活的时间会比较长，
得靠龙魂来解决战斗了。看看右下角发生什么，先是欧文出钩啊，
但打出了 Knight 的闪，上一波，
这是个很重要的讯息。
yang stuck 1 K， itu kayak yang abis Ramadan lah， yang biru。
现在 Knight 也做了一个护臂。
可能后面必须得用护臂去极限反应一下那个石头人的撞，但是说实话，就是如果真的是在一个危险的位置开护臂，其实对于每场辛德拉起来还是很难活。
京东一点点的优势，
harusnya JG pindah ini lihat duo server sebagus ini di JDG。
京东可以慢慢很舒服的去运营一下。
Nggak usah Dogo jadi icon LCP dah, kasihan LCP nggak ada bintangnya kocak. Maple-nya pensiun, Levi pensiun. Siapa lagi coba?
有点困难的，得摸着黑进去。
而且双方的上单，阿斌已经到了20级，小徐也快了，现在19等。
Taki。
20秒的时间，大龙又要刷新了。 京东这边已经是回家补了一轮眼出来了，而 BLG 这边的话也得找波 timing， 得回家补眼。
欧文现在独臂，直接回去再踢出来，没有浪费太多的时间。
lihat itu， goldnya paling banyak Honky ya， jangan keciduk ya。
但其他的位置没有太多的时间能够回去补眼哦，只能够人肉站在那个地方当眼了。那位置又不能让，尤其是这个虚空河道线。 第一时间，辛德拉 W 已经用掉了，能不能把这个虚空河道线秒掉，对于标记来说很关键。
过来好像是 是勋抢到了吗？
对，勋直接下沉了。
啊，勋直接把这个河道蟹给拿了下来。
那这样视野问题对于标记来说，现在是不用太过担心。
哎，得到了一定的缓解。蓝量有点低啊。这一会儿如果打得久的话，可能对于云阿娜来说，有点要考虑一下。
一勾，欧文也想尝试出钩。 这个位置，但主要左右两边没视野啊。
Oke masuk berusaha kena mati on.
稳定造成人数差。
Junja GG sih. Bisa yakin bisa ngambil on sih GG sih. Baron sih.
拿下了一颗人头之后，看怎么大，拿下了一颗人头之后，看怎么做后续的一个抉择吧。感觉可以直接动这个大龙啊。
哦，但大龙应该是很快的，右闪白转绿白。 给上一个助力，
Kenapa skip ini?
环节了吗？侧面小徐已经变大了，勋直接顶了进去，但肯定要吃钩了，勾到了。
Fokus terus.
侧面找一下嘎啦，但是白
Hongqiu kill Viper.
又有一个干锅救到了嘎啦，
dia mati kena Syndra.
侧面的娜塔虽然是
Aduh miss ultinya.
但自己也不太好走，
Tapi harusnya awas jangan terlalu dekat. Awas Syndra. Nice.
还有一个子刀再留住勋，绿刀
GG push mid.
哇，我不敢想这波嘎啦刷了多少输出。
哇，这波
哇，这一波真的，如果等我导播看能不能给个板子，这波嘎啦真的是 A 麻，他把整一管白刀
Selamat tinggal JDG.
厄斐琉斯的魅力时刻啊
Hongqiu GG tadi dapat Viper ya.
闪现过去想要坠名流，但欧文也是提前给了一个干锅。
Kasihan on.
京东有机会在40分钟结束第一局。
一波了，对吧？左边
on,
确实
depend on.
时间太久了。 而且只有极限一个人是有点清不动线的，你勾一个近战兵过来，没有什么太多的用处啊。
Push aja ke si Bang.
一下平 A 拿到最后的一个人头。
Let's go, first game didapatkan oleh JDG lawan top tim LPL loh. GG.
这一波
kelas.
前面的埋伏导致到了标记辅助掉点之后，果断的 ra 大龙的决策，以及在大龙坑
enggak itu bukan salah on
完美的一个团战发挥。
是的，这一把京东相较于之前来说，中期没有做太多那种比较冒进的举动，
是
去送出一些机会。反而我觉得像今天红 Q 的状态真的蛮好的。红 Q 和 Gala 这个双 C 有点硬啊。
是，而且我必须得说，俊佳后面把这石头人玩明白了。 他就
GG cuy Gala Hongqiu ngeri.
只撞一个看起来能杀的，也不管你重不重要，先把你这个人数差给打下去再说。
打到后面每个都重要，你少一个人那就是没有办法去
其实主要还是在于复活时间太长，对吧？那朋友同样的屏幕前的各位召唤师们也不妨把你心目中的一个本局的 MVP 投在公屏上，数字1、2、3、4、5分别代表了霍林战队京东的上野、中下服。也问一下松崎，这场比赛有什么想说的吧？
好的，感谢两位解说。那我首先想说的是，这两支队伍的比赛是另一个层面的难分伯仲的较量。那从2分半开始呢，是由瑞兹在线上的单杀拉开了这场比赛的序幕。在前期的时候，双方战队分别针对召唤师峡谷上下两路做了不同的准备，而 BLG 这边呢是率先的是围绕着上路组织了多波的进攻，除了在第一波越塔的时候稍有失误之外的，其他每一波都拿到了东西。而北京 JDG 这边的中野更多的是在他们特别是瑞兹到6的第一波，从第2波开始都频繁的帮助下路去建立优势，顺势他们在围绕着下半区前面锁下了2条小龙的优势。而中期开始呢，双方就进行了你来我往，各自的去找机会，依据视野的优势以及围绕着资源进行了很多波的团战。我觉得来到了中后期，我关注到的比较重要的2次，第一次呢是 BLG 在小龙那一波鳄鱼依靠自己视野的优势限制了对面 AD 的位置，那一波之后他们顺势去转向大龙，但反而被俊佳这边抢下大龙之后，算是比赛的第一个悬念的点。那第2个点，我觉得就是来到了后面的时候，第2条大龙在 BLG 拿下之后，京东这边的一个决策和反应。我觉得这一局比赛当中，双方来到了后期团战，都针对的是对面 C 位的，首先第1个位置，第2个视野，第3个就是开团的先手，都非常的重要。最后由中路的一波俊佳的石头人率先造成了对面的减员，帮助他们一锤定音拿下了比赛的胜利。我觉得第一个观点就是两队对于今天这场比赛都准备了很多。第2个，我觉得他们在游戏的发挥，各自都有自己的时间想要去拿东西。他们在拿到自己的节奏和优势的时候，进攻的速度是比较快的，往往就是这种细节决定胜负。不知道2位解说老师有没有关注到哪些细节上面的点，或者是这一盘整个看下来的体验和我们讲一下。
也感谢松崎啊，其实这一把你要从细节的上面来说的话，我觉得 真的，我觉得京东在后面的几波团战其实处理是很细腻的，
LCP
而且尤其是就这个游戏打到后面，你会发现基本上就是一个
LCP
切旮旯跟保旮旯的游戏。
Gimana kayak 7 jam streamnya?
我们看一下最后一波
Pengen mandi aku sebenarnya.
真的是从头 A 到尾，满轮子
Mandi dulu sempat kan?
对，
就是把一弹夹的轮子全 A 完了，
清空弹夹。我头一次见到那么爽的把白刀的子弹一波团从头打到尾，直接打完了，清空了一整个弹夹。 哇，这个
有点太夸张了，
这个就有点太爽了啊！但是我必须得说，这把我觉得可能京东在很多的一个中后期的一个角色上面
MVP Gala ya jelas ya, sakit
尤其你比
banget
如说，你
damage.
像包括那一波小龙团，对Gala，首先Gala这个水银出的很好，
是的
啊，然后后
Kalau
面就是
mandinya 5
卡了一
menit
波
sih sempat.
多15级那波小龙团
Ah,
打
mau
然后再
keramas
你还该说
nanti aja lah
就是
tengah
俊家那个
malam
抢
nih.
龙，那个抢龙我就
那个
直接
其实挺续命的，
那个
我感觉，
真的是
因为那是一个
直接续命的
输团之后的抢龙，
是，
我觉得这个是很关键的，而且那一波还蛮戏剧的，因为我当时回放的时候还注意到哈士石头人没下城，他就刚好94滴血拍死了。
就只能说幸运女神也站在了京东的这一边，
有主场了，对啊，这个是带点主场优势了，就感觉
是。然后后面其实几波你会发现，就是鳄鱼前面靠自己的优势能够确实在正面，比如说我一个闪现红豆 W 就能直接把 AD 给摇死，但是你这一套你玩到30多40分钟玩不转了已经。
对，
那这一把我个人的 MVP 会投给俊家，
你会给俊家，我会给俊家，
Damage-nya 50k.
没问题。
Baik Gala.
主要 Gala 后期的那几波团战，
Padahal tadi early-nya BLG solid banget sih.
是他在打团制造输出这一块还是那个 Gala。
Damn.
绝对没问题。我投俊家原因是俊家是搭舞台那个人，
没问题。
本来舞台要被标记拆完了，对吧？跟房东说我们再租一段时间，然后直接Gala直接这上面就开始火力全开。 再来回顾一下这场比赛啊，
是吧？小徐遭中了前面。
Ngapain sekarang kita?
其实我还是觉得这个版本两边互爆对方一条边线，这个其实是蛮常见的一个状态。但是，就还是在于，你现在爆对方上路有一个隐患，是在于你上路会有决定性的资源。你终归你得靠小龙来结束战斗。你现在是大龙，你往往2到3条才能结束战斗。但你小龙稳稳当当，你一定是，对吧？能够对这个比赛产生决定性作用的。
那关键的几波团，其实兵哥他也是给了反馈的。
Buset 9 jam baru 1 game. Beda. Kita tadi nonton sekitar 5 tim kali. Hari ini. Hari ini harusnya nggak ada LEC ya. Hasrat ingin push rank sangat tinggi Aramnya. Give me Aram. Aram. Enggak, yang BLG jam 7 kan? Enggak, ngaret tadi mulai jam 8 Pak. Gara-gara ADG-nya lama mesnya. Ngaret bejir. Pegal pantatku, bro. Coba turun nih.
I'm undisputed.
Diambil Ezreal. Ezreal. Akali. Tipis cannon.
The eyes never lie.
Thunder. With a thunder. Thunder. Tapi rame nih, Aram. Kirain bakal lama matchingnya. Harusnya main Aram dapat reward apa gitu. Itu kayak apa nih? Yang dapat golden mode ya, yang emas itu loh. Dapat serunya. Harusnya bisa ngumpulin itu sih biar orang semua mode dimainin. Yang emas itu apa namanya pak? Condense mode. Piu piu. Mungkin attack speed, deal damage area and crowd control effect. Let's go, brother.
Minions have spawned.
Brother? Let's go, brother. Brother?
I am the wind.
Sejak apaan itu? Ada yang loncat. Akhirnya dapat ulti. Jit HP aku gak kelihatan, gue cek. Masuk ya. Buset. Ah, tidak. Help.
Enemy slain.
Immunity to crowd control. Let's go.
Enemy missing.
Balance in all things.
Mario Bros. Mario Bros nyasar ke Wild Trip.
Steady.
Oh my god. Kok damage ku sakit, cuk. No flash tuh, ada sih. Kenapa ulti dia? Oke, masuk nih. Gas. Rata lu semua. Meledak. Tebel banget. Cai. Aku harus bunuh diri tapi bingung. Wih, gak ketahuan. Ya, ayo sih dapat. Pakai tenaga dalam. Ini mode Saiyan ini. Super Saiyan Goku. Tunggu mereka ulti. Soro Jikanda. Help. Apa nih? Buset. Nice. Ability haste, let's go. Buset nih orang stres. Tidak, tolong. Ntar aku akan masuk dan mati. Menunggu Ezreal. Let's go. Tidak berimpact rupanya, saudara-saudara. Ini apa? Champion without mana and regen base. Huh? Attack gain bonus damage. Huh? Target an enemy. Apa tuh? Item baru, belum tahu efeknya. Beneran masuk dan mati. Lagi nih. Huya! Oh, dia kejar. Semangat guys, kita akan memenangkan Aram ini. Oh shit. Wah ini sakit banget ya. Chen. Gak mati aja. Anti shield ya, lupa ya. Tebel banget itu Shen. Aku gak bisa lihat HP aku sendiri, kocak. Kalangan buff. Mati nih gue. Kebanyakan. dapat 2 tuh. Kelas King. Push King. Menang loh. Udah mulai. Match kedua。
当然，我觉得这也是对于BLG 来说，在第2局比赛啊，需要在游戏里面多去注意的点。
来吧，两边来到第2
Jace
局
di ban，Jarvan di ban。
BLG 拿到了首选权，京东是拿到地图蓝色方。
皇子上了班位，皇子这个英雄确实是 BLG 在我们整个第1赛段的时候，他们自己搬的很多的一个英雄。虽然这局应该是搬了7个小场。
其实主要是对 BLG 这边双4要选的英雄会限制比较大嘛，而且包括你像发条魔灵，就是你在半皇子的情况下，发条魔灵肯定是要对着送上班位。然后第1局没有人去管的这个沙皇这个烫手山芋，哎，你现在又直接结实的传到了下一局。又要到那个老生常谈的问题了，这一把谁来杀一把？
现在杀一把已经是很多队伍都要去考虑的问题了，不光再是那几个选手。
你看，哎，手大哥这神秘的微笑，只能说很有感觉。
看一下吧，兰博也上班了。现在上路的生态里面，像鳄鱼和纳尔已经没了之后，兰博也上班位。
我感觉。这把真有机会杀一把呀！
朗姆这样的英雄应该是这局可以前面去考虑的，还有维鲁斯这个线。
阿卡丽一般了。这阿卡丽一般很有意思啊，因为发条魔灵其实已经送到半位了，阿卡丽一般也是从某种意义上来说为沙皇做个铺垫，而且意思就是说，你哪怕真的你把沙皇留给我，可能你拿吉格斯去打我也能接受，对吧？那维鲁斯放出来，BLG先考虑一下，
要先权。
Viperman
下半区的线权太重要了，尤其是这2个队。
而且我觉得维鲁斯这种英雄啊，就是越强的队伍手里，这个英雄越厉害，
上限越高。
对，因为到最后还变成了卡尔玛，但其实是异曲同工之妙，就是这个无论是维鲁斯还是卡尔玛，都是下路抢线的英雄，而且是那种下路抢线的顶级英雄。
对，
上把只能说机器人让欧文玩有点郁闷，好吧，这把来把卡尔玛。
这种英雄的交互啊，卡尔玛能搭的 AD 也确实都不错。维鲁斯的话更考验他自己本身的一个能力。
但如果是维鲁斯的话，那得考虑一下 Vampire 这边搭什么了。好像这个 BP 板子一下，那就知道了，应该是事情有变，好吧？
大家稍安勿躁。
主要是刚刚看欧文的那个神秘的笑容，他不会其实是想锁维鲁斯，但结果到最后不知道怎么的闪走了。当然了，我们还是等后台的一个同步啊，看看讯息到底怎么样。因为其实主要问题在于，就是现在如果是卡尔玛对维鲁斯的这个交换的话，那站在进攻角度上，你就得考虑维鲁斯搭什么去打这个卡尔玛。
What is happening？
维鲁斯搭什么打卡尔玛，确实是一个比较重要的一个点，就能选的偏软辅性质的。还有像是巴德这样的英雄，巴德
对，而且我这把印象中妮可好像也没搬，
对，妮可也没搬，
对。
但这2个英雄，你要说单去看辅助之间，哪个英雄的抢线能力最强？那无疑是卡尔玛。
那其实仔细一想啊，如果说卡尔玛跟妮可都开在外面，那我觉得维鲁斯其实更重要一些，对吧？因为这俩辅助都在外面，你一只我一只，那有维鲁斯那边肯定更舒服啊。一会儿看看导播怎么跟我们同步讯息吧。目前还没有收到一个消息哦。
那维鲁斯这个英雄可能在最近的一些痛点还是在于他的后期，毕竟没有享受到暴击的加成。
对，所以才说这个英雄是在越强的队伍手里越厉害。
对的。
就为什么？因为是在于这个英雄，他的所有的优势圈在于前面打线，而强队就是得靠打线的那个优势，快速滚雪球把游戏杀死。
打线的优势来拿到自己的回合，再用自己的回合去做更多的事儿。
好，那这个消息也同步到了，跟各位同步一下啊。由于BLG冰选手未选择到需要的英雄，并在对手英雄锁定前向裁判进行了报备说明，并提出了正确的英雄，经裁判组判定重开 BP， 维持BLG冰选手之前已完成的 BP 结果。同时 ，BLG冰选手将直接锁定刚刚提出的英雄，后续 BP 正常进行。 锁定刚刚提出的英雄，后续 BP 正常进行。盲猜就维鲁斯，
一会儿再看看，
不知道怎么就跳到卡尔玛去了，看看吧，也有可能是尼可。
只要他。
但感觉维鲁斯还是很重要，对吧？你这种就是能在前面结束比赛的局，可能对于所有的强队来说都会是希望看到的一个结束方式，而不是说我真的拖到后面，我拿一个破鬼的维鲁斯跟你的暴击 AD 去比后期能力，对吧？
所以我觉得设计师在下一个版本的调整还蛮有意思的，就可能是看到了现在自己本身是比较关照暴击流 AD， 加了很多，包括说暴击伤害上调到了200。 或者是一些新的装备，所以在下一个版本也给到了维鲁斯基础数值上面的加强。但这个点我觉得对于比赛的影响还是实打实的在的。
对，来吧，我们 BP 很快的又重新拉取了，看一下啊，不出意外这边应该还是想要维鲁斯，毕竟现在尼可跟这个卡玛都在外面的情况下，维鲁斯感觉优先级很高。你不能到最后给我跳个沙皇出来吧？啊，没问题，维鲁斯。
你太爱这个英雄了，我发现。
不是，主要你围绕这2个队，那沙皇一定是个绕不开的话题，
没问题
啊。
Perasaan tadi dia aja ngambil karma deh.
这边怎么做交换了？要不要把尼可拆掉？
boleh ya? Apa ngebug tadi? Milih karma jadi milih Parus jadi karma.
我觉得现在朗姆确实很关键，因为鳄鱼也没了，而且朗姆在你先出的摇摆能力太强了，
而且鳄鱼没了嘛。
尼可。
就是吧，你给朗姆摇摆的空间确实蛮大的。
尼可凯撒，
刚刚有点想拆一个锁头的意味哦。
但我觉得可以不用那么着急，而且我说实话，就是泰坦打尼可的对线啊，很容易打着打着就着急。因为你不叫打野来，其实真的你就会下路就会变成那种嘎月，就之前。 标记有过那种，就是叫猴子来，然后加泰坦，然后去嘎月尼可，结果导致那一波双死在塔下的那个情况，
就会被操作。潘森现在也有一定的摇摆的可能性。
哇，小树 main Rek'Sai nggak tuh?
潘森也是在其他赛区里面是有过登场。
Rek'Sai atau Gwen ya？
赛恩这把就是你不管你老母上不上去了，这一把兵就是说我就赛恩就打到底了，
要扛住了。 要成为最坚实的前排。
Cheyenne， Gwen atau Rek'Sai sih biasanya。
好不好出啊
？Matchupnya。Ambessa iya Ambessa kayaknya dijangkau sih。
是有空间的。
Tapi nggak tahu sih itu flex sih。bisa jadi di top lane。
对吧？
保 AD 也行。
就你保守 AD 位，然后后面拿手轮子，后面把牛头绊掉。
对。
bisa jadi di top， iya bisa jadi di top lane
或者说你要觉
Ambessa。
得就在京东的角度上，觉得对线很好打的情况下，你甚至牛头开出来就硬打这个对线也可以。但我感觉保险起见，其实还是
没必要，感觉还是把牛头是最好的。哎，牛头也是欧恩在这个赛季玩最多的辅助英雄。
牛头
这样给嘎拉拿到一个希维尔，也能够让他在后期有一定的兜底能力。
感觉现在标记只能往中路去搬啊！
现在搬什么还得去跟奈特多去交流一下，因为上一把确实红 Q 上来的竞技状态是非常好的，
还是选择了不管你这个摇摆，把位一搬，就意思就是让你这个朗姆最好就是往打野位去跑，毕竟上路也不是特别想看到就塞恩对朗姆这条线嘛。 啊，再搬一手卡尔玛，这样让下路的这个线权能够尽可能的坐实。那这样可能欧恩最后还是会是个泰坦啊，或者就是巴德。
巴德这个线就很敏感了，这个下路的对线就是2个人前面都得打得很好。泰坦的话，1级就是最重要的，1级前面那几勾。
OC 也搬了，哇，双半打野。
Apa nih? Ambessa ya jungle apa top lane nya? Oh, Ambessa top lane nya. Berarti single。
没问题。因为毕竟站在京东的角度上来说，安倍萨打塞恩这个线是很舒服的，而且这一把赵信也不难受。
要攀岩了，攀岩的中野。
上把确实欠缺点主动性，这把把主动性拉出来也没问题，对吧？
这前4手可能说
红 Q main itu kah？
但 BLG 就是一个很喜欢进攻的队伍。
对，
来巴德来，还是说来个应
红
付？
Q
但瑞尔的话，对线就会有点吃亏了。打尼口。
红 Q Leblanc atau？
巴德吧，感觉巴德好一点。
感觉就是巴德呀，
巴德还挺好的。哎，
卡米尔苏博，
情感应辅助，
这速
又换回去了。
Rel obat。
换来换去还是巴德。
红 Q itu kah？ Swain atau Akali？
这个线是从去年的世界赛的这个后半段一开始，就是
Swain Akali阿里。
最后红 Q 的选择，
阿里。
狐狸和赵信这方面的联动和配合肯定是不如岩雀和潘森的，但红 Q 也相信选了阿里之后自己的一个兑现的能力。
其实主要是京东的这个中野是聚焦在小规模团战上的，
对，
但标机这个中野就不一样了，
有点押宝2打2。
其实标机这个中野的话，你换一个角度去想，它其实是一个很好影响双边线的中野，对吧？两个英雄都有半途支援流的大招，
是
这把很有可能就是想要自己的下路过得舒服一点，对，毕竟我这个中野能够先跑，
想把辐射能力拉满啊。
毕竟上一把你能感受得到，就是两边互爆一个半区的情况下，你下半区被爆，其实真的还是蛮吃亏的，
影响是比较大的。
所以现在你才会发现，就是在隔壁 LCK 已经出现了相当多的那种，
Aku baru nyadar kameranya terlalu atas ini.
各种五花八
Kenapa
门
kamera e-sport gak dari samping aja gitu?
对，就是面对这种 counter， 因为现在，而且我看了一下现在大家的选边的情况，就优先选择的情况，已经有的队伍开始去尝试去主动选择竞选的次选，就是想把这个 counter 发挥出来。
对，而且我觉得可能你真的这个版本节奏如果是这么下去的话，搞不好社服又得回来了，对吧？就23年的时候，大家经常看到的就小
艾希啊，
对，就那个时候的那种社服，因为社服一定是下路顶级对线强度，对，可能搞不好社服在后面也会出现。毕竟现在软辅已经逐渐抬头了嘛。那这一把两边的下路的对线将会成为重中之重。还有以及谁能够给到自家的下路更多的一个支援。
BLG 的中野辐射能力肯定是更强的，但在小规模的作战能力来说，少这个双大招就回归基本功嘛。
来吧，两边的第2局的较量。
加油！
好的，也再次感谢我们北京现场所有的粉丝朋友们的加入助威啊！哇，今天这么晚的时间也是辛苦各位啊，一直陪伴我们到这个点。但这场比赛的质量，从第1局来说，绝对是高质量的比赛。好吧，无论是从运营还是从团战各个层面，虽然说有点小失误，但是依然两边都是博弈的非常的深的。但这把下路的对线，看看两边谁能打得更好一些。而且两边打野都是从上往下刷的，哇，直接治疗要交出来了。
前面很多技能就是早用早 CD， 保状态为准。就现在的下路血量大于经验，大于补刀。
同样的，也是我们看到了京东带给大家的一个阵容强度的一个比对啊，更看好在前期的京东以及后期的标记。各位也是可以上京东搜京东电竞直播，赢1000元耳机和游戏手办，国补叠加以旧换新5折起。
本来想说红 Q 2局前面的对线对的都很不错，但奈特一个撒石阵也把血量换血换回来了，撒石阵加沿途刚好抬到了。
其实打小规模碰撞啊，阿离的上限一定还是比岩雀要更高一点的，尤其在前中期啊。但这把其实 BLG 选出这个攀岩组合，本身就没有太考虑说中野对抗的一个事情了。
又是一个抬到了，但是撒尔阵好像给的稍微晚了一点点。东 动的很早，
哎，
闪过来打一个状态，
捡着垃圾
哦
过来了
nice jump，OK。
但是反手奈的这边也被亲到啊，
有2杯咖啡给
Gak ada
他，
mana ya？
但没
Tahu
拿
ya。
还是得回啊。
No mana。
而且在下河道这个位置，要看一下两边对于这个河道线的一个争夺喽。啊，主要奈的这波是选择了避回家，那熏这第一时间是吃不着这个河道蟹，那可能得绕上去吃上半的河道蟹了。
是吧 ？Viper 的维鲁斯也选择带了 TP 这个召唤师技能啊，前面补线来说也是比较舒服的。
哇，但这个时间，感觉京东下路对线打得不错啊。
确实对线对得不错。
3分半的时间，这边已经压了小压10刀了。而且最重要的是，现在熏被赶到了上半区吃这个河道线，那下半区其实会对于蓝色方来说，这个视野会更好一些。 回神被打断，那兵索性也不走了，最后一点蓝再赖一会儿，但熏过来了，
熏来了，
小修，我个的
这个血量确实是一套潘特的技能就能杀的，减速到了，闪现盾吗？选择不交闪，直接
一加速把被动给用了，想省一个闪现 ，W 再做出一下 PA， 直接拿到这个头，
贴脸 Q， 这个确实也没法赌，选择了最为稳妥的击杀方法，
也省了一个闪现啊，也为下一波的进攻更有底气。
Sabar banget tadi shoot, gak langsung nge-stun.
在这样潘森上半部露头有所收获的情况下，但是第2组下去的时间会稍微比赵信慢一些。赵信现在已经是到 F6了，下一波看一下赵信是什么样的一个动向吧。下半部刷完，感觉可以选择做点事情啊。哦，直接来中了，可以看到君家这个位置。 啊，上来直接寻求2抓1的一个机会，
还有一个
被亲到了，那死了呀！这一波哪怕虚姗姗来迟到场了，也只能是目送的 Knight 被击杀掉。
Double kill no？
上半区一个 E 缠线刀刺也命中了，再跟上一个 Q， 刮了一波 N 的血量。
哇，这中下对线红 Q
有点
嘎啦，都
对
得
很好啊，我感觉。
是的。
On。
Vampire 也是打出了 ON 的一个治疗。
捆在塔下打了一套，
对吧？前面感觉京东这双 C 的对线是下功夫了的。
对，那接下来其实如果是人数对等的团，对于标记来说不是特别好打的。感觉标记6级之后得尝试打点人数差的团了。
就得发挥出中野支援大招的优势。
First deck sepertinya bakal dikontes. Kedua tim udah siap, On masuk. Junnya kena stun, di follow up sama Chain of Corruption. Junnya maksa terpaksa harus ulti. Wah, gak bisa dragon itu. Tapi low sih. Thank you, let's go. Awas backline.
然后去看一下熏直接闪现的一个盾带走了
Thank you. Aduh, itu kamu bisa dapat banyak itu.
所以他一个人只能拿平 A 去稍微拉扯一下。
哎，我离难受啊！主要没大招的时候，确实对于阿离来说有点没有什么太多的作战的能力。
但他在侧面的那个魅惑的还是比较精准的。
而且感觉俊家这个大招扣的有点死了，本来这一波应该是6打5的一波等级差，
我感觉第一时间 BLG 他还犹豫了一下，要不要 all in 这个赵信，但看你大招迟不交，然后索性就直接钻圈内把赵信给收了。
对，等于你看这一波赵信等于没开大，白掉半管血，
然后这时候再交大吃技能了，
然后钻圈
Oh, dia gak ada ulti ya, pantesan kagak ngejar.
主要是赵信上是蛮被动的，斩杀线太高了，这样。
对。这波的小规模碰撞 ，BLG 也赚了一个头啊。
这个是 BLG 希望看到的一个画面，而且打了波大招 CD， 中路的这个大招 CD 叉。
Drake masih belum disentuh。
这段时间欧文是找机会出去捡波被动，然后给点隐形的压力。下半部的一个视野已经是铺好的一个情况，这把还是得看下路的小龙的归属。
尤其对于 BLG 来说，毕竟你自己选的是一个维鲁斯的 AD， 往后期打 B 大龙的这个可能性是比较低的，成本也是比较大。那如果在前面去慢慢的滚龙的节奏，会更加舒服一些。
对，这把进攻节奏一定是必须得由 BLG 把握住的，而且进攻压力也是在 BLG 身上的。
BLG 确实是这样的风格，就是会自己去承担这样的进攻压力，然后多去主动的做一些事儿。
但这段时间，京东下路把这个线权拿得很稳啊，而且中路这一波阿里也拿到了短暂的线权。
但这波我觉得对于京东来说不是很好接，潘森带焚天的，潘森这一轮是橙装潘森，
确实
作战力非常猛。先在这里稍微拉扯一下，
闪架。命中，加完了大落地直接被清住，熏仙掉半血，弹回来一套伤害技吃完加百血，直接钻隧道走了。来了个以进为退，红 Q 这个位置也钻过来，直接隧道走了。
这是欧文的隧道，而且自己过来还被清到了，再一个 Q 没有中。
这波我甚至都不好说，京东他们到底是。
Oh no, oh no,
有意这么
oh
做，
no,
还是误点到那个隧道下来了？
哎呦，那这样还想越吗？但只有3个兵啊，3个兵没用。扛不这个越不了这个塔，
因为主要是这一波你虽然两兄弟钻隧道走了，可是你大招都交完了，那接下来这条龙就由 BLG 说了算了呀。
现在双人组的状态不是很好，不过 Viper 是能够回家再踢出来的。但我真感觉对于京东来说是很收获了，因为这波潘森带焚天这波很夸张。他大招过来刚好被红 Q 清到了，导致俊家能够坐上这个隧道能走。
只能说没死人确实不幸中的万幸啊。
对，
但还是要看这条龙。勋这边也没第一时间打，他选择先打个河道蟹，然后回头再去控这个蓝 buff。那龙可能还要看下一波。
Q 闪给大，
我动个马西俊杰。
被清到了。抬完之后呢，开了个
pecah gara-gara Talia sih nih, Gala jadi gak bisa masuk. Tapi kalau dipikir-pikir kenapa dia bikin gate ya si On ya? Kalau dipikir-pikir iya juga kenapa dia bikin gate ya?
这波确实没有阵亡人啊。
那就看2番战了，只能说上一波全当无事发生。
现在小龙在下一波再说，先不急。前面刚刚好像也拿了一个虫，
Bro memencet semua tombol yang ada. Ulti dari Xiaoshu. Harusnya sih geli ya. Biar cepat clear wave itu. Tadi ultinya biar cepat nyampe clear wave sih tadi. Biar gak ketinggalan minion kayak. Keren juga. Ultinya dipakai buat TP.
现在这赛恩其实发育的还蛮舒服的，而且这把其实对于左边这阵容来说很薄啊。 对吧？没有一个其实比较扎实的前排在，就只能靠一个
赵信像个伪前排嘛，毕竟他不是那种出肉装，他更多是战士。下路想过来，闪现躲了一个 Q， 那赶紧开门走。 打出了一个大招和对面的一个闪现 ，Vampire 想过来反开 Knight，
hampir menggunakan pop blossom, kena Knight doang, tapi Knight sepertinya selamat. Justru Jinja mati, gak mati. Hong Q masuk. Kenapa Q? Oh Isha. Lagi Bin Chun ngikut dia. Wah Hong Q. Udah berkill nih.
哇，感觉红 Q 有点急了，那2段啊拉那个2段 Q 的时候拉失误了，不然感觉其实自己可以不死，而且可以把潘森击杀掉。
是的，哇，打完红 Q 在左下角还抿了一下嘴，感觉确实对他来说有点可惜啊，因为他这一轮的进场时机是非常好的进场时机。
其实主要是第一时间 ，BLG 打了个人多打人少，但是没有能秒掉京东这边的人。
对吧？确实不带怕的，他直接往前走了。
主要第一时间4打3，但是4打3吧，京东的野辅都逃了，这就导致BLG很尴尬，被卡在这里。但是我们看到左下角，
ini tadi Q dia miss nih tadi.
这回是没有幸运女神
dia Q-nya digiring ke samping kocak.
拉2段 Q 的时候，
ini lagi ngikut.
感觉带了点预判性质，他觉得可能外面会闪还是怎么样。
Tapi nice 啦 ，double kill，let's go
后续也
Ari。
是上车上的比较着急。
那抓到俊家的情况下，勋这边也是拿到了潮虫。
打架这一块确实 BLG 发挥了自己这一套阵容选择的优势啊。
Si On bikin gate kadang bener kadang begitulah.
然后多打一些先手。
Kalau lagi war kayak aku kayaknya. Semua tombol dipencet. Berat tuh punggungnya. Bahkan yang gendongnya juga agak oleng ya tadi. Semoga lancar Bang Hongqiu.
话说回来，末将还是第一次在非三国题材游戏中露面呢，有点。
主要14分钟了，快！这条龙还没着落啊，这对于BLG来说可不是个好事啊。反正左边可以不动啊。
是吧？打到后面感觉像全部击漏了，给大家。
ada Hongqiu。
但后续压一个起身，再来一剑。
啊，就打波伤害，
打波状态。
On nggak ada ulti ya, nice。
真没有不动龙的理由了。
中路线也推过去了，动了。这把龙的节奏确实很慢很慢。而且这一波京东
Junja sudah di lokasi, Hongqiu sedikit telat soalnya tadi dia clear wave dulu. GG。
过来把龙给抢了，那这样的话要先4包1包下Gala，这个位置
save Gala。
自己最后还是被一剑穿死。
Dihalangin sama Talia ya。
掉了，对于BLG来说很伤啊。
这阵容滚不起龙的节奏，打到后面只
Dihalangin sama Talia nggak bisa save Gala。
纯打架了，看肌肉了。
话说回来，
Bang Gala tercedok。
俊家今天这拼成这
Bahkan BLG yang udah datangin Viper pun mainnya masih yang Toto aja, kebanyakan mendam T1. Bro, BLG sih kalau ketemu T1 digesek-gesek di lantai ya betul. Kalau mainnya kayak gini. Ketemu T1 sih digesek-gesek di lantai BLG.
其实现在可能对于BLG来说，需要去，这没有想到在这会儿暂停了啊！其实刚刚想说的是，对于可能BLG来说，在中期啊，还是现在得依靠攀岩，看能不能把这个抓边、抓单的这种节奏给带起来。其实像刚刚那一波，像抓Gala那种画面，是BLG会比较需要的画面。
包括像在那个小屏幕里面看到的，在上河道抓俊家的那样的画面，得再多一点。 但我觉得这也是京东他们的反制做得很漂亮，就你在抓一波之后呢，京东同样是能够凭借着自己重强势期来掌握架打，然后把架打得在自己能接受的范围内，就一直保持在这个区间，没有说一直被你抓，反而自己做不到事儿，这样就越推越多了。
其实主要是刚刚俊家就这么走过来把龙给抢了，这个我觉得针对BLG来说有点难受。其实本来那一波应该是拿龙抓Gala一气呵成的一个节奏，但结果就。 因为可能是投入了一些人员在抓Gala的那个事情上，导致正面没有人去逼赵鑫的位置啊。暂停原因跟各位同步一下。
Viper di JDG apa BLG bang? Viper di BLG deh. Owner main mundo udah agak mendingan, nggak kayak waktu lawan AL. Iya ya. Win rate 100% BTW Owner. Mundonya. Holy shit.
要素齐全，
要素非常齐全。
Serius amat nontonnya mah. Seru ini. Last match sih harusnya. Kalau JDG menang. Please menang JDG ya, pegel pantat gua。
说今天这个 BLG 跟京东的这场比赛，确实从第一局的结果上面来说的话，我觉得今天京东做的准备确实是相当不错的。
包括选手状态这个调整，我觉得调整也很好。主要2把下来。
Gimana gak 100% baru pakai susu.
很惊艳。
Biar keren, Owner win rate 100% mundur.
年轻啊，他足够年轻。对，07年的小将。
Yang menang siapa? Yang menang saat ini Jingdong Gaming.
这个年龄有不属于他这个年龄的英雄池。 他玩传统法师玩的。
Ayo BLG biar kayak di stream 10 jam capek kocak, pantatku penyok anjing.
但他过来就要在德杯的时候
Sophie gak suka ML sih. Ini beda game sih bukan ML.
然后现在在今天面对 Knight 的时候，前面的对线我觉得做的也比较好。
Kerja bagai kuda, mending kerja mah dapat duit ya, ini mah dapat hikmahnya
前面的对线我觉得做的也比较好。
确实，今天感觉红 Q 手感很热，好吧？看看后面区间，然后去做他们这种想要的事情。
对，
现在对于京东来说要做的事情就是你边路别被抓。 尤其旮旯那个点吧，
sambil rebahan aja. Bete kursi aku patah ini tahu. Udah 6 tahun ya ini kursi patah kocak.
回来了，现在场面上 BLG
Mana mahal lagi, dolar naik ya.
但这把龙的节奏是确实相当慢啊，只有京东拿下了第1条龙，第2条龙还有3分半。
Kayak beli kursi yang bisa yang bisa dilipat deh punggungnya. Kursi gaming ya.
针对对面的英雄上面。
Beli kursi gaming ah.
忽略了一些地图资源，也没有找到合适的机会去动地图资源。
但这波先锋啊，标记应该还是想看一下的，尤其现在主要是兵哥那边还是有一定的一个推线的优势。 然后中路能拿到线的情况下，这个先锋一定是得看的。但问题在于现在主要是红 Q 很肥啊，红 Q 如果这波能参战的话，其实还真不好说。
现在兵哥他自己的发育也比较好，接下来如果塞恩参团的话，确实是一个短时间内没有办法处理的点，太肉了。而这把旮旯的发育不是很好。 但你要说你要拿狐狸的技能去来找这个塞恩也不太现实。
Chill ya main Parus, QQ aja.
来了，
开大。
Oke, home Q you good. Shove, seismic shove kena die.
红 Q 没想到
GG sih itu Shun gengnya.
美滋滋的想去打团，他手里捏着 T， 结果没想到 BLG 不要先锋，要他的命。
Nice gang from Shun.
捏着 T， 捏着闪，捏着大，还有3级鞋。
Beliin rodanya dulu ya. Bahkan rodanya kayak harganya 2 juta sih roda. Secret Lab.
就一起交。
对。
Seharga roda PC Apple.
杀意决策。
对。
Kamu nggak main tadi bentar yang versi HP。
兵线的原因啊，也没有办法去动这个先锋，因为中路线现在维鲁斯站得太牢了，再给一个大招，知道你没有
Ultimate digunakan oleh On, stunnya bakal kena, stunnya kena, dan Viper di sini, diselamatkan oleh Junja. Viper masuk, nice Junja, thank you.
啊，这波维鲁斯我觉得技能交的已经是最优解了，
但就是伤害不够。 一切的一切源于火力。
Nice try, nice try.
TP 落地的是 Knight，
那这波就影响上半部节奏了呀。
小徐可能稍微有点危险。
menggunakan flash.
这个闪交的没问题，被
Seperti mereka akan mencoba mengkontes Rift Herald. Hongkyo sudah dilepasi. On tiba-tiba buka gate somehow for no reason. Junja sepertinya bakal keciduk. Yep. On is pressing every button.
先锋拿到捡到，然后自己被留住。
那这小徐
再来找一下上半区啊，是没。
Blasan masuk, Pavir masuk, langsung di follow up oleh Xiaoshu, tapi sepertinya damage masih kurang. Ada On, hati-hati. Ah iya. Nggak tahu kenapa Vampir masuk.
他和对面的阿宾完成了一个互换。
哇，这波也是想卖一下自己的一个位置，但是举出了塔外，也导致到就其实这波拖的时间没有足够的久。那这样的话，等于是跟兵做了一个对换，但自己还是亏了波线。对，被台湾被闪现盾，攀岩的魅力。
Game 3 ini mah anjing。
这圆扑啊，
很准啊，感觉奈特现在手感也起来了。
现在 BLG 在小节奏上面不断的领先，每波换人头都在赚。
Hampir mau cover sih niatnya, tapi kenapa dia gak ada flash lah?
就感觉 Vampire 有点像那种想全技能直接把 Knight 给 all in 掉。
Enggak gitu sih.
忽略了侧面的狐狸是被 all
Enggak gitu sih.
而且最重要的是这一波 BLG 多人啊，第一时间，
哎，
对吧？
Gak apa-apa, game 3 asal JDG menang. Iya. Kalau kalah gimana nih?
再次被逮。
Udah nonton 12 jam, JDG kalah.
这个回旋锐读秒，那这个龙应该是由 BLG 稳拿的。
现在辅助一到劣势的时候都容易这样啊，容易成为那个目标，也扛不太住。
但京东这边还是想过来看哦，因为先锋已经放在中路了，现在保着旮旯去推这个中塔。
俊家怎么说？一个大招没留住，但是一个台再抬一个闪现，台就有。哦呦，奈的这个台每波台都有收获。这个时间段，
红 Q
侧面红 Q 的一个清被 on 走位给扭开。
哇，BLG确实就得玩这种主动性拉满的阵容啊。
对。
主要你无论如何，你总得去躲对面的一个先手技能，无论是巴德的金，还是说岩雀的台，还有包括潘森的 W 以及维鲁斯的 R。
Did my back just
你中一个，你剩下的就得吃完。
找到机会了。
是大黄星宇
I swear I'm not out。
开门过来的巴德直接把他逮住。
就现在中野府开始带队了呀，疯狂的带领起全场的节奏。剩下兵哥就成为那个防守去吃比较危险的线，而 Viper 一个人站在中路。
像奈的对上小徐这条线也玩得很舒服啊。
Kursi itu tadi。
天平已经慢慢的倾斜向了 BLG， 但对于京东来说，毕竟自己是个阵容的后期上线。
Tiwan udah kelar dari tadi sore Tiwan mah。
对，但是这一把有一个问题在于，京东这一把没有太多的一个前排能够去撑起旮旯在后期的一个输出时间，
输出空间可能没那么好。
对，而且尤其在中期这个时间点啊，一旦你两个边线是被推的情况下，那接下来潘森跟岩雀想合体合体，想飞边飞边，主动权是捏在 BLG 手里的。
对。
BLG。
所以这段时间可能会是京东最不好度过的一段时间，看看京东去怎么处理吧，以及 BLG 怎么去布置自己的一个进攻。毕竟这一把确实小龙节奏太慢，且被京东断了一条的情况下，这个小龙应该不会成为主攻的方向了。
BLG 这个阵容动大龙确实也比较慢，毕竟 AD 是一个破口流的维鲁斯，现在还想威胁一下防御塔，我京东防守的意图还是比较坚决的。只不过现在防守过程当中啊，还是得小心一下岩雀的沿突。
只要希瑞尔不掉点的情况下，中塔基本上你很难推，
手线能力太强了。
对，这也是希瑞尔的价值。
Team fight juga gak bisa di ulti pantean ya。
阿兵优势确实好大呀，线都已经玩到这了。
他22分钟灵魂熔炉叠了1200。
I think BLG can just start Baron not gonna lie。
已经是很夸张的一个叠层了。他这把会变得非常非常的肉啊。
Junja。
侧面俊家也太大。
itu kalau dapat Shun sih. Kasih galak. Let's go。
大人头给到了旮旯。
Itu dia goldnya。
被抬了一下，但有 TP 的护盾啊，所以第一时间是秒不掉的。
Itu dia shutdownnya。
虚弱给到了俊家。
Barajo。
这个再往前捅其实没有什么太大的必要了。
看一下有没有什么后续啊？有假身的视野探到了。
主要这一波其实第一时间击杀掉熏的情况下，打掉对面的打野，其实有机会去威胁一下大龙的位置的。
Dapat apa kita? Dapat hikmahnya。
推这个中一塔，那会儿旮旯已经是回来准备出线，但因为只有自己一个人的存在，所以兵也是比较轻松的把塔的线给保住了。但下一波如果再有这样的问题的话，中塔就要掉了。
刚刚主要是抓了一波熏的闪现，最后的尾巴开得很果断。但最终的结果就是击杀掉了熏一人，然后人头给到旮旯，让旮旯补
dapat harapan lah。
在节奏上没有。
Lihat Gala goldnya udah mulai tuh。
但确实是让旮旯这个装备沉得很快。
是啊，现在已经就不声不响的把自己的装备给做起来了。等到4件带满爆，确实是闪现最后的时间啊。
对，
而且视野藏得很好。
Gak ada flash juga Shun-nya. Jadi call yang bagus itu Junja。
现在BLG想要扩大
berasa kurang gini Viper. No comment ya. Karena emang sejauh ini belum kelihatan OP sih Viper ya.
已经逐渐开始把舞台又再次交给 Gala 的手中了。前面红 Q 已经是
bahkan Gala
在前面
terlihat
做的已
seperti
经
dewa.
不错的一个情况下
Gala is
现
looking
在
good.
整体是偏逆风的一个局势，对于京东来讲，就要看后面 Gala 的发挥了。但这把确实他输出环境有点差，
没上一把那么好。上一把前排是前排，还有保护。又想过来开，
新 Vampire
去躲了一下。
哇，欧文这把有大就放啊，很果断的出手。
现在小龙已经刷了。 标记众人已经在动这个小龙了。
Ini hancurin lah, tipis betul.
但这个龙其实真的现在已经没那么重要了，反倒这个中一塔 A 一下就要爆。
对，而且龙还拉脱了，那正面得开启团来了吗
？3踢过来，这个位置有点开不了啊。
哦，那这样看你3人交替，你现在必须得动这个龙。而对于京东来说，这个上半区
啊，主要上1还有很多的镀层，先让朗姆先吃饱，对吧？这波感觉朗姆可以把上路一整座塔全部完全炫掉。
17级终于要把这个上一塔推掉了，也挺不容易的这把，因为前面被针对了一波嘛。
哎，但这波能让京东追很多经济回来。
Nice，
这样连爆中上2座塔，
现在只差2000了，
对，
又差回2000了。
就你等于对于标记来说，这一波其实你是唯一的收益就只有这条龙啊，而且还只是一条2龙。
对于
标记来说，第2条小龙其实价值在这个时间点真的不高。
现在潘森也有复活甲，还是得抓住这个时间段啊！他们这个主动性还得发挥出来，
打到消耗，
这个主动性还得发挥出来。
I've seen this game before。
封墙找人没封住。
来，Golden Experience Requiem。
那现在京东又是解散，在各自发育。 然后中路旮旯就一直洗线，现在 BLG 最难受的问题就是没有办法动这个轮子妈，轮子妈不死，这个中塔就一直攻陷不下来。
而且自己这个阵容，现在的地图资源你只能够通过小龙去看，打大龙确实太慢了。塞恩在下路开了个大招，想和小徐稍微掰掰手腕，
没啥用，这个
没有后续啊。
哎，但是好像潘森往下走，刚刚看潘森那个动作非常有想往下跳大的意思，而且巴德也在往下走，但是走一半应该是说算了。朗姆溜掉，哇，他这个真的这个中路你可以看，旮旯就是中路的第二座防御塔，而且他身上还没有精化增生，对吧？你拿他一点办法没有？
在等无尽啊，等旮旯无尽啊！感觉等到旮旯无尽，京东这上野稍微带一点小防装之后，他们就可以主动了，就到自己阵容的回合了。
主要你这么玩啊，轮子妈这已经是接近4件了，然后另一边的 poke 流维鲁斯才3件，就两边的装备，你先不说件数不一样吧，就装备质量也不一样。
对，装备的价值，穿甲的装备还是太便宜了。 就比起暴击的装备来说，
维鲁斯后面要走下坡路了。
又想开 Vampire， 想要制裁一下辅助，跟上沿途又交出闪现了。这边的塞恩也开车赶到，但没有后续啊。哇，这样又争取了给小徐一点
少数laning pace-nya oke sih。
徐又开始。 弄塔皮，但是这波要飞，又来了。
Oh, reverse wall sama ulti Pantheon， bisa。
看看怎么走吧，这波反击。
哇 ，miss ulti ya！
那这样的话，小徐再交一个闪现，看后续还能不能再减速。
balance，
差一点点，闪现做受不了了。
还要过来留。
小徐再拉一下自己的被动 A， 但自己还是倒在了潘森的长矛之下。
啊 ，BLG， 真是费千辛万苦啊，终于是把这个小徐给击杀掉了。
从己方的下一塔。 快追到了对面的这个下2塔，
小徐说：“我就想炫口镀层。”哎，俊佳在这儿
啊呀！
俊佳在这儿那就大祸了哇！如果俊佳死了的话，
还
好红 Q 过来掩护俊佳撤退了，不然这波俊佳死了，那等会儿BLG是会直接动大龙的。
又出问题了，这波 这波主要这个时间点太敏感了。
是，只能说对于京东来讲，万幸的是俊家没死，因为俊家死在这个时间点真的是掉大节奏。但是
红 Q 是没大的，想硬来找一个还没有抬到，配合稍微有点失误，而且二塔还在 A Night， 现在再跟上一个大招。
走位躲开了致命的一毛啊！
哦，防御塔在 A 一下有一个
W。Kegergetan banget itu。
我只能说，
哥几个刚刚扛塔，这防御塔最大功臣了。
京东真的是惊出一身冷汗，这一波，但凡再多死那么1个钟或者1个野的话，那可能都是大节奏。也可以看得出来，就在这个时间点里面，标记真的很急切的想要打开局面，也得到了一些成果，
是有反馈的，有收获的。像这2波打出了赵信和狐狸的闪，可能会在下一波啊，让他们这个机会找的会更简单一点。而且奈特已经开始读书了。
震到，哎，
Buset. Wah, cepet banget perasaan ultinya Talia dah.
而来是一个赵信推走，再跟上维鲁斯
Aduh,
走进来的一剑，哎，这是没有中，可以打出外部的一个闪现，侧面一个
Awas Pantheon ngeri
现在
Cok.
要等勋是很强的战力，而冰还在跟 Vampire 在这里扯头发。
哇，这一波京东的野辅没一个死的，这谁想得到啊
？Viper 致命空 Q，
而且这一波右边
少了很多大招啊。Talia cepet banget deh perasaan。
但巴德大快好了，同样的左边的大招
狐狸有大，然后朗姆有大
啊，但主要赵信没大，而且 Vampire 没有状态，感觉这个龙在这京东的角度上来说，其实也能放，但京东还是想试一试，主要是俊家没大，挤位置很难挤啊。
是，而且还要等 Vampire 来 ，Vampire 刚刚回家，只要能够确定你打的没那么快，其实对于京东来说就能接受的。
而且值得注意的是，奈特又开始了自己的读书之旅哦。
是。
那两边都没有急于去动这条龙，再看一看。那这样的话，接下来两边的大招应该是都能赚好。就等俊家这个大吧，俊家这个大确实还需要点时间。一金往走嘎啦，嘎啦确实是最为重要的那个点。
Gala is kiting。
贴着墙，自己还没交技能。
嚯 ，DF 一个不用交。 他站的这个位置很危险，
masuk berusaha mendapatkan Gala tapi kena anti spell。
到了塔下，这样的中一塔也不用被威胁到。
状态不是很好，得回，但反身也打残了一下勋的状态。
但这波知道嘎啦没状态啊，这波中一塔应该是一定要推的。但是对于嘎啦来说，我血系锁，我就不回了。
反正能慢慢吸。
小叔masuk，
人在塔在，而且小许一个公开处刑还把这边奈夫的闪现给拉出来，但是 Vampire 这一波不是冷箭把自己给送掉了。
俊家在过来，先打出第一条命，侧面的红 Q 想过去单切 Viper 要倒了，他自己是没有闪现的。
Chen mati nice Baron，
侧面红 Q 还是过来找奈特，还有一段大招拉走吗？拉走了。这个小许还在战，哇，这个狼布好能打呀！
说嘎啦 A 麻了，拿兵哥在身上疯狂的叠轮子，这里弹。 而且最重要的是，
西维尔啊，
就这么水灵灵的把 Viper 给单切了，
感觉还是这个队友是这些跟进场能力太强的英雄的时候，一个维鲁斯很难去跟伤害。Viper 刚刚的位置又是一个脱节的位置，
哇，这波打来说实话，对于标记来说有点不对，
不利，
而且甚至可以来说是相当不对，对吧？ 因为嘎啦现在已经几乎成为一个切不死的存在了。闪现躲公开属性没问题，主要是看 Viper 的位置啊。
Viper 本来想和欧恩一块溜，这里来了一剑，看到身位了。
哇，这位置被卡死了。啊 ，W 贴脸 E， 再加一个 Q 全中。谁说我离刮痧？然后嘎啦就猛 A。
带大川的呀，这波嘎啦带大川的，现在 A 兵哥也是非常疼。而且这一轮很尴尬，俊家是有复活甲的，闪现想过去卡3枪，但欧恩坐上这个门。啊，冰顶在最前面，侧面的嘎啦还在不断的盘，被打到了2分钟，而且这个亲亲到了，再有
gak ada ulti tuh Parus no vampir，let's go！
而且欧恩的一个兄弟不够 ，Viper 又倒了，但是嘎啦
哇 ，nice banget，nice fight，
还在 A。 Vampire
这种画面绝对不会只是 BLG 想看到的画面啊 ！BLG 的中野打起团来是少2个大招的，而且正面没有任何人能威胁到嘎啦的位置，嘎啦满血 A 到底。
一波团好像要结束了，只剩下一个人。看一下复活的时间啊 30秒的双 C， 兵线还在来的路上。
后面兵线续上了，只剩欧文一个，确实不好清线啊。最快复活的也是 Viper 这边的20秒的时间，来不及了，要一波了。
Ngeri jadi bos.
要终结在这儿了，在第一循
哇
环里面，
69 gold.
以2比0的比分终结了 BLG 的4连胜。
恭喜京东！
Bentar. MVP-nya siapa ya?
今天这个 BO3 的2
POM
打的真的足够漂亮。
是的
Gala gak sih?
在改善了自己在中期
Gala
的
gak sih
问
MVP?
题之时，还是保持
Atau
着选手
Junja?
们的个
Gala
人
atau
竞技
Junja?
状态。
哇，今天我必须得说双 C。 起码从这个 BO3 的这个内容上来说，双 C 京东的双 C 发挥的有点太好了。啊，红 Q 跟 Gala 今天
就红 Q
真的拉满了。
对线，再加上他打
Vampir lah, Vampir kayaknya sih enggak ya.
太强了。Gala 还是一如既往的稳。
Gala gak sih? Gala Junja kayaknya.
而对于 BLG 来说，这一把你可以看得到，他们确实把进攻的 这个频率拉得非常的高，但是奈何你在面对京东的过程中，就像
Kalau kayak gini ceritanya mending gue ketiwan. Vampir sih dia yang minta sih. Vampir katanya pengen main sama Knight kan? Oh, wish granted. There it is. Viper, you get to play with Knight. I guess.
中塔就倒不了，真正的人在塔在。
是的。
哇，再次
Knight-nya mah bagus ya, tapi Viper-nya jelek anjir.
确实没有想到啊
，Knight mah cakep keren mainnya.
就那一点儿。
对，而且是状态好的那一方。
Enggak jadi 10 jam, kagak mau mandi.
可能我状态也就比你好那么一丢丢，但是高手过招就是我比你优先那么一点点。
Bentar, aku penasaran MVP-nya siapa?
是的，我就能今天把你给按死。那同样的屏幕前
Viper jelek aja, Knight bagus.
的 MVP 以及这一个系列赛2局的
Ya,
一个
MVP-nya Gala.
投出在我们的一个公屏之上，数字的1、2、3、4、5代表你心目中这一场
Not
谁是
even
你
close.
心目中的 MVP， 而 A、B、C、D、E 代表的是你心目中这个大场谁会是 MVP 的一个选手。好，那我们也来问一下
votingnya yang Cina-Cina aja anjing.
好的，感谢2位解说老师，恭喜北京 JDG 2比0拿下了这场 BO3 的胜利。那么在第2局呢，我们看到了在前中期的时候，双方围绕着下路河道展开了非常多波激烈的攻势，不管是他们中路的支援打野的一个 gank 节奏，都能感受到，相比于上一局这局，他们想要更多的资源倾注在下路，在下半区的时候，特别是在这个版本的情况下，相比于第1局那样更多的资源倾注在上路，是不是会比这样在下路方面围绕展开来的更好？这是在前面的时候，
谢谢。
在这一点做的优势的是，他们在20分钟的时候，通过自己这样的
Lebih
节奏
penasaran kenapa Durex bisa jadi sponsor
MPL 加，在每一波这样的节奏叠加起来的时候，反而是占优势的。在这个时候，北京 JDG 体现了他们在中后期的一个韧性。我印象深刻的2波，一波呢是俊佳在中路找了一波节奏，帮助 Gala 这边补给了经济。来到28分钟的时候 ，Gala 的个人经济已经是位居全场第1了，也许是为他们的这一把的翻盘埋下了伏笔。第2个细节就是看到了北京 JDG 在落后的情况下，他们对于整个防御塔，特别是中塔、上塔2个的推进，虽然拿下的时间很晚，但是也是帮助他们在后期能有更多的这样的线权选择视野的优势，有一个伏笔。我们看，我特别印象深刻的是，这边 BLG 想要去2个人去抓下路小徐的时候，交了非常多的技能，那一座塔虽然小徐没有拿下，但我们觉得在整个局势上面，以及说他们在后期团战的细节，大家的配合上，还是会有一些小小的分别的。其实我觉得2局2支队伍在每些地方都有自己可圈可点之处，最后由北京 JDG 获胜。那这一场胜利也意味着他们在这个第1赛段的时候，我觉得到目前为止还是表现非常不错的。以及提醒大家，赛后共庆时刻，英雄联盟手游共庆胜利时刻，扫码下载游戏，前往游戏社区输入口令码“天神下凡”，抽皮肤宝箱，参与活动还有机会获得对齐2026 LPL 第1赛段门票、LPL 战队队服、超多电竞福利等你领取。2位解说员也来聊一下看第2局的一个感受吧。
Wild Trip Cina tapi.
好，感谢松奇。我先把 MVP 票投了啊，我个人这一局 MVP、小场 MVP 以及大场 MVP 都给到 Gala。真的，我觉得可能对于我来说，真的 Gala 在这个 BO3 里面就是一个地标建筑，对吧？你基本上所有的一切的这个战术的目的和内容都是围绕着这个地标建筑在进行攻防，而这个地标建筑，你对于 Gala 来说，它就像
Gala sih MVP sih，
对吧？那个巨炮真一直
在
A 啊。
是吧 ？Gala， 我真的会在双 C 之间犹豫很久，就包括大场 MVP 也是。
哎，但没有关系，因为我们现在是有这个 MVP 积分的。
对的，
对吧？就是你只要投了票，包括屏幕前的召唤师朋友们，就是你们的票数最终也会，无论最终的 MVP 的归属是谁，一样会 给到这个选手这个 MVP 积分的一个荣誉，而且我们到最后的赛段结束会给各位看到这个积分墙的。
是，我也会给到 Gala 小场和大场的，主要感觉 Gala 在2个 BO3没什么失误。就是定海神针般的存在，
稳定，我觉得
太稳定了。
在现在这个版本里面
80%
太干净了，我看了一眼，
对
，damage 30%，
太重要了，
就是稳定性，我觉得可能
bahkan seimbang sama Shun loh itu yang KDA-nya 10.
尤为可贵。
damage Gala。
还是那句话，就这个版本 AD 太有钱，而你有钱的那个单位，如果你吃了钱。
Can we just show the MVP, please？
你这个版本你吃了钱的单位，你会给到对方更高额的赏金。然后第二个是你吃了更多的钱，但是你阵亡了，那其实你对于你的队伍来说，这1加1减，其实你的队伍是非常非常亏的。
收益还不是那么高嘛？
对，因为你同比的是对方同样有一个吃钱，但是是活着的4位，那这个相对于以往的这个英雄联盟来说，其实会把这个正负值拉得更大。
像 Gala 这一把唯一的一次阵亡还是在。也是在下路那一波嘛，因为自己掉闪现导致被岩雀封路了，没有机会走。
对，那波是没什么操作空间的那
种。你pilih ini。
但是后续啊，每波其实 Gala 他的输出位置找的都很好，我觉得能够在自己这样的这个阵容找到一个合适的输出位置，队友给他搭建的舞台也好，而且他自己也敢输出。
对，而且我必须得就是对吧？点名表
扬红 Q 选手，
这今天打的真的好好啊！
哇，今天我只能说红 Q 面对手大哥完全不落下风，甚至
他对线对的也好，团战的敏锐程度，都感觉真的是打得太好了。
对，甚至我觉得他今天都是优势的一方，对吧？今天你就这个 BO3的内容来讲的话，今天确实他是表现比手大哥还要更亮眼的。
第一把的瑞兹也是，然后这一把的狐狸也是，因为这把狐狸是前面拿到了经济的。
对，而且有关键发挥，就最后这波
Miss Ulti vampir masuk, hampir digagalin itu sama Pantheon. But somehow Viper ketangkep Ahri di sini.
往前看到交出了腐败锁链之后呢，就找到这个机会。
WEQ 接2发平 A。
Gala 这波左右开弓啊 ，A 左边 Q 右边。
然后最后这一波，京东开的也很果断，因为对于京东来说，他们明白就是打5-5团一定是京东优势，
一定是优势。
而标记错过了前面攀岩的那个优势窗口之后，你后面打这种5-5团，对吧？
哇，挺娘！
从正面被京东给击溃，这我只能说
Ultimate of the year。
欧文堡的这个金虽然放的也不错，但是也是拖延一下这个被团灭的时间。
刚刚也看到了塔比教练看到了团战之后。
Junjian sih sumpah dari tadi。berani banget。
没有什么是赢下这场比赛比较。
masuk ke boss maju。
来说很重要的时候。
是，当然了，我们现在采访已经准备就绪了，赶紧来听一下京东选手有什么想跟我们分享的吧。
Dan DPOM is。
欢迎来到赛后采访，我是主持人洛欣。在这里，我们首先邀请到了北京 JDG 的打野选手俊佳，你好，跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 JDG 的打野俊佳。
好的，欢迎俊佳，今天打的是非常的好，而且你们是直接终结了对面 BOG 的一个
4连胜。Oke lah kalau gitu aku mau mandi guys. Terima kasih yang sudah nonton, jangan lupa like dan subscribe. Sampai jumpa di stream berikutnya. Oh my god, my
非常的刺激，终于赢下来之后，此刻的心情和感受是怎么样的？跟大家分享一下。
就赢下来很开心嘛，然后感觉他们中期玩的。